On an unrelated note, welcome back to T-Dub, Twad Wazzle. He took a hiatus, a
Mhm.
sabbatical, but he was sorely missed. And yeah, man, a lot has happened since you've been gone, and at the same time, nothing has changed. I mean, I've been gone for a little bit too. But welcome back, dude, and good to hear your voice. Glad you're doing well.
Thanks, man. You too. Yeah.
Are you doing okay? Everything fine? You just wanted to take a break? I'm not gonna air out your laundry on VC. Are you doing well?
Yeah, as best I can be. There's
Okay.
always, things. Like at the moment, actually, like we've been hit by, I think, two separate kind of winter illnesses, like just one after the other. And
Hmm.
and we're usually pretty careful, and we're hermits, and so we go out. So some stage or another, for some reason, got we got sick, our household, and
Yeah.
it just seems like it's ongoing.
Hmm.
It just can't shake it. Mrs. actually got some antibiotics
Dang it.
yesterday. She's hoping that'll clear hers up. Um, and we'll see. We'll use her as the guinea pig.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. So the youngest is the worst shape. We got her on antibiotics. So
Yeah.
got, I got you. Well, good man. I'm glad things are going. Well, that's normal. Sometimes households just get hammered uh, in the winter, but I'm glad for the most part everybody's doing okay.
Yeah, we're hanging in there. Thanks.
All right.
Good. Hope you and yours are doing well too.
Yeah, unlike you, it's summer here, so we're enjoying the heat. Um, and nobody's necessarily sick, although my son was. The winter cold is the worst one to have because you're supposed to be feeling great and doing all the fun stuff when the air is warm. But my son a few weeks ago had a pretty bad cold. But yeah, no, we're doing just fine. Just fine in the States. Gas prices are higher than they should be, whatever that means. What are the gas prices in Australia right now? What is it reasonable
Just
or is it a total horseshit?
it's it's
Unbelievable.
unreasonable. It just done another 20-cent jump out of nowhere, and I don't know why. I didn't haven't heard anything about why that would be, but it looking like it was heading back down, and it sort of leveled off at $1.70 a litre, and now it's back up to
Yep,
$1.90 something a litre, and it's what the
yep.
heck's going
Oh well, so what? I'll tell you on the state side, uh, because whatever you're experiencing in Australia is guaranteed to be a result of whatever our dumbasses are doing over here. Not me. I have nothing to do with this. You know what I'm talking about. But so um, the Trumpster, yeah, same thing. So the gas prices came down, and you thought, well, how much farther are they going to go down? And it plateaued as far as its descent. So we go by the gallon. So it was 350 a gallon where I live. 350, 349 and 9 tenths. Okay, and then one day it shot back up to 3.99 just out of nowhere. And I was like, oh great, I got to go on YouTube and see what this idiot is doing again. Sure enough, Trump is threatening to bomb, or Iran is not complying with all the things that they stipulate, which is we're never going to know the truth about any of this bullshit. Never, never. As far as I'm concerned, the United States, if everything, let's pretend for a moment that this all of this is on the level, and we're hearing the truth. Okay, well, the United States has no beef with Iran, so we should be completely leaving the region and minding our own business. That's what the United States should be doing. But for whatever reason, to either enrich the people that own oil companies, uh, and enrich everybody else that is, involved with military contracts. I don't care what it is. All the commerce that runs through the Strait of Hormuz goes, nah, make another threat, and so everything can go back up. Gas prices, commodities, whatever it is that goes through that area. And so I think that's what old dumpster Trumpster did. He said, "Oh yeah, no, this is BS. They're not complying." So that's what happened. Gas prices went up. More, it's becoming
Yeah.
volatile in the area again. There's more conflict. Trump's saying he's going to bomb every bridge and every water purification plant. It's total horseshit. It's just fleecing the people at the end of the day.
Right. And it's crazy too, because like apparently only like a small percentage, like 15, 20% or something of the world's oil actually even goes through there and or comes
Right.
out of there or whatever, right? But then you've got all these other political problems apparently where like, Australia won't refuses to buy oil from Russia at like next to
Right.
nothing that they're offering, It's like, oh, come on,
Yep.
guys. What the heck?
Yeah, we're getting hosed, and they're just posturing and placating for the people that they want to placate to, and it's such a hot mess and such a bunch of lies that I don't. The one thing that I think people look at beyond most normal, reasonable people that they look at beyond politics is prices, and I think the corporations understand that. So they're going to fleece us, but they're not going to do it at an unreasonable rate, right? So how do you steal from the people at a reasonable rate and keep them sort of uh, compliant with what's going on? Well, you just kind of say uh, Iran or whatever is just being unreasonable. They're just not complying with what we tell them to do. Well, why do you have the right to tell Iran what to do about anything? I mean, I'm not a fan or somebody who even is an enemy of what's going on in Iran. They're complete strangers to me, right? So we have strange people in a strange land, and they want to live their life the way they want to live it. Oh, great! That has nothing to do with me. Why should I get involved or invested in a world leader such as Donald J. Dump? Uh, why should I care what he does, other than the fact of why don't you leave them alone? Why are you picking on somebody that ultimately has never picked a fight with you, didn't show that they were going to pick a fight with you? Why would you even bother? And yet he still does it. Like, yet he still pushes the issue. Oh, they got nukes. No, well, if they have nukes, is that any of our business? I mean, I guess if I was going to be a country that was fully aware that the United States will declare war with anybody at any time for any reason, maybe I should go ahead and arm myself with nukes. I think that's actually reasonable. Yeah, you should get nukes because the United States or whoever's in power at the time is going to be doing something stupid and try to declare war on your country that's essentially minding its own business. I mean, this is all so absurd that I almost can't fit it into my head, and yet here we are. So they're just ripping people off. They're killing people. They're destroying lives. They're destroying economies. And at the end of the day, you start asking the question: okay, so if you're killing people and destroying economies, what is your ultimate goal? That's the better question. What is your ultimate goal? Why are you doing this? Because I didn't ask for it, and I don't think anybody that I know asked for it either.
Exactly. But they're maniacs, as John Lennon
Yeah.
said.
Right. Yeah. No, John Lennon was correct, and that's probably why he ended up dead because he was going, well, I thought I knew what was going on. Now I actually see what's going on. These people are crazy and maniacal and perhaps demonic in their ambitions and their intentions, and I don't get it. And then they killed him not long after.
Yeah, they won't let that guy out either. He's faced parole quite a number of times. Won't let him out.
Which guy?
John Lennon's alleged assassin.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, they've got plenty of patsies and useful idiots to blame things on. So yeah, it's so corrupt you can't even fit it into your head. By the way, welcome to all the newcomers. Yes, indeed, the Earth is flat. If you want to discuss the facts, we can do that. So, Venel, you look new. Rose Dan, you look new. Red Naxella, you look new. Welcome. Elgoth,
Maybe doctor.
welcome. Sorry?
Yeah, I'm new. Hi.
Alpha Omega, you're new.
My name is new.
Oh,
I used to be
I've seen
Johnny
you
Lab.
around, Alpha. Johnny,
Yeah,
yeah, I've seen you around plenty. My brother, welcome back. Anyways, Rashdan, you know the Earth is flat, right?
Yes, hello everyone. Well, no, to be honest, and I don't know how to wrap my mind around it.
Okay, well
Yeah.
let me see if I can help you. By the way, I'm not being paid. I'm not going to ask you for your mother's maiden name or your blood type or your credit card number. So this has no benefit to me.
It's all in EGP, it will be worthless, don't worry.
Say again.
I'm from Egypt. Egypt. It's like very low currency now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. So um, let's talk about your everyday experience because you said that you have a hard time wrapping your brain around it. No worries. Do you experience the world as a flat, stationary existence, enclosed, all that stuff, or do you experience it as a spinning, wobbling, tilting water ball in a vacuum? Which one seems more accurate to your everyday experience?
Well, wait a second, I will try to get my headphones. But right now it's 4:30 a.m. and it's pretty dark. I believe right now, I'm sorry, where you are in America, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, I believe right now it should be something like, I don't know, like 8 p.m. or maybe 9 p.m.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Hmm. Just a sec. Okay. Connecting with Bluetooth. What's this? Okay. Okay, can you hear me? You can hear
Yeah, I
the
hear you great.
voice. It's muffled. Okay, so yeah, regarding your question, how do I perceive my day-to-day, sorry, what we call it, day-to-day stuff?
Yeah, everyday
Yeah,
experience.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I get your point. Like, when I look to the horizon, I don't see, like, apartments or like buildings disappearing, and I only see like only the highest floors or whatever. Yeah, I get your point that it's a bit flat,
Right.
but how can I say this? I have been to the desert. I have worked in tourism industry for like a year. We always set up camps at night. We always watch the moon and many, let's say, seasons. Either in summer, sorry, not summer. We usually go like in autumn, and what was the other one? And spring. Summer is very hot. Winter is very cold. So,
Okay.
if I understand this correctly, if the Earth itself is flat, I should always see the sun comes up from the same place, and it goes, let's say, in one vector, like like it doesn't go with the curve. Let's say. I'm not sure if this is
Well,
correct, but that's my mind.
well, that would not be our claim, not at all. We are only making a claim about the surface of the Earth being flat, stationary, and ultimately enclosed. Those are the claims that we're making. We're not making any claims about whether or not the air gets warmer or colder, where the sun comes up and goes down. We're not making any claims about any of that.
But it's relevant to some point, I think, maybe.
Well, I doubt it because the flatness of the Earth would have nothing to do with something that's not attached to the Earth like the sun.
Okay, how about this? Um, okay, I'm trying to imagine it. Okay, how can I say this then? Uh, so
Let me
so the
help you out before you go
yeah.
too far. Let me
Okay,
let me let me help
sure.
you out
Yeah,
with something
yes,
really quick.
please, yeah. My mind started to go
Okay.
in like
Yeah,
highlight.
let me
Yeah.
help you out with something really quick. We are not making any claims about knowledge about what the celestials or anything in the sky is doing. We have no claims related to what the sky is doing. We're talking about the Earth only, what we can experience on the Earth itself. The ground, the water, all that stuff. That's what we're making claims about. As we have measured it, as the surveyors have measured it, even geodetic surveyors or planar, they're basically doing the same thing. Anybody who navigates across the surface of the Earth, anybody who builds on the Earth, all of them are treating and measuring the Earth as a flat stationary plane at all distances, period. And that's what we experience.
Okay. So like I want to like the moon, the sun, or the rays of the actual shadows on the tree.
I don't know if anybody else can hear him, but you're cutting out a little bit. Can you closer to your mic or your
Okay, can you hear
Wi-Fi?
it better now?
That's better. Yeah.
Okay, so I won't rely on either the sun or the moon or the rays or the shadows on the ground, correct?
We're just making claims about the surface of Earth being flat and stationary. That's what we're making the claim about. The sun and the moon and what they're doing and what they're composed of and what medium they're in and all that stuff, we have no claims and we have no idea because that's really above our pay grade and we can't reach them. I don't think anybody else can either, with the exception of NASA making claims that they can reach the moon. But either way, these are the things that we can actually prove. The Earth is measurably flat, and all undulations, meaning topography, that would be mountains or valleys or water features or any of that stuff, is measured against the flat surface and the horizon in reality. That's what we're talking about.
What's your name? Ezekiel.
I love that bit. I love that video.
Me too.
Been a minute. How you doing there, old Doc?
Say, Sue, can you please
Crazy
shut
dude.
up again?
Sorry, go ahead.
Are you talking with a military microphone?
Military microphone? No, I'm
Yeah.
not speaking on a military microphone.
Okay.
Although you could make the argument that since the
Oh my
internet
God.
and all of the controlled structures that we're dealing with right now
Are you
were
from the
created
Navy?
by
Are you
DARPA
from the? Are
on
you
a
from the?
military contract, it's possible that this has something to do with the military.
Are you from the Navy SEALs?
Nope.
Okay. Oh, nice. Now we are in a war. Nice.
Yeah, I don't want to have war with anybody ultimately. That's not my bag. I don't like war. I think it's stupid.
I want to do a war with you.
Why?
I don't know.
Is it just because you want the earth to be a ball so bad that
Yes.
you'll attack anyone that makes that claim that defies that idea?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Why do you want the earth to be a ball so bad?
She? Yes. No. It is a ball.
Okay, no, I'm asking you why you want it to be that way, because when we measure the earth on the surface, there's no curvature. So it's not a ball whether you want it to be or not. I'm just curious why you want it to be.
So you think the Earth is flat?
No, I don't think it is. I know it is, and I know it's measured that way.
But how do you know?
Well, because every time anybody takes a measurement and anytime anybody experiences the earth for themselves, maybe you have, maybe you haven't, everything is described in a vertical and a horizontal relationship. So even their most basic experiences and descriptions are of a flat and stationary earth.
Okay. You won the war.
Wow.
Alpha, you're hot micing and chopping, buddy.
Sorry. I said I was
Thank you.
hot micing for a second.
No, you're good. So Rajdan, back to what we were discussing. Can you think of anything about your everyday experience that would be different than a flat and stationary enclosed earth?
Well, I'm not sure if my mic is now working. Or picking
No, I can hear you. I hear you.
So like, no, to be honest, I used to work back in telecommunication back, I don't know, 8 or 9 years ago. I remember we were setting up links, which is like, like the thing that looks like a drum at the top of the tower of a cellular tower for like cell phones and stuff. And I
Yeah.
remember the headquarter engineers were always stating like we need to put them in a certain angles on a certain height so that the other one in front of it, let's say corresponding to it, to have a clear line of sight. And
Yep.
I remember that it was never the same height. Maybe
Yep.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm not sure if this is might be relevant. Like, I remember that it needs to have like a certain range that we cannot go beyond. But I believe between the two cellular towers between each other. But yeah, like in normal day-to-day stuff, no, I totally get your point. But I don't know, like I've been to high places before, very, very high places, um, like the 100th floor, something like this.
Yeah.
And it is not like flat. There is a bit of curve to it. When you try to look to when you like what they call
No,
it when you
no, there's no curve.
try to reach is the end of at all. But how?
Well, no.
I know that
So,
we're
so
trying to remove.
here's a question I would ask you real quick. So you said you've been in buildings where you've gone up multiple floors. That's great. When you
Yes.
say there has to be, or you think there is a little bit of curvature, what are you actually saying? Are you saying that you saw a curve, or did you say that you saw the horizon and it appeared like it might be a curve?
Okay, I get your second point. Yeah, maybe yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to see the horizon. I'm trying to see whatever is at the same line of my sight, and everything is very small, and
Yeah.
you feel like there is a bit of edges by they're like enclosing in,
Right.
but I don't know how to describe it.
Well, what you're describing is just what we call perspective. So in and by the way, there's many perspective effects. So one of the basic ones is that things get smaller in the distance. I think everybody can agree with this. They appear smaller as they get farther away from us. You would agree with this, right?
No, yeah, sure. You don't see
Okay,
the
great.
human being at the average size when you're like 20th floor or 30th floor
Yeah, right.
looking
So
down.
when people get farther away, they have a smaller, what we call angular size. That's one of the most
Mhm.
basic perspective effects that we experience. One of the other things that we experience is called occultation due to something being, and there may not even be a name for it. I call it foreshortening. But if something in the foreground compared to something in the background is closer, it's going to be larger, and it's going to make the thing in the background, which is angularly or apparently smaller, seem like it's being blocked out by the thing that's closer to you. Does that make sense? So if you held your thumb up in front of your face and then you brought your thumb closer and closer to your eye, you would see less
It
and
will
less in
cover the
front of
whole
you.
view. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So, and that's all relative. So let's say you see something that's a mile away and it's really small.
Mhm.
Well, anything closer to you would be angularly bigger, and it would block out more of the thing that's farther away. So that's just a normal. Once again, it's kind of like the angular perspective or the angular size change with distance that we all experience. Now, what has happened is people have told us, well, I know that the earth is flat because when I see a ship disappear in the distance, bottom up, that means that the earth is curved. And they have totally forgotten about perspective, where let's say the boat gets smaller and smaller as it leaves you, but there's waves or swells on the water that are not even that big, but because they're closer to you, they're going to block out the bottom of the boat and make it seem like it's disappearing over a curve, when at the end of the day, it's just the waves in front of you being larger in angular size compared to what's farther away from you in the distance. It doesn't have anything to do with Earth curve. And the reason that I'm bringing this up is because we have checked to see if the horizon itself is the edge of the Earth. Like you were talking about being at the top of a really tall building and all that stuff. And so, you know, we've gone to the lengths of seeing whether or not it's the case that things in the distance are disappearing because of Earth curve, or if they're disappearing because of angular size, and the horizon itself is just kind of this arbitrary line of our vision that stuff is really hard to see. So we've
I
done
get
that.
your point. Like when you're at the ocean, let's say,
Yeah.
and you're at the shore and you're looking to the far side of the edge of the sea. I believe, yes,
Yep.
there might be a limitation to the eyesight. You just think that the sea have like dropped down or something. You cannot see anything beyond it. Just like blue waters and then the horizon and the, let's say, the sky at some point, and then you don't see anything after that. It's just like maybe the limitation of the eye.
Right.
Or
It's
yeah,
a limitation of our vision. It's a limitation of everything in angular size. Most people don't know this, that we can't see forever. Anything that gets smaller than, according to its angular size, less than 0.02 degrees, we can't see it anymore. And usually things that, you know, go 200-300 miles in the distance, no matter what the object might be, even if it's a mountain, if it gets smaller than 0.2 degrees, we're just not going to see it with the naked eye. You could get out a telescope and that may enhance it and you might catch it, but even the telescope has an angular size limitation
and the
because light
limitation. Yeah.
and diffraction and all that stuff just kind of limit us on our distance. At the same time, the air, okay, the air is not perfectly transparent. If you live in a desert region, you probably won't be as familiar with this, but I live in a region that's very humid. There's a lot of water vapor and a lot of droplets, and like the light does funny things with the water droplets and the humidity in the air, and so I can't see very far because the
Mhm.
Earth is covered in gas, and that gas is filled with smoke, particles, smog, humidity, you name it. It's going to create a problem for us to see forever. The air is not perfectly transparent. So, according to the sources that deal with optics, they say, well, basically trying to look through air at 300 miles is like trying to look through a brick wall because the cumulative or overall effect of all of that pollution, all of that humidity, and just the air itself makes it impossible to see beyond 300 miles. So that's kind of what we're limited to. It's just a problem of, you know, you can't look through things that are milky or solid or distorted at the end of the day.
Okay, I get your point. But if, okay, so we have limitation in our eyes, as you mentioned. We have limitation with whatever equipment we can use. It's the same, as you mentioned, also with the 0.2. I don't remember the terminology. Angular view? 0.2 angular view?
Angular size. So if it's
Angular
smaller
size.
than
Okay.
0.02 degrees, we can't see it.
Zero.
It's just too small.
Okay. And we cannot rely on outer sources of light like sun, moon, or shadows. Uh, what else? Mm, okay.
Well, I'm not saying that you can't rely on these things. I'm just not making any claims about what the sun or the moon or the stars are doing and what ultimate medium that they're in. I have no idea to test what the sun and moon are doing. So let me help you out. Just like you, I was raised and went to public school, and I understood and believed for everything that they told me. The Earth is a sphere. It's in a giant vacuum that we call the universe, outer space, whatever. The sun and the moon are these two big spheres that orbit and circulate in this solar system. Like I understand all of that stuff. I believed all of that stuff. The problem is that after you start to poke into all of these claims, there's a lot of problems with their consistency. So When it comes to the sun and the moon and all that stuff, I can't make any claims. I have no idea what they are, where they are in relation to the Earth, distance and all that stuff. I just can't make any claims. All that I can talk about is the surface of the Earth and how it measures. Because the measurement is the biggest thing. When we measure the Earth, there is no curvature anywhere whatsoever at all.
But how do we measure? Sorry, what is the reference for the Earth measurements?
Well, it turns out that the reference is sea level. And so we all understand that sea level is the level of the ocean, and water on its surface, which I think you know this instinctually, and you know this because if you've ever hung a picture on your wall, you'll use a bubble level or whatever, and you know that water is always flat and horizontal on its surface, right?
Yeah, I got your terminology with the water bubble. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And and so the word horizontal means parallel to the plane of the horizon. So the horizon is even a flat plane that we reference for horizontal. So if I level something, it's going to be horizontal, parallel with the plane of the horizon, and it's going to be that way no matter what. And so if I was to try and measure curvature of the Earth according to that horizontal plane, I would be measuring a dip or a gradual deviation from horizontal. So everybody who measures anything, if they're a surveyor or whatever, they're going to go ahead and measure to see if there's a deviation from horizontal. So when surveyors do this, like if they're going to build a big warehouse or they're going to build a big building, the first thing they do is establish level or horizontal, and they use it doing water or use it with water. So they establish level with a bubble level or something like that. They get their level and they see if the terrain is not even with where they're standing as far as a horizontal plane is concerned. Then they say, okay, I'm high over here, I'm low over here, I've got some swale or some slope over here, and so I'm going to tell everybody with the excavators to start moving dirt into the low areas so everything is perfectly level with the water level that I'm using, and then we'll have a nice flat horizontal level surface to build this big building on, and that's what they do every time. But the thing that I think should be the most important is if water is horizontal on its surface, and supposedly 70% of the Earth's surface is water, that means 70% of the Earth's surface is flat and level and horizontal, and that is going to destroy the idea that you live on a ball.
سيدي ون بيس واخا الكاتب مريض فكروا لي قصه قوي
خليه ليه يجيب لك الشتاء.
I think it's because people are foreigners; they don't know how to use cell phones.
No, it's not the point. I'm sorry, Professor. I'm sorry, I was speaking with says who, correct? Okay. I'm sorry, who was I speaking with? He says who, correct? Or was it
Yep.
you, Professor? Ah, okay.
Nope.
So,
No.
no, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around all this because, as you mentioned, public education system just told us this, let's say, and I'm just trying to think my mind like, okay, if it's flat, then how few of the things that I have seen that still corresponding to the normal theory that everyone knows that the Earth is, I don't know, circular, a globe, or whatever.
No. Yeah.
So what have you seen that challenges that idea since we've talked about perspective?
No, I was speaking about stuff related to like the sun, but you mentioned that we will not use
First,
this as
you got to stay
reference to
focused on the
raise
ground. You have to
the
stay
shadow or
focused on the
anything.
earth and stop looking in the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point. I look from the ground to the shadow. I don't look to the sky itself. But
Okay. Well, let's
like,
talk about shadows. So if you want to talk about sunlight and the angles of the shadows that we measure from the sun to the earth, well, all of the shadows and their angular relationship to the earth would require that the earth is flat to get the angle.
okay, if the Earth is flat, so as per my understanding, right now it might be, I don't know, sunny in Australia. It might be midnight in America. Now it's like 4 a.m. in Egypt. The sun will rise in 2 or 3 hours.
Yep.
So if it's all flat, how this is happening?
Oh, no worries. The sun is in a different location above the surface of the flat earth, and it has a different angular relationship to where it is.
Yeah, the sun moves.
Yeah, the sun moves. That's
and
now
so is Earth.
is that your
And it's
experience? Let me just ask you this real quick. I don't mean to interrupt you, but isn't that your experience where every day when you get up in the morning, the sun's coming up in the east and it moves and it
yeah,
sets in the
exactly.
west? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So your experience is that the sun is moving at the earth is stationary, right?
It's not like, okay, if I will just throw away all the like the science class that I've been through and stuff. That the Earth also is a globe and it's circling around itself and
Right.
around the sun. But yeah,
Yeah.
let's say we are flat, one flat, like an A4 paper, correct? This is how we perceive the Earth in our discussion right now. And there is a
We'll just
sun,
talk
like
about
an
the earth.
outer
If
side
that,
source.
yeah, if you want to discuss it in that way, like the earth is just a flat sheet of paper, I really don't have a problem with that. Although I couldn't actually describe to you or give you any solid facts about the ultimate size or construction of the earth. But yeah, so
Mhm.
forget what you were told in science class because I was told the same thing, right? The earth is spinning and it's actually the sun that is basically stationary and it just appears like it's moving. But you and I, our experience is that if you're like in the room that you're in, if you're on a computer or on your phone, look at your feet, look around your surroundings and go, do I feel like I'm moving? No, you don't feel like you're moving. Everything's stationary, nothing is moving. And you notice that the sun is actually moving through the sky from from east to west. That's what you experience.
Hello, am I still audible?
Yeah, I hear you. Did you catch what I was saying to you? Mic check.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
Says, oh, sorry. Now I can hear you. Sorry, there was again a weird
Okay.
disruption with the network. Okay, so sorry, last point that you said. Yeah, the Earth is like a sheet that is like a sheet of paper, and we are in different places, and we are circling around the sun. Correct?
No. Nope.
Okay,
We
so
are on we are on a flat stationary plane. If you want to envision it as a sheet of paper, I guess that doesn't bother me. But ultimately, I can't tell you what the Earth is constructed like or its size. But you and I both agree that the ground that you stand on is not moving, and when you observe the sun, it moves every day from east to west, from horizon to horizon. Correct?
exactly. Yes, yes, yes.
Right. So if the sun is moving, and we know that the Earth is stationary because even Einstein himself said that there is no optical experiment that we can conduct to prove that the Earth is in motion, then the
hmm
Earth, for all intents and purposes and our experience, is stationary. And it is the sun that moves. And every time that we try to describe or determine where we're at in relation to the sun, it's going to be an angle. And that angular relationship requires that the Earth be flat.
Maybe
Hello?
it's my imagination. It's not working. Well,
That's the funny thing about this
I'm,
whole religion. The heliocentric religion relies on your imagination. You've only ever been fed images of the Earth and the sun in this solar system, and yet you've never experienced any of that. What you have experienced is that you live on an Earth where up and down and side to side are 90 degrees to each other, and the sun is moving from east to west every day. That's your experience. Your imagination will tell you something different, but your imagination is never anything that you've ever seen.
and even if the sun moves from east to west, not directly, but with a curve, this is not relevant. As let's say that the flat plane that we are living on is also moving. It's not like stationary, because again, I don't know. I think
But
it's
it doesn't move. There's
that
no way you can prove the Earth is moving ever in any situation, period. Now tell me, let me just give you this question. Have you ever been in an automobile? Have you ever been traveling down the
yeah,
road?
yeah,
Okay. Have you ever rolled the window down?
yeah. Yes,
Okay. Have you ever stuck your arm out the window?
many times. Yes,
Okay. How fast was the car going? Have you gone 60 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour? If you're from,
yeah.
okay, so you're probably more familiar with the metric system. So have you ever gone in the United States? 60 miles an hour is the same as 100 kilometers an hour. You ever stuck your hand out the
Yeah,
window when you're doing 100? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So let me ask you this question: the Earth is supposed to be rotating at the equator. Its rim speed is supposed to be 1,038 miles per hour.
Mhm.
That means that you and I, since we're standing on the Earth, kind of like your hand out the window, the wind resistance or the wind speed, because the air is not attached to the Earth, at the equator, the wind speed should be 1,038 miles per hour on average. Is anybody experiencing that?
I don't know. No one is flying away, and we never see them again in the horizon. I got
Right,
your point, but again,
right.
we are speaking about there is no like like what we call it, the atmosphere, stratosphere, all these stuff. Okay, we are not putting them into consideration. There is nothing to separate between the actual space
Right.
and the inside of, let's say, if there is like a thin layer of unimaginary whatever it is.
Well, that's the problem.
What's that
So
separate between? Yeah.
yeah, so the problem is that according to heliocentrism, the solar system and all that other stuff, there is no barrier between the Earth and the vacuum of outer space. So you and I wouldn't even be having a conversation about whether or not the wind was blowing too hard. We would be having a conversation about how there's no air to breathe because all the gas would fill the available volume of the ever expanding universe, and there would be no air, no gas on the surface of the earth. And so we actually wouldn't be having this conversation because no life would be on the surface of the earth. That's the bigger problem. There is no, people always think that the ozone or the atmosphere is kind of like this dome of air that covers the earth and it's rotating with the earth, and all of those claims violate the first law of thermodynamics, the second law of thermodynamics, and it's basically impossible according to natural order or natural law. So since we all now know that there is no outer space because all the gas would fill the available volume, we can throw out the universe and the atmosphere and the idea of the ever expanding vacuum. I'm glad you brought that up.
Okay. Thank you, Sergio. I will need to drop, unfortunately, to for the this is Fajr prayer, and
No worries, man.
I don't know. I will have like, oh, my work
I,
will start in 3 hours. Okay, and I didn't sleep so far. So thank you all.
Oh,
yeah,
Thank you for your
go,
oh,
patience.
go
have a
catch it.
good
Thank you
evening.
for explaining. Yeah, I will try to catch a few hours before tomorrow. So thank you, everyone. Cheers, everyone.
Yeah, no worries, brother. See you later.
So I actually think it's possible to have air pressure without violating the second law of thermodynamics, just due to the weight of the air.
Hey, Matthew, nobody gives a shit what you think. Demonstrate it or kick rocks.
Oh yeah, I don't have a demonstration.
Okay, well then kick rocks.
What was that you were saying about? You were saying something about air pressure. Matthew?
Says who was saying that the reason outer space doesn't exist is because air pressure, if a vacuum existed, air pressure would expand into all the available space. And I was saying that I think that the weight of air would be an answer for why that doesn't happen.
The weight of the air is keeping it from going into the vacuum next to it.
Right.
Well, air's not very heavy though.
Right.
Pretty light.
It's not very heavy, so it can expand pretty far, but not indefinitely. I mean, you can go 100 miles up, and there's still some air. But it's heavy enough that the air pressure at the ceiling of the room you're in is lower than the air pressure at the floor of the room that you're in. And if you have a sensitive enough barometer, you can measure that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, still, it's going to be like thinner up top, and then when you're talking about just outside in the open, it's going to be real thin. Like you need oxygen if you're going to climb up Mount Everest. If you go higher than that, you can't even breathe at all. It's so thin. So it's just like a couple little molecules. What's keeping those guys from going into the vacuum? Just a little molecule. They're going off into the vacuum, Matthew. I don't know if I follow your logic there.
Well, maybe, yep. I think you're right. Maybe some of them do go off into the vacuum, but in general, most of them stay close to Earth, or enough of them anyway.
Well, yeah. Well, that's generated on the surface of the Earth. They're all gonna, shake and vibrate and expand their way out, and eventually they're gonna, be sucked off into the vacuum.
Yeah, but in your room that you're in, there's no oxygen being generated by the floor. So why does the floor have a higher pressure than the ceiling?
Yeah. Well, I wasn't saying that that's the reason. The only reason that pressure exists. But I mean, air is it's coming in. Your house is drafty. The air's
That's true.
coming in. It's going out.
I think the same thing would happen even if you had it perfectly sealed. There would still be a difference in air pressure.
Yeah, there would. I mean, you can even look in a sealed container like a tank of gas, and there's going to be a slight differential there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Are you guys not talking about flat earthers, etc.?
We're talking about a specific idea that whether there could be outer space or not, based on whether there's, what causes air pressure. Some people who believe in the globe say that the weight of air is enough. Some people who believe that the Earth is flat say that there couldn't be outer space because it would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. So yes, we're kind of talking about it.
Hello, I have a question. Oh, sorry. Do you believe in flat Earth or the globe?
There are people here who believe both. I mean, different. Yeah. I'm one of the globe believers.
Fair enough. Me too.
Hello, I have a question. How do flat earthers would you believe in earthquakes? Like, how would you explain an earthquake?
You explain it the same way as you always explain it. There's like the Earth. It doesn't have anything to do with the overall.
So I'll be honest. Like, I'm not a flat earther.
No, I'm trying to answer this person, and now you're interrupting the answer.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Earthquake is an earthquake. It happens on Earth. It doesn't matter if it's a globe or.
No, not just that too. Like, I'm not even a flat earther. I believe in globes, but I don't think earthquake related questions would be a good one to ask because tectonic plates and the movements of them is the major cause of earthquakes in itself. And I think flat Earth or the globe, or it being either or, does not exactly exclude the idea of tectonic plates existing, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, you can have
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
either one.
Yeah. Wait, who all's flat earthers in here? Like, who all are flat earthers in here? I'm a little bit curious.
The majority of people in
Oh, really? Okay. Wait, so who isn't? So Matthew isn't? I'm guessing Izzy isn't. Um,
yeah, there's like 2 or 3 Glovers. But
oh, wow, okay. So is one of the main debates you do in terms of even flat earth, does it have to do with scriptures or Christianity? And that's not to invalidate any religion, obviously. I'm just asking whether, because a lot of flat earthers outside of even Discord, like, one of their main arguments is the Bible. So I just want to ask if anybody here is following that narrative here.
no, we don't use the Bible as any kind of evidence or proof. I mean, it's a good talking point.
Mm-hmm.
There are things that you can talk about in there that could correlate, but for the most
Mm-hmm.
part, no, use that as an argument.
Okay. So you're a flat earther, and what's your scientific way of explaining that that's flat? If I can ask you.
Well, there's plenty of observations. There's tests you can do, mirror flashes. You can do laser tests, all kinds of things to evidence your way into the understanding that the Earth is planar.
So could you explain, like, it's just out of curiosity, could you explain to me the laser mechanism real quick, please? Because in terms of the lasering, don't exactly know how that excludes the idea of a globe existing.
Sure. Let's say you have a basketball. You're holding
Okay.
a basketball in your hand. You put your finger on one side of the basketball, your
Mm-hmm.
finger on the other side of the basketball. Now, if you were to shoot a laser from your one finger to the other finger, you'd have to go through the basketball, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's the same as the surface of the Earth. So if somebody's standing on the surface of the Earth and they shoot a laser, let's say 30 miles away, I think that's like, I don't know what it is in metric, but let's say
Mm-hmm.
you shoot it 30 miles. Well, in those 30 miles, the globe Earth has a claim. It's a claimed radius in circumference. So it
Mm-hmm.
has to hit that size. Well, in that 30 miles, there's X amount of feet of drop, like deviation horizontal. Well, that laser would have to hit the Earth or shoot. It'd be way over your head by the time the laser
Okay.
hit the target on the other side. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
There's some bunch of laser tests that have been done. If you
Mm-hmm.
want, I can grab one and put it in the chat so you can look at it, watch it maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like that or no?
You can cite me some studies. I would definitely check them out. But I think it's just to have a better understanding of what people use in terms of proving that aspect, because obviously I'm not a believer. So, like,
Right.
I just like to have insight as to why other people think differently.
And to do something that's really cheap and you don't need a camera or laser or anything, you can just take a mirror flash. Let's say you and a friend on a beach, have that
Mm-hmm.
person go, 3 miles down the beach. You guys can flash mirrors at each other, and if you could see the other person X amount of miles away, That's another good observation. Otherwise, just taking a zoom camera and looking at something that's very far in the distance. And if you go on to Google, you can find an Earth curve calculator. And the Earth curve calculator will tell you how much of that observation that you're looking at should be hidden, depending on your eye height and how far.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't need to go out and buy a super expensive. But yeah, I'll throw something in the chat. I'll search that in the chat that you can look at.
Just like when you think of refraction when it comes to the laser in itself and Earth's atmosphere, like I'm just thinking about it. So in terms of refraction and your whole laser argument in itself, like obviously the air bends the light, right? And there's like etc. like pressure changes, temperature changes, etc.
Sure.
And it could lead to the laser being like in a way curved in some sense. Like
Which way?
especially if it's led to go to longer distances. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, what
So
way would it bend? It would bend to the what?
no, because of the atmospheric refraction in itself, because there's air there, and the presence of air in itself, which everybody can agree exists, refraction would exist as well. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand the claim.
Yeah.
So refraction, the laser would have
Yeah.
to bend down
Yes.
below the curve of the Earth. There are 0 examples of lasers bending down in atmosphere. 0.
Maybe I misheard you, but I thought you said they bend as well. Maybe I misheard you, my bad.
You can, and light can bend, yes, but
Yes.
lasers, if they
No,
do
the
bend,
laser. Yeah.
they bend upwards, not downwards.
Because also, if you think of lasers in itself and you're sort of letting it go to a distance, they widen. As you increase the distance, it widens, right? So
Right,
that
and
makes it a little bit harder to point out what the center of it is as well. Do you get what I'm saying?
yeah, they make this
Which
thing.
is
It's
what,
called a collimator. It goes
yeah.
on the laser and it keeps the beam tight over many
Yes.
layers. So the laser doesn't cone out, like you said. It stays
Mm-hmm.
very.
So you're
Yeah,
telling me in terms of the researches that you have, like the refraction of the light in the laser does not happen at all, is what you're saying.
it doesn't happen at all. There's just no evidence.
Okay.
There's no evidence of. There really isn't any evidence of terrestrial refraction at all.
Okay. I'm very interested in just looking into the papers, but
I'll find something, but yeah, lasers.
cool.
There's have many examples of lasers bending up into the
Okay.
air, but there are
Yes.
0 of lasers bending down.
Down. Okay.
Because usually a laser or a light is going to bend to the more dense medium, meaning like if you have colder air above you and warmer air below you, or
Mm-hmm.
warmer water below the laser and colder air above the laser, that's what's going to cause it to deviate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll go grab that.
Just 1 sec. So even with the whole like, okay, sorry guys, I'm not just walked in, but even with the whole air topic and the cooler versus warmer air, right? And I don't mean to go into that area of things, but do you not think research for some of these papers can definitely be biased in terms of picking like certain timings or days that they do the research in? Like for example, when 1 sec, sorry, oh my god, my mom. okay, fun fact. There's like fireworks near me, and my mom really wants to see them. But like, apart from that, in terms of like, wait, what was I about to say? Literally, just completely forgot my train of thought. I mean, yeah. So when warmer air sort of sits above like the cooler air, the light will bend downward and vice versa. So do you not think the research has to do with like sort of nitpicking on days or instances where that is meant to happen scientifically? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it would be really smart to pick a day that would be in your benefit. Sure.
Yeah, which
But
is what
no,
I'm saying. Like, in terms of the researchers that you are referring to, like, if there valid claims of like, again, like, I'm not saying they're not valid. I'm just trying to ask if there's valid claims of it, or if there's valid proof of the fact that the weather there wasn't something that would inevitably help them get the
it's
way
not.
they want with the research. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what you
In
just
terms of
said
the
is
light bending.
laser lights. There's no evidence of lasers bending down. It would have to follow the curve of the Earth. The laser itself would have to follow the curve in orders of, let's say, 300 feet of deviation. At like, let's say, you put the laser 12 inches above the water, and you can
Mm-hmm.
hit the 20 miles away at 12 inches above the water. That laser would have to curve with the Earth like 287 feet, I think, in 20 miles.
The laser doesn't bend, but light is a part of the laser, and the light does bend. So,
Light can bend, but
yes,
there's no evidence of it bending down laser light.
but light is a part of laser. Do you get what I'm saying? Wait one sec.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And there's also, we have an orthographic view of the laser where you can see it from the side. Try to find that one too.
Sorry, I wasn't. What did you just say?
Never mind. It's okay. I sent those two I sent two
You
laser
know,
tests
I'm
in the chat.
sorry. I'm just like I have people around me. That's why I need to get you.
I sent two laser tests for you in the chat though.
Okay, okay. Thank you. I will read them very soon.
I'll send another one.
Cool. Thank you. Wait, I was speaking. Who was I speaking to this whole time? Just so I don't get the name wrong.
Me, Alpha Omega.
Yeah, I got Bruno, right?
No,
Oh
I'm
wait, Alpha
Alpha.
Omega. My bad. My bad. I do have to. Okay, just because I wanted to address you, like I do have to go right now. But I
That's
will
fine.
definitely copy those links onto my Word doc and read them. It was nice having a conversation with you, and I wish you all have a really nice day. Okay.
Yep, come back anytime. You can come back and talk about whatever you need. Questions.
Of course, of course. Have a nice night, guys. Thank you for the discussion, Alpha. Okay, bye.
Yep, you too. Bye bye. Yeah, Boogie, I didn't want to really use any big terms or whatnot with her that she might not understand. I'm sure she Googled flat Earth laser test. You know what pops up right away. So she didn't mention refusal until.
No, you
I
did good,
showed.
man.
Yeah, I didn't know if she would have understood a lot of that stuff, so that's why I wanted to throw some kind of visual in there so she could see it.
I was busy fixing some food, man. But I was listening. You did good, man. Kept it casual, kept it calm.
Yeah, thanks, man.
She seemed to be reasonably present and, you know,
Mhm.
honest.
Yeah, she wasn't very combative. She listened, and I think when she was talking, I don't think she could hear me because she kind of went off there for a little bit. I was like trying to get her attention, but she couldn't hear me.
Yep.
Like she
Not
was
a
trying
bad
to explain.
conversation all around.
Yeah, she was trying to explain refraction. I didn't want her to just, go on a 5 minute, trying to tell me what refraction was. I just let her know I understood what she was saying.
Yeah, you could tell she just searched it out real quick.
That's what everyone does.
Yeah, naturally.
You know how she said, "Well, you're picking days that would work in your favor." I mean, I guarantee she didn't come up with that on her.
Yeah, that's why I started to type up what I typed to her in the sides, just to point out that this isn't a weird one-off measurement or observation. It's consistent. Big difference.
Exactly. It's not like somebody just stumbled on one laser test. It's every laser test. I'm gonna go visit Lats.
Hey, everybody. What's up, y'all? So, funny story today. I've decided that from now on, whenever somebody gives me news about the globe, I'm going to ask them, how do they know that? Like random people out in public or my coworkers or whatever. I'm not even going to flat smack them. I'm just going to be like, how did they know that? Start putting doubt in their mind. Like today, like I've had weird allergies for the last couple of days. I've been sneezing a lot. And I asked one of my coworkers, it's like, what do you think it is? And she goes, well, there was that event recently where the Earth's core stopped spinning and now it's spinning again. And I'm like, really? How did they know that? And she goes, oh, they probably have some scientists sitting there watching it all the time. I'm like, how do you know that? And down the rabbit hole we went. Oh, told her, I was like, it's funny how they'll say in the news, scientists have discovered yada, yada, yada. And then they don't even name the scientists, right? But people spend their whole lives attributing their, everything they do to science, right? They devote their life to it. So when they make a discovery that is profound, they want to be recognized for it. This whole like, oh, I don't want to be famous and blah, blah, blah. No, that's BS, man. These guys want to be rock stars, dude. In the science world, they want recognition. They want their name to be associated with something for eternity. Tell me I'm wrong. You invent something, you change the course of history because of something you found. You want your name attached to that.
Definitely, man. That's I mean, there's different things that motivate different people, but that's a big motivation for a lot, I would say.
Yeah, no, they like imagine being told because you created something that was beneficial to society, you are forever funded for the rest of your life on any research you want to do, right? Or, like any research within reason. And that's what they live for, man.
You know, which one would think that would be a tall order, right? When we live in a day when everything's already supposedly known. But the problem is, whatever people want to add has to fit within the parameters that everyone's already subscribed to. Because if they're not careful, they'll make themselves infamous instead of famous.
Yeah, I can't think of anybody in the world that's not working to attain a position where they have financial freedom for the rest of their life and they can do whatever they want. They'll take different paths to get there, but the end result's the same. Everybody wants to have financial freedom and live their life in peace. Bro, the 20 Cubs walks by someplace in an airport, and there's a sign that says, "With the Audi Quattro, the Earth is flat."
It's kind of weird.
Not really. I mean, you look at Wheel of Fortune; they had that puzzle. The Earth looks pretty flat to me. On what was it? Family Feud. What would you do if your date on the first date started talking about flat Earth? The number one answer would be agree with them.
Yeah, I was just trying to think of the just the thought of a vehicle straightening out the Earth, and I was trying to think of any reference of that. You know, what would that even mean? And I just thought of the old Dukes of Hazzard theme song. They were flattening the hills and straightening the curves.
Well, overall, I mean, I think they're just letting it all, they're putting it right in your face to see if people are going to react to it. Because honestly, it would probably be cooler if instead of having aliens from another planet, they were just interdimensional beings and we all lived here on Earth just in different frequencies. That would sound so much cooler than aliens from another planet.
Yeah, a lot more plausible too.
Purely speculation, by the way. Purely speculation.
But like I said, it's at least plausible speculation.
One thing people bring up refraction as a reason why we see too far, why lasers bend around the curve. They say, what, you don't think light bends? And that's the crux of it right there. They show you light bending downward in a sugar water tank. And then they say, because light bends, we know it also must be bending around the ball. But they never proved the ball to begin with. So how do they know it's bending around the ball? And so, it's one of the things, if I ever get one-on-ones with people and they bring up refraction, I'm like, that's great. I know light bends. That doesn't mean that's exactly what's going on in this observation. If it were, certain special conditions would be met, and then we could have a discussion about those conditions as well.
The sheepdog, you got to get Elijah to send you details on what he's using for his microphone.
He did, but I don't have $270.
So Mick Toon thinks he's got us here with going to debunk flat Earth by talking about the sun. Like, how high is the sun over the flat Earth? Well, you can't measure to a light. So, next question: what keeps the sun aloft? What keeps the solar system working in the heliocentric model? There's no answer for that one. What causes the sun's heat and light? Same thing in your heliocentric model. What causes it to move in circles? Well, what causes the Earth and the planets to move in circles? What causes the circles to increase and decrease in diameter annually? What causes the aphelion and the perihelion annually? Why does the sun's angular width remain nearly the same throughout the day? Probably because it's a celestial object and not a terrestrial object, therefore not subject to terrestrial rules. How do you compute the distance between points on the surface of Earth? Well, no one's really figured that out. They just sort of map the celestial sphere to the Earth. And what's the
That's
prediction for the
probably the
amount?
hardest thing. That's probably the hardest thing to do is to measure the surface of the Earth, especially like over the dirt, because you have all this up and down, and so you can't really just call a straight line on the dirt.
Well, measuring over oceans is even worse. There's absolutely no landmarks. What's the prediction for amount of bottom up obstruction over water? Solely dependent on camera height. The lower your camera, the less you see. The higher your camera, the more you see. It works like this. You're standing at 6-foot observer height and you can see clearly for a mile. And it stands to reason if you want to see 10 miles, and you need to lift yourself up also by a factor of 10. So now you need to be 60 feet up in the air to see clearly for 10 miles. But if I'm 1 centimeter off the ground, I ain't gonna see shit. William Hyde Wollaston noticed that back in the year 1800, where he was taking observations over water, and noticed that as he got closer and closer to the water, that the ships disappeared where there's no curvature.
I'm disappointed that she made that statement and left. Albanese, just curious what your position stance is. I've never talked to you before. Albanesa.
Good evening.
What's up, man?
What's going down? I think I came to an epiphany tonight.
What's that?
Right. I was just thinking about a lot of the objections that come up that aren't like factual objections. It's it'll be like tone policing your attitude, the way you talk about these things. It'll be psychological projection. And I think the epiphany I came to was the psychological projection part, where because people are flooded with feelings of intellectual inadequacy, they claim you are the one trying to make them feel stupid because it's them that feels stupid. Like they think they're stupid. The Glober.
Well, they can't help it. That's the
So
way
they
they were
accuse
trained.
you of trying to make them feel stupid because they themselves internally, they feel like, oh no, am I stupid? They're worried. And so they project.
Well, yeah, it's part of the cognitive dissonance. You know, they'll have a schism, right? and maybe something will start to make sense. And because it starts to make sense, they're like, no, I couldn't be fooled. These guys are fooled. You know,
Yeah, and
I'm not
then
the
they
stupid
go,
one.
"Oh, that's your goal. Your goal is to make me feel foolish." But really, it's their own fragility. At play. Like they're fragile. The only thing I could accuse them of, because I don't think people are stupid because they believe a globe. I really don't. But I think they think they're stupid,
Well,
and
if they
that's
ever
why
bring
they
that up,
start projecting on you.
yeah, if they ever bring that up, I'm like, why do you think that? You know, I let them shrink themselves. It was like I think, who did I hear? I think I heard T-Dub saying that, excuse me, what did he say? He said, I have to go back to the live stream now. I drew a brain fart, but I know it's along these lines. Basically, he's saying like, he said they were projecting. He said some other things. I forget what he said. God damn it. So reading.
Yeah, that's it. But what I'm getting at is that the epiphany to me is the internal monologue in them, is that they think they're dumb, and that's why
Oh,
they start lashing out.
the conspiracy theory. When they said, you're all just a bunch of conspiracy theorists, he's like, no, you have made that up in your mind because if this is wrong, then everybody's lying to you. And now you have this conspiracy theory mind and you're refusing to acknowledge the evidence because you're afraid that, just maybe you were fooled. And then now you're going to wonder who fooled you. Right? And it's not a matter of who fooled you.
Which that's it. Yeah, they're afraid. Like now they think, oh, that means I'm stupid. They're terrified of that, right?
Well, not only that, but the social stigmatism, once they figure out that the earth is flat, now they're going to be looked at by society as like, oh, the stupid flat earther, like he was doing to us 5 minutes before.
They get too close to the sun. They're like, oh, I know where this is going. I'm about to realize this and I don't want to. Yeah, exactly. Like I'd rather keep the social benefits.
I had a guy do that. He wasn't my friend. I said he was my friend earlier, but he wasn't my friend. He was a friend of mine. His friend that came out with us. It was me, two other guys, and a girl. And the girl had like an epiphany. She's like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you guys showed me this. This is amazing." And then the guy, he was like, "Man, I'm never talking about this ever again." And that was the last time I ever heard from him or heard about him or anything.
He probably knows he was about to make a conclusion, and he doesn't want that conclusion, so he ran away. Right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Anyway, I was just thinking about when people call you names and stuff and start being like, you're an idiot or whatever, lashing out. I think really it's them. They think that themselves are an idiot. That was the epiphany.
Yeah, I mean, they're resorting back to their time in third grade when the teacher, in their little mock history book that they were going through, or maybe it was fifth grade, and their teacher showed them a picture of a square, flat Earth with a ship falling off the edge and water also falling off the edge. And then
Yeah.
the teacher said, "This is what our ancestors used to think." And then everybody would giggle and laugh because of how silly it looked.
That's that social part. the social credit system.
Well, I mean that's what everybody resorts back to. Nobody was ever given any globe measurements, right? Like when they do gravitational equations in physics, which is funny, but whatever. You know, they think that they're invoking an R there. Oh, that R means that the Earth is a ball. That's how we know the Earth is a ball. How do you know the Earth is a ball? Just because that formula works doesn't mean that it's right.
Or just like little G works. Little G works. Doesn't mean all the stories about how it works are true.
Mathematics is like magic. You can make anything work.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I've been saying that for a couple of years now. Like math is just a language, and anybody can use any language to lie.
Like computer programming. You can write up any kind of program you want with it. Doesn't make it real.
Mm-hmm. The Millennium Falcon can go through the Beggar's Run in 10 parsecs or whatever, you know, like they can come up with math for anything. It doesn't make it real.
I think someone came up with the physics for how Superman works.
He turns time back in the first Superman movie.
Heck, somebody came up with the idea that if Superman jerked off, his sperm could fly and impregnate all the women on Earth.
I bet someone came up with that.
Yeah. You know, Superman would definitely have super semen.
That sounds like a Chuck Norris joke.
And people think woke is something that just came up recently. I've been hearing woke since 1990. They were coming up with neutral pronouns.
Yeah, in the 90s, yeah.
I was just saying, did you know that there was an America First movement in the early 1940s, late 1930s?
Man, I'm not surprised that they recycle stuff. I didn't know that.
Do you know who the lead spokespeople were?
No.
Give me a second. Amelia Earhart and Charles Lindbergh.
Yeah. Charles paid the ultimate price for believing America first and trying to keep America out of the war. He kidnapped his son and killed him.
Hmm.
That's why no one ever got caught. Funny how that is. A child goes missing and nobody knows anything.
That's such a mob thing to do, go after the family.
Well, the mob is just an undertone for other things anyway.
Yeah, mob is just a tool of the elites. The elites
I agree.
allow them to work. They get their cut.
I mean, yeah, people. Yeah, the mob's interesting. I mean, if you look at like the Italian mob, that's typically the mob that seems to be the ruling mob.
Well, it's
I
not
don't
just
live in
that.
like.
Look at the Freemasons. The Freemasons are a blood in, blood out type of thing. If you divulge any of the secrets, or if you go against the majority, you will pay the price with blood.
Yeah, that is one of
And
the oaths they make at a certain
they'll
level.
say that they don't do that, but that's at the
Well,
lower range. Like you
secret
gotta figure
society.
they have this is pure speculation, by the way. They have to have a system within a system to bring people up above the system because they control the system and then they make sure that there's a division between them and us. They know, you don't.
I would call that Mystery Babylon. That's
It's
how that all
more
works.
than that. Mystery Babylon is just drugs. That's all Mystery Babylon is. It's just drug use, but not the drugs that we think of like pharmaceuticals, like the old drugs where they mix snake oils with sperm and breast milk and other things like that. You'd have to go back to the
The kind of
classic
drugs
Greek.
that give you visions.
Yeah. Hallucinogenics, they probably take psilocybin once in a while just to get more clarity about what they're supposed to be doing.
I totally agree with you. Also, I think it's governmental too. But yes, drugs as well, for sure.
Well, they're above the government, and then they have puppets in place to control the government to keep everybody else in line.
Yeah, I mean, it's looked down upon if you
The
don't.
FBI literally has a program in place to prevent any kind of Messiah uprising in the United States. As soon as they catch a whiff that somebody could overthrow and redo everything that they have in place, they immediately infiltrate and divide that group.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've got the police. It's pretty unusual to not be a Mason and be a police officer, for instance.
Well, you don't have to be a Mason to be a police officer.
I've seen stats, and I haven't verified any of this, but I've seen stats that are like as high as like 80%. But I'm not a police officer, so I don't know how much pressure is
But you
actually
don't
put on them.
you don't have to be one to be one.
Mm-hmm. But it's exactly what would be encouraged to have this undertone of control on what appears to be a regular government. And I'm not calling for an uprising or anything. I'm not saying I believe in following the law and everything. It's just there's influences on all of it.
Well, the only way to understand it is to go through it, right? Yeah, once you realize Mystery Babylon is pharmakia, not pharmaceuticals, pharmakia, things start to make a little more sense.
I believe you there. There's a layer there. I do think it's a bigger play than just that, but definitely that in a big way. But the epiphany I came in with, like, I was just kind of thinking on, like, why does someone that you were having a normal conversation with otherwise?
Hello, guys.
Hey,
Hey, man. How are you?
what's going on, Kurdo?
Nothing, man.
What's up, man?
What
Your
about
English is
Hey,
you?
pretty good.
I got a quick question, man.
You say my English is very good?
Sounds pretty good so far.
No, man. My English is not good. My English is very bad.
Okay, well, we can
Hear
work
me?
on it.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, we can hear
We
you. Sorry, Sheepdog. What
Can
were you
okay.
gonna
you
We
ask?
hear me?
can hear learning
All right.
together.
No, I keep getting a phone call.
Hmm.
So yeah, you heard the other guy talking when you came in the room, right?
You talk with me?
Yeah, you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
when you
I.
came in the room, is that like a cultural thing where you just interrupt the room and immediately make yourself the center of attention?
You say what? I'm coming. This voice?
Well, you came in and interrupted somebody else talking so that you can make yourself the center of attention.
Bro, I don't understand you. Sorry, my English is not too good.
That's okay. Well, don't interrupt people when they're talking, especially when you come into a room
Now
for
I'm
the first
understand.
time.
You say if something here talking, I don't say yeah this.
Yes, have manners. Wait.
Yes. This is not the respect. Yes, yes. Sorry, man.
Right, right.
I'm sorry,
Anyway,
man.
go ahead. Go ahead with what you were saying, Rat.
Okay.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I've had so many moments that I got left. I was gonna show him some stuff, but where you're having a normal conversation with somebody and they're taking it just fine, and then like it'll be like next day, and it's the same person. You had a fine conversation with them the day before, and then all of a sudden they start insulting you. And I think it's that phenomenon I was just talking about where they think that you're calling them stupid or saying that you're smarter than them or something. And so they come back and attack you and start calling. That's why you suddenly hear insults. And it's like they turn on a dime. I'm sure you've had that experience in this community. Like you're talking with someone and it's going pretty normal. They're accepting what you're saying. And then all of a sudden they turn, right? That's the moment
Yes.
I'm talking about.
Great.
Sheepdog. Anyway, I think it's because they think they are dumb. And so they project. Anyway, whatever. That was the epiphany I had. Kurdo, are you driving or anything?
Do you want I tell you something about me?
You can tell me one fact about you.
What is this? Okay, I wanna look your screen. Yes, I'm looking.
All right. Do you see the title of this chat that we're in here?
Yes, wait. Welcome. You can also.
You know what this voice chat is about, right?
No, I don't know what is this.
Can you read it? It says 24/7 flat Earth.
Yeah, no, yes, I can read it with you. Yes.
Okay. So what are your thoughts on that? What do you believe about the world we live on?
I will think and then I say you what does this mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Nakin King Mountain testing the God as a premise with. Oh man, this is it's hard for me. My English is not so good. I'm sorry. I don't understand good.
Do you believe you live on a globe?
Ah, this is the music. Yes. I'm
The
not
Earth.
good. Yes. Ah.
You
Yes. No.
what? Do
Yes.
you believe you live on a globe?
Mm, I think no.
You think you do?
I think no.
You think no? Why don't you
Yes.
think so?
I have no idea. No idea. I have no idea.
Hmm.
Do you listen to me? I have no idea.
You have no idea why you think you live on a globe? Hmm.
I think this conversation might be a little bit too advanced for him.
Yeah. Maybe math.
Well,
Do you know
unless you have
geometry?
a simpler way of describing things, so it's going to be difficult for you.
Sometimes math is universal, So do you know what a radius is, Berto?
Yes, I hear you.
In math and geometry?
Mm, what is this? I don't understand. What is this?
Well, we're talking about whether we live on
Ah, I live in
I,
Germany, man.
no,
Hey,
not
real
where
quick,
you live.
let me help you out a little bit, Normal Rap. So something I've been noticing psychologically is, you know how in the beginning when you're a kid and you know the Earth is flat, but they tell you it's a ball, and then now you hold two different beliefs at the same time. People understand what a sphere is and what a radius is, but they can't apply it to the Earth because they can't actualize geometry with reality.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Right?
okay.
Like they even have a hard enough time understanding what a radius is for a soccer ball.
Ah, I know. I
Like,
understand. Now, hi. You say in which who the people live inter Earth. Yes. Ah.
Yeah.
just wanted
Yes,
to
I
give you a heads up
understand.
on
No,
that,
no,
Normal
I
Rap.
understand. No, I understand.
No, that's good insight. That's good insight. So a radius is from the middle of the circle here to the edge. That's a radius, right?
Right.
And what you're told is that that radius is 3,959 miles.
Yes.
So with that, you can get something called a sagitta at a hidden height. And I'll show you what that is. So if you're standing here
Yes.
on the ball, on the globe Earth,
Yes.
at 3.5 feet, you should have a sagitta that's 20 feet tall and a hidden height, 11 miles away, that's 53 feet high
Oh.
because of that radius value. We can calculate all this. And what you should be able to see is this sight line here. You see?
Yes, I see. Yes.
Well, that's a problem. Here's an observer at a 3.5 foot height, and he's looking at windmills, 6 of
Yes.
them, and the furthest one is 11.2 miles away. You can see it here, number 6, 11.2 miles away. And
Yes.
there's a problem because he can see the bottom of the windmill and he can see the horizon behind the windmill. And that's a problem because the horizon should be at 2.2 miles, but this
Ah.
is 11 miles. And it should be at 2.2.
Good. Yes, we learning this also in school.
Okay, and the sagitta between the observer and this object back here
Yes.
should be 20.9 feet. That's the size of a 2-story home. But we're seeing it ground level, and the hidden height behind that 2-story house should be the size of this delicate arch in Utah. That's how much should be covered. But we're seeing the full windmill. Do you see the problem here?
Yes, I'm seeing.
We're seeing the blue line, this red line, the red arc is missing
Yes.
because the earth is flat. You know what flat is? Like a
Yes,
blue
I know.
line?
Yes, I know. This is yes, I know.
Okay. Welcome to the flat earth, I guess. I've got 7 more of these, but
Wow.
thank you. We've also done laser tests if you're interested. One of the longest ones that a team has done was this one in the Netherlands, where they used this laser, and it's called a super accurate laser aiming device that they use, and it accurate within less than a micron, which is smaller than the width of a human hair. And here it is all set up, and they put the laser on top of it, and they aim 25 miles away. They're calibrating it here, and basically saw what you're seeing here on the left side, 25 miles away, which is a problem because the Sagitta 25 miles away should be 103 feet,
Oh, yes.
which means you should have to look over it, and they should have to be 300 feet in the sky to be able to see that laser, because there's an object the size of Christ the Redeemer in between them on the globe, shooting the laser from here, seeing it right here, with this object not blocking it. And they should have to be this high to see that laser, as
Yes.
high as the Statue of Liberty. But they're seeing it at ground level. Does that make sense?
Yes.
This is missing. So the globe, we lived on a globe Earth, this would be there. And it's not. So you've seen 2 tests now where.
And one correction, what is this, the blue?
The blue line is, that's the chord. It's essentially what we're seeing. We're seeing ground level. We're able to see the laser. That's the blue. You can, another example would be this peer-to-peer laser test. Here's that blue line, basically. They're firing this one over 9.5 miles, and that's the blue line, basically. 3 feet above it. And that should be blocked by a 15-foot sagitta. And you should have to get up 35 feet to be able to see this laser, but they're able to see it at ground level. And so the object in between them should be as big as a double-decker bus if the globe was true, but it's not there. This is another one. And then this is a sculpture 35 feet high, the Apennine Colossus. They should have to be get up this high to be able to see that laser. But they see it just fine because there's no bulge, because the Earth is flat. They also did a 6-inch height.
Wow.
And they were able to see it. So at that height, you'd have to get up 39 feet, even taller than the statue. But they saw it at ground level.
You finish?
Yeah, I mean, did you have anything to say?
No, I don't have question. You say everything my question. I think your presence is very very good, very nice.
Thank you.
I wanna give you 10 to 10. Honestly, be honest with you.
10 out of 10.
Yes,
Appreciate that.
because you speak slow and you ask my question and yes, I think you said everything. Yes, it's good, man. I want you very look good.
All right. Thank you for the praise.
Thank
This is another setup in Bear Lake, Utah. And this was done at 5 feet, 18 miles away, 18.8.
you.
This was a group. This was the same FE core team plus a guy named Taboo Conspiracy. They did this one over Bear Lake.
I have one question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need this for your school or for what? When I ask, when it's no problem.
I don't need this. I just like doing it. I enjoy this. This is for pleasure.
You like so something this like this?
Yes.
I like also something like this. Yes, I like also.
This one's interesting because it's over almost 19 miles, and the Sagittas should be 59 feet tall, which is the size of George Washington's face on Mount Rushmore. And that bulge is missing. You can see the laser coming right across the lake. And you can see the reflection, and reflection is a problem because.
I have one question.
Yeah.
What is underground? It's water. Underground is water.
Yes.
Water.
So this is being taken over like this laser is shooting over this lake. You can see by this camera. So it's water.
Yes.
5 foot over the water, we're seeing it at ground level. But that should be possible. You should have to go up 173 feet up here, which is as tall as this structure. You have to go all the way up here to see that. But they're seeing it here.
Yeah.
Because there's a problem with the globe. The globe doesn't work when you do the math and you measure what we're standing on. There is no globe. Everywhere we go, there's 0 feet of hidden height, 0 feet of sagitta.
I have also one question. Also every moves, but you don't feel it, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're told the Earth is moving. It's spinning 1,000 miles an hour. It's also traveling through the solar system and through the galaxy at like compounding millions of miles an hour. And it even accelerates. It goes on a elliptical orbit around the sun. So at certain times of the year, it's accelerating. So none of this is detectable.
Yes.
All anyone feels is a still, flat Earth.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's a good question. Are we moving? No, there's no detection of that.
Uh, how much Earth is there?
That's a good question. Nobody knows. I don't claim to know.
Do you also know?
How wide is the Earth? All I know is that it's flat. Whenever we measure it, it's flat. Means we're not on a globe. We're not. Also, there is no space. Space travel is not real.
No, I say how much Earth is there?
How much Earth is there? What is your
Yes.
question?
Yes, this is my question. How
I don't
much
know.
Earth is there? I don't know. But I think we need to go the next Earth because next 5 years, next 10 years, we have a lot people. Yes, that's right.
Oh, population? I don't know. I'm not even sure the population numbers are true.
Ah,
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what he's saying. Are you talking about a different planet or a different
you don't understand my
planet?
question? My question?
Yeah.
No, I said how much Earth we have there because the people love or every people love only one Earth. This Earth we live. I say we have also next Earth. Yes. Why we don't live there?
Why don't we leave the Earth?
Yes. Why we don't got? Why we not go the next Earth? Why we don't live there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're asking why we have not left the Earth, it's because it's not possible. There is no space travel. There's no way to leave this Earth. Nobody's been to the moon either.
I think because there is no oxygen. Yes. Right.
Um. Well,
Yes.
so this story is that there's a vacuum, but that can't be true because if there was a vacuum, it would suck all the air pressure. We have air pressure, 14 psi on average. So if that was next to a vacuum, there would be no air pressure.
Okay.
So there's no space. I forgot what your question was. And if you're next to a vacuum and you're trying to travel in a vacuum with a rocket, you're not going to get anywhere because we can prove with evidence that rockets can't function in a vacuum.
Okay.
And we can also prove with evidence that a pressurized system can't exist next to a vacuum. Otherwise, it'll be depressurized immediately. So we would have no air pressure. You wouldn't be able to breathe. So none of that is true.
We're told that the lights in the sky, the stars, the planets, we're told they are other physical bodies that we can travel to, but that is not the case. They're just luminaries. They're only lights. No, I think he dipped out. But
Okay.
yeah,
That was
good on
difficult.
yeah, good on you, Rat, for openly taking that one. Knowing that was going to be a tough one, but you did good, bud.
Thought I'd give him the benefit of the doubt and just go through the slides and see if he picks up what I'm putting down.
Yeah, I think he understood it well enough to be uncomfortable by the end.
He was just here trying to learn English and he got
Yeah,
smacked.
yeah.
That probably happens a lot in here.
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, luckily, there's, you know, they're usually pretty chill. There's this language barrier. You have to try to work through it, but
It humbles them,
they're
doesn't
not.
it?
Yeah. Well, they're not coming in here stoked, ready to argue, or they're not coming in here, trying to be arrogant or anything like that. So
Mm.
that's why you can usually have good conversations. With people that have slightly better English than that, you can have really good conversations.
Hmm.
As opposed to the debate bros in the politics channel.
Yeah, where their whole modus operandi is to be contentious and use rhetorical techniques instead of just being open like a person trying to learn English would be.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna take a bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, same. I'm gonna step away for a couple minutes.
So did you like that Einstein blouse, Boogie, that I sent you? His one and only patent. I thought it was good. He loves fashion.
Yo, Boogie, you see what I said, bro? Yo, like, this is ridiculous.
Let me see.
Like,
Pretty interesting. I'll have to look into it. I wonder how they claim this was powered.
yeah.
Anybody here? No, wait. I don't believe he is.
What's up, bud?
What's up, bro?
What's up, Bill?
Hey, D-Town, check out what I found though. So, supposedly China made a star, and it was 100 million degrees, bro.
Yeah, they used, what was it, 552 ton
Yeah, the problem with that is that's
electromagnet?
not possible because they have nothing to contain it in. It would just melt it.
Well, yeah, it's crazy. I saw that thing too. It's crazy.
100 million.
Yeah, they're crazy,
Guys,
dude.
look,
Tell you what.
I made 100 million degree star. How did I do it? I don't know, man. But like, it just magically like was held together.
How does one
Yeah.
measure 100 million degrees?
They don't, dude. That's like let me see how hot the sun is supposedly compared to this. Bro, it says the sun's 27 million, bro. So they made a star that was 4 times hotter than the sun. Are we dead ass?
Sounds like a super smart idea.
Yeah, the core of the sun, it says it's 27 million, and somehow they made a star in a capsule that's 100 million. Makes sense.
Weird kids. But I saw you saying something about the 33 in the chat. Everybody's being so scared of their numbers. They use them because they're powerful numbers. They're good numbers. I mean, things are lining up. My numerology is I can't even explain my numerology right now without completely fucking doxing myself. Because it involves like at my literal address and addresses. But dude, my numerology right now in my life
Dude,
is
I think
working
we
all
got him. This is like for
is
sure
out of
the
bounds.
ultimate argument against globe earthers, bro. Like, what are they gonna say against this? If the globe actually exists, then how did they make a star that's 4 times hotter than our actual sun?
I mean, isn't there a leap saying that it's a star?
I mean, it's pretty
Yeah,
interesting
they said
if they're doing what they
they made
claim, but
a star for 18 minutes and it was 100 million degrees.
Yo, what do
I
they
don't see,
mean by a
That's what
star?
China's saying. China's saying this.
yeah, I don't see the relevancy to the ground.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, if this is believable in the same way that the globe Earth is believable.
Yeah, I'm confused. What do you mean?
Just like the physics of it, it doesn't add up at all.
Oh yeah, well technically, if well actually, holy shit, bro! If technically they made a star, wouldn't it have like a fucking shitload of gravity and would have destroyed the Earth?
Yeah, yeah, literally, it would have a bunch of gravity, one, and number two, it would be so hot, whatever it's inside of it would have melted it. So, I mean, like, there's nothing we have that can. That's why we can't fly by the sun. There's nothing we have that can support this, like this heat. It'll just melt.
Yeah. So
These are legitimate scientists. They're claiming they made a 100 million degree star, which is like 4 times hotter than our actual sun. That's like 4 times hotter than the core of the sun. Like, bro, they're just making claims at this point.
well, yeah. First off, their claim is that it was a star. Like they didn't even fucking know what a star is made of. So this broad jump calling it a star. They did something. Maybe they created something that put out 100 million degrees of heat. But like you said, like, do we have things that can withstand that? Because wouldn't that have
No,
just
we,
like
we really
evaporated
don't.
everything?
Not, especially not 18 minutes. Imagine if here, let me give an example here. Imagine if NASA, quote unquote, flew a rocket next to the sun. It would just it would get obliterated, right? Let
Well,
alone something that's
how far up
4
how
times
far up
the
was
heat
it?
of the sun, bro.
How far up was it? They say it's for 18 minutes. How high was it?
This was on the Earth, bro. This was like on the ground.
Yeah, on the ground.
Yeah, like look up a China star. There's a little pop up, bro. I even put a link for it in the side chat.
The whole thing's kind of silly, really. I mean, all that can be done is, you know, you're comparing it to other claims that have never been substantiated. Like, oh, it's hotter
Yeah,
than the
I'm
core of
using
the
this as proof
sun.
that globers are idiots.
Well, yeah, but there's plenty of that out there. But yeah, it's just,
Yeah, like
I mean, I don't know what we can do with the information really, as far as the argument is concerned.
So they're saying
I'm
that
saying,
it's a 3.5 ton donut shaped device filled with plasma at more than 100 million degrees Celsius. So that's more than 100 million degrees Fahrenheit. Shit.
yeah, that's
More
why I
than
said
6 times
Celsius.
temperature of the sun's core. Hulking silver structure capable of withstanding enormous heat and pressure, long as it hit in a plasma under extreme conditions. Trying to
There's
do
nothing that
nuclear
they have.
fusion.
Even it's like even if it's silver, this is impossible. So
Sustaining, they said, ignition is followed by a sudden dying challenge, sustaining an incredible level of heat, at least 150 million degrees Celsius, and pressure needed to keep the reaction going. Back in 2022, it said they achieved addition for
all
the
right,
first time.
so this is why I'm saying they're actual retards for saying. So the most heat resistant material we have on the planet only goes to 7,232 degrees Fahrenheit. So explain to me how they held 100 million degrees.
And a silver donut shaped device. You know what? You know what I bet they did.
Nothing, because it's all fake.
You know what I bet they did in a way is my thought. I bet that silver thing they're able to heat it. I don't know how they read the heat. I guess thermal imaging. I guess that would be the way to do it because any kind of mechanical instrument, like you said, would be fried. But what if
No,
inside this silver? What if inside this silver
you're out
tube
of
with the reaction going,
town,
they
bro.
had some kind of electromagnetic push to like the center so that
No,
the
bro.
actual
No,
wasn't touching the
there's no
sides of the container.
material we own on the
Well,
planet that can resist this amount of heat.
well, that's what I'm saying, bro. Listen
It
to what I'm
would it
saying.
would
What if they
fucking
have
if it was this hot, it would fucking cause the earth to catch on fire, man. Like what the fuck are you talking about?
just listen to me for a second, bro. Think of what like you know the candy cowtails? You ever seen those? Or any kind of candy with like a circle on the outside and like a dot in the middle?
Bro.
Like a rope candy. Just
Okay,
follow my logic. Just
D-Town.
follow my thinking
D-Town.
for a second. Just follow my thinking for a second,
Oh
please.
my
I mean,
fucking
because well, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm just saying, please try to follow what I'm saying is a possibility.
Go on, bro.
If they because the plasma puts off electromagnetic heat, right? Electromagnetic energy, which creates the heat. If they have some way within that donut shaped tube to use an opposing electromagnetic force to push that heat,
Oh
the
my
plasma they're heating, to the middle of the tube without it touching the tube and containing the energy and heating it within like a kind of core in the middle,
Oh,
then it wouldn't be touching the container, and
okay.
therefore could it actually heat the container? That's just
Okay,
a
all jokes
possibility of a way they could
aside,
do it.
okay. Let's give you an idea of how hot they're claiming this is. Our sun's core is 27 million degrees. They're claiming this is like 4 times hotter than our sun's core. You know what would happen if the Earth was right next to the sun? We'd be fucking dead, bro. We would be dead, okay? And they're claiming this thing is 4 times hotter than our sun's core. What's your rebuttal to this?
What I'm saying is that if they're in a donut shaped tube, it's the it's going to be like a like a tube shape. It's going to be like a round tube. Is what
Okay,
they
what's
made
this
a
have to
donut
do with
shaped tube.
the actual
And
degrees
so,
of the
well,
material?
what I'm saying is that the heat that's coming off of the plasma is an electromagnetic heat.
It doesn't matter, bro. It's the degrees of the heat why this
Yeah,
is
but
wrong.
if they have a way in a donut-shaped tube to push electromagnetic energy back at the plasma
Well,
to contain it so that it's not touching the container, then those heat forces won't be coming out to the container, and they can keep it contained with some space in between the superheated plasma and the
hey,
tube
hey, bro,
without the
how
heat
about this?
hitting the tube and melting it, and then that heat would be contained in and of itself and not be
Okay,
radiating outward,
so
which would
you're
destroy
speaking
things.
in hypotheticals, bro.
Yeah, well, that's
One,
what I'm asking. I read the
okay,
article. They
yeah,
don't tell
okay,
you
this is
how.
like the same idea as the Dyson sphere, right? We don't have one of those. We're talking like let's talk on like reality here, bro. There's nothing we have that can resist this amount of heat.
There is. Look at when a bomb explodes. In the very center of the explosion, it gets super hot for a fraction of
Well, I'm
time,
gonna
right?
tell you right now that the fucking center of that bomb does not get to 100 million degrees Celsius, brother.
Sure, but it gets hotter than any container that we have that can contain,
Okay,
right?
okay, how hot does this bomb get, please?
Pardon?
How hot is this like bomb or whatever nuke, whatever you want to say? How hot is it getting, bro?
Let me search one sec.
This is gonna be very funny.
And I don't know. I'm just speculating. That's just a thought that came to me because of the opposing electromagnetic forces that they can create. I'm looking stuff up right now on the possibility of just redirecting heat using um, electromagnetic force to see.
Dude,
But I'm totally
I want the
speculating. I'm just
science
thinking.
behind this, bro. Like
Spitballing.
this is
Yeah, me too. That would
it's
be
not
awesome.
possible. I want to see some cited evidence here, bro. And if not, then I don't know what to tell you, man. It's a bunch of fooey.
It says 100 million degrees.
Yeah, no, a nuke. What are we talking about? A nuke, or what are we talking about? The star.
Yeah, nuclear weapons fireball during peak energy output.
Yeah, no.
Why not?
Yeah, I don't know where you're getting this from, bro. Like, where are you gonna cite this or?
Sure, it's from the National Library of Medicine. One sec. Should I just send it in this side chat here?
Yeah, let's see this. So now we're making the claim that the nuke is 100 million degrees, and again, I'd like to point out that our sun's core is only 27 million degrees.
It
So,
says the nuke itself isn't a sustained, prolonged 100 million degrees, but as its hottest peak of energy output is 100 million degrees.
well, so what's that? Like 1 second or what?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, so the problem with this is they're claiming they held this for 18 minutes. So, whatever it's inside of it would have melted it. So,
Right.
Yeah, I just posted 2 screenshots from Google in the side chat. One says plasma shielding. Strong magnetic fields can theoretically deflect high temperature ionized gas plasma by exerting Lorentz forces on moving charged particles, preventing them from touching a surface. And photon controlled magnetic fields can influence thermal photons, the atomic vibrations that carry heat through solid materials, offer microscopic control over thermal conductivity. So what I'm saying, I heard that sounds possible, especially in a donut shaped container like that where they can surround it with electromagnetic field and blast that plasma and keep it contained in a circle and then use like a thermal imaging to actually
okay,
read the heat signature.
let's ground ourselves on reality here. There is no solid material object that can hold this amount of heat. It is physically impossible.
Yeah, that's why I said what I said just now, dude.
Right, but
Yeah, it wouldn't be
what
touching the container.
it's not touching the container, right? But
Yeah.
the area around it is still 100 million degrees, right? So
No,
it's
it's not. That's the point.
The area around it is
okay.
not
So
that
what
temperature.
if you'd like to pull up the actual every single statistic you can find on this, and then maybe I'll believe you.
Yeah, Doc, maybe it's worth investigating, right? So if they have a little
Yeah,
pellet
it's
size,
a good idea to investigate what you're saying, right?
what I'm saying is,
I mean, I read the
let's
article. It didn't
look
have
at
much
it,
in
right?
there.
If they have a pellet-sized object, and only at the core of it, like like a radius of a a millimeter or half a millimeter or whatever is at that temperature in question, well, the rest of it surrounding it drops off probably significantly from whatever they're saying, 100 million, down to, let's say, maybe even a million, whatever. 99% decrease in, over a distance of a centimeter, right? If they have an object, if they have a container that's 10 feet wide or in diameter, whatever, that temperature drop off from the center out to 10 feet away is probably something that they're going to say that they can contain, maybe 100 degrees or something. I don't know, right? It's just the center is what they're saying is that hot. Now,
Yeah, no, you might want to look up how
we-
big this star was, bro. They're claiming how big it is.
how big are they saying it is?
It's like 21 meters, bro.
21
It
meters
was
in diameter.
it
Yeah,
was contained in a
like that's,
vacuum.
Oh shit!
come on, man. Come on,
Okay,
man. 21 meters. Come on now. Come on.
that's a big boy. I missed that part. How big was the facility? Are they saying they had this hosted in?
So it's a superconductor measures 21 meters. Let's see here. 6 times hotter than the core of the actual sun. Interesting.
It was contained in a
Yeah, I heard
vacuum.
that part. Okay, so they got a facility that's however big it is. 21 meters of it is occupied by the star. The hottest part is what size at the center of this 21 meter thing. And how big is the container that's holding it? Does it
So
say
this is
anything
the
about the
size of the
actual
container. They
temperature
don't
of the?
actually tell you how large this star is, it says.
I thought you just said it was 21 meters.
No, that's the size of the container.
Oh shit! Oh, there you go. Okay.
The
Yeah. So
actual
for all we
star
know, this
itself
little
was
star thing.
contained in a vacuum. It
Yeah.
had nowhere to radiate the heat to. Plasma was suspended in a vacuum. There was no contact to other physical things.
I thought there was something that was read about, the photon carrying or the thermal carrying photons were being, controlled or something.
Well, yeah, it was in a vacuum.
Yeah, but don't photons travel through vacuums?
Sure, right, but it was a
Yes,
plasma.
yes, they do.
There you go. So the photons being emitted from the center theoretically could propel outwards to make contact with the sides of the container. But it was said something about the magnetic fields hoisting this thing or suspending
Yes,
this thing
that's right.
was responsible for mitigating that by, whatever. I mean, look, I'm not denying that
It
sounds
literally
crazy.
says it literally says later on in the article, scientists devised a system using ultra strong magnetic fields to replicate the kind of heat and pressure observed in the sun's core. This involves a machine called a tokamak, which heats up plasma inside a magnetic field contained in a donut-shaped reactor and gets hot enough to fuse. By replicating the physics that govern the sun, it turns out, which is extremely hard, part of why magnetic confinement fusion has stymied researchers for years. Using magnetic fields to contain plasma is like using rubber bands to confine jelly. We don't really have a great physics model for how plasma behaves, but now we have AI, which can control plasmas and tokamaks way faster than a human operator could. And as a result, we've seen records for confinement times for plasma broken again and again. Now they're trying to use inertial confinement involving using lasers to heat a small pellet of fuel extremely quickly in order to ignite, a fusion reaction. But yeah, so it literally says that's exactly what they did is they contained it in a magnetic field inside the donut.
That's right,
There you
yes.
go. There you go. So the question is, how big was the actual thing that was 100 million degrees Celsius? Right? If it was like half a millimeter in diameter, where the hottest part was, right? Then what was the drop off as you go outwards from the center? Does it lose 99% of its heat, of its temperature, 1 millimeter away or 2 millimeters away from the center of this object? No wonder it's not melting everything, right? Just worth considering.
Not only that, it was in a vacuum with the magnetic. Yeah.
Yeah, we got that part.
Has a radius of 3.6 meters.
So the whole object was 3.6 meters, or the hottest part.
The million-degree plasma core had a radius of 3.6 meters.
Really? Wow.
I just found
Okay.
it. It says it was 6 feet. I looked it up.
6 feet. Okay.
It's
2
even smaller
meters.
then.
Okay.
It has 1.85 meters by 1.5 feet inner thickness by outer radius. So they're saying it's 6 feet.
Does it say anything about how hot it was? 2 feet away, 3 feet away, 1 meter away from the center? 3 meters from the center? Like, does it give you that gradual drop off?
It does not say that.
Okay.
It does tell you the size of the actual radius of it, though, which was what was it, 6 feet and 1.5 feet or something like that.
So it sounds like there's at least what, 5 to 10 meters of a gap between the edge of this hottest part and the walls.
I could tell you, right? The core or the center was 100 million degrees. The edge of it was 100,000 degrees. And then at the first wall of the reactor, it was cooled to 300 degrees Celsius. And then
There
the
we go. Okay.
superconducting magnets were
How did they
maintained
cool
at
something from
0
100,000 degrees to 300 degrees?
because it's in a vacuum.
Okay, so because it's in a vacuum, that makes it less hot.
It's in a vacuum and it's got the magnets which give the heat nowhere to go.
Okay, do me a favor, man. Let me know what's the closest we ever made it to the sun, man. Because even if it's 100,000 degrees, right? It's still gonna melt the material.
The sun's not.
Like
Yeah, but that's non sequitur, dude. We're talking about this
the most
supposed experiment, right? They're saying now. I'm not defending them, right? I'm just trying to be, clear and honest
exactly,
about
yeah.
what's being presented, right? They're saying that at the outer extremities of this setup, which comes in contact with the walls, that it's down to 300 degrees. How? I don't fucking know. They say they use magnets to help kind of control the temperature and cool it off or whatever. All right.
The magnets were maintained at near absolute 0.
Yeah, I don't care, bro.
So,
Like, there's nothing they
Anwar,
could
could you
do
please
to make
get me
something that's 100,000 degrees
MQ-N1?
less hot.
But no one's saying that. No one's saying that it's less hot than 100,000 degrees. What they're saying is that
Yeah,
they've
he
been
said
able to
it.
manipulate.
Said
What they're
the
saying is
outer
they've
part
been
of
able
it
to
was 100.
manipulate. Yeah, dude, I got that. What I'm saying is they're saying they've been able to manipulate the setup so that 100,000 degree surface, like to a touch, right, decreases so drastically as you get X distance away from that surface that would be 100,000 degrees. They're saying it's manageable, right? No one's disputing 100,000 degrees is 100,000 degrees. But it does sound like a very large claim to say, oh, from whatever 6 feet away or 6 meters away, it drops off 99.999% in temperature. That's a bold claim, man. I'll
Exactly,
grant you.
that's what I'm saying.
I'll grant you that, man. Yeah, it's very grandiose.
But they're not just
Kind of
dumping the
ridiculous.
heat into the walls, right? It's a loop. It's a circle.
Dude, it doesn't matter because
And it's maintained at near 0. Sorry,
the most
near
heat
0
resistant
heat.
material we have only goes to 7,200 degrees Fahrenheit, bro.
Right, but it's in a closed system.
Let alone 100,000, bro. 100,000? Like, come on, man.
It's in a
100,000
closed
degrees Celsius.
system where it's near zero.
I mean, come on now, man. There's no way you believe it.
What do you mean? Why don't you? Can you not understand how it would work?
Yeah, I really don't because it's too small of an area to really lose that much heat.
But it's a loop. It's not a small area. It's a loop
It's a 21-meter loop. That's what it is.
at minus 279 or whatever the near zero is.
Cool. So tell me, how are they making something that's 100,000 degrees, 300 degrees? Explain to me.
How are they making something that's 330 degrees?
How are they
I
making
said
it?
it
How
already.
are they,
It's electromagnetic energy from the plasma, and they're using an opposing electromagnetic force to control that electromagnetic and magnetic energy and spin it in a loop and deflect it enough that it does not melt the outer container. It never touches it, and the magnetic forces are being looped so that they don't burn the outer container with that heat. They're containing the plasma with electromagnetic force. No container is touching it. It's an electromagnetic force. They're just opposing it and pushing it around, manipulating it. It's never touching the wall. It's never touching the wall.
so how are they doing this with just magnets?
Dude, do you have any idea how fucking crazy magnets are? You can take a roll
Well,
of
I know you
wire
cannot
and
manipulate
spin.
magnets.
You can take
So
just a simple roll of copper wire and reverse a magnetic force inside of that wire, and you create free electricity.
okay, we're talking about temperature though.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that magnets are bonkers, dude. Well, especially electromagnetic forces get out of bounds. It's crazy. That's why I guessed, dude. I guessed what they did. I had no idea. I've not researched this. I just know what I've been learning about electromagnetic forces. Other than that, this was a complete fucking guess, just based on the shape of what they were doing. I just guessed, and
So
this is exactly what they
if
did.
that's what they're saying they're doing, it's still not possible because magnets do not dissipate temperature.
It's not the magnet that's dissipating the temperature.
So what is dissipating the temperature?
The magnet's keeping it in a loop, which is pushing it around the loop, which is dissipating the
Okay,
temperature
it's in a loop. What does the loop have anything to do with the temperature?
because it's going round and round until it cools down.
Oh, because it's going around and around, and it just works that way.
Why wouldn't it?
Because that's nonsense. Like what you're saying is it's just
Why?
like some. Now explain to me, like, give me a legitimate logical explanation for how this works.
Already did.
Okay, you saying something and not having anything to back up your claim doesn't prove anything.
Well, why would you say it's false then?
I'm saying it's false because this is unheard of.
Do you have anything to back that up?
Yeah,
You've
because
heard of it
magnets
now.
are not used to dissipate temperature, bro. There's nothing that magnets are used for that. What causes magnetic
Check it
energy?
out.
Magnets. Magnets are not used for dissipating temperature.
I
So
mean, they've already proven that they can take a laser and manipulate the frequency of a laser to make cold light. I mean, they can manipulate
okay,
light and
that's a laser,
electromagnetic
right?
forces to
That's
create
not magnet.
a cold light.
You can't like take a different thing and be like, well, it works the same way as this thing. That's not how that works.
This is an electromagnetic universe, dude. Plasma puts off electromagnetic energy.
That still
It's not just like a
doesn't
heat,
mean
it's
that
an
they can dissipate
electromagnetic
temperature
force, and it
by.
creates the heat. And they're taking these magnets that they've cooled down to near zero, and they're putting off
Just cite the
apparently a much
information and
cooler
then I'll maybe believe
electromagnetic
you.
energy and wrapping it around in a loop until it loses enough temperature that it's not burning the outside. They've been working on this. They even have pictures in the article since like
Okay,
2017 at
cite
least.
cite the information, like everything they have. Cite it.
You posted the article.
Yeah, and I'm saying cite the information that says that they can dissipate temperature using magnets.
I mean, it,
Let's see
I
the
don't know
model. Like,
anything
how does this
past.
work?
I don't know anything past the article, dude. Like I'm reading the article. I looked up what I looked up.
So you're
I
just
don't have like
believing
they
what
didn't
they're
put the
telling you then.
diagrams. Well, no, I'm saying that literally I guessed what they were doing based on what I know you can do with electromagnetic forces. I didn't even know anything about this. My whole
So
first start of this
even
thing
if
was
you
a
have
complete guess,
electromagnetic
and it was
forces,
right.
you cannot dissipate temperature. This is impossible.
They
I just
just
sent you
did.
one. I just sent you the citation.
Well, I'll pull up some scientific information here just to disprove you guys.
I don't see how you can disprove something which is, I mean, researched and displayed. And
Hey, dude, can you actually cite something in that article you posted? It's a reference, not a citation.
this is the whole overview of. I mean, he wanted
Yeah, I got that. I got that part. But you said, here's your citation. That's not a citation. It's a reference. Citation is an explicit section, sentence, or paragraph or whatever in your reference.
Oh no, I don't. That was just what I was reading.
Okay. So there's no one paragraph or whatever
Sure.
that you were reading in that supports what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because that would be a citation. That would be helpful to help, scope into the thing at hand.
Just give me a second. I've found some intriguing stuff here.
So how you fellas doing tonight?
Dude, get this shit. Look at the fucking diagram. That's hilarious. That's great. No way.
I'm back in a sec.
Dude, it's like flat on the bottom with a dome shape, and they're creating a magnetic toroidal field to contain the energy. That's hilarious.
Well, there you have it. I cited my evidence there. So good luck. if you want to check out that stuff. You know. Yo, 20 cups.
Yeah, dude.
Yo, you see this guy, bro? He doesn't want to give up, bro. It's actually funny.
Yo, how you doing, guys?
We talking about juice?
Yo, Gas, is that supposed to be you, bro?
How you doing, guys?
Dude.
Pretty good, man.
Very
What's the
good.
topic? What are you talking about?
Goth, you want to fill him in?
Well, bro,
So China says that they made 100 million degree star.
100 million degrees of stars.
Yeah, and then this guy, he's trying to say that what's he trying to say? Magnetic field does not remove heat. It's a geometric barrier, whatever the fuck that means. And I just asked him to cite it. So, I mean, good luck with that, bro. I think you're just making claims at this point. Yeah, like he's making claims because it's in a vacuum or some shit.
Oh, I got it.
Because it's in a vacuum, therefore it can just redirect the heat, guys.
I got it, bro.
Yo, look what he said. Look what he cited it. He said physics, bro. Yep, he's officially given up, bro. I cited my stuff. He hasn't cited shit.
For real? For real, man? Really nice, bro. Yeah, bro.
I mean, yeah, man, you're just gonna have to duke it out with him.
Dude, I think he's just officially given up. Like he just said, I told him to cite it, and he just said.
I mean, to be fair, how do you pronounce your name? Juice or Guess or whatever. Earlier you kind of demonstrated you don't know what a citation is. So
The dude didn't even know the layout of the experiment he was talking about. He didn't know the materials it was used or how it was working. And
Yeah, we
he's
just
asking me for
discussed
a
the fact there's no
citation. I do
material
think the
that
reference
can
is
resist
probably better
over
reading from, so you
7,200
can
degrees
actually know
Fahrenheit.
what he's talking about.
did you read what you referred to, or what you referenced?
It was red. That was why I sent it. Yeah.
You read it? Okay. So could you find one piece in that that backs up what you're saying?
I think given
One
the
sentence, right, or
amount of
something?
pardon,
Like one sentence or a few sentences, a paragraph. Something
given
concise,
what
right?
he has asked about this, like cite this, cite that, tell me about this, tell me about that. He doesn't really seem to know anything. It seems I could cite a million things
Oh,
about
I've
it,
cited my evidence. I don't know
but
where yours is
you've
at.
not cited anything actually. In fact, you've just shown a fundamental lack of knowledge of what you're talking about, right?
I mean,
So I think
actually,
that the
Jude.
reference is better reading than citations.
Well,
But
hang
anyway,
on,
I'm going to go
Jude.
to sleep.
Well, okay. Well, before you go, take this with you, man. You said he didn't cite anything, but he did.
Right, I
So it's like,
cited it.
yeah. You don't have to say. You have nothing to say to that. The citation: "Magnetic fields do not transport thermal energy away." By Callan H.B. Thermodynamics: An Introduction to Thermostatistics, Wiley, 1985. Do you have something that counteracts that? Is this guy wrong?
No, he's right.
Okay, so he's right. Magnetic fields do not transport thermal energy away.
He's right. The whole
Your
experiment was
claim,
just a sham. The whole thing was just fake.
but your claim,
I was
right?
wrong.
Your
I was wrong.
stance
He's right.
relies on your stance relies on thermal energy actually doing exactly what this thing says it can't, or that it doesn't. So either this guy's wrong,
No, I'm wrong.
right?
He's right. He's right.
Well, is he? Okay, well then you can see it. All right.
I can see
It's
he's
your
right.
call. Okay, well, game over. All right.
GG's, guys.
Well, all right. Well, good job. Sure.
So his reference is problems because um, the actual details of the mechanism that they're using to the exact mechanism they're using to divert the heat off of the plasma to the toroidal fields created by these supercooled rare earth barium copper magnets that they use what they call a plasma containment device. Is tokamaks here. It cites another paper that was done in 2020 on Google Scholar. When I hit it, it says that it basically, I don't know what it's, I've never seen it before. I don't do this much. It said that it's processing too many requests, wouldn't let me load the Google Scholar. But basically, they're creating this plasma and they divert the heat from the plasma, and they call it an H discharge or an L discharge based on the mode they have the plasma running in, because apparently you have to switch it between H and L mode. Um, and they divert the heat using the electromagnetic force to these toroidal fields created by these supercooled electromagnets. And that sits there and cycles the heat around in a toroidal field, cooling it to the point where it doesn't um, hit the walls of it doesn't
Yeah,
put off enough
that's
heat to the walls of
the
the
problem.
container to reach about 300 Celsius. That's what they're saying inside this paper. I just can't get the correct mechanism because the link to it from what he gave me is in Google Scholar and it won't load. But they show how they direct the heat from the plasma in a stream to these 18 toroidal magnets around a what is very much a looks like one of those freaking those weird blobs from like a Roblox game. They look like a water balloon that's half filled and sat on the ground. It's like a squishy, flat bottom with like a round top. It's crazy looking. I'm gonna post it here. It's hilarious that they're using toroidal fields and using this. This is the this is the this is their the model of the device, and those blue things. Yeah, I believe are the electromagnets creating the toroidal fields, right? Isn't that fucking hilarious, dude? Like that's the shape it's got to be in, right? And they're using toroidal fields that contain the plasma. Cracks me up. But yeah, so they redirect the heat from the plasma in streams. They can't do it just a straight outward at all. So I mean, what you're thinking is makes sense because that doesn't make sense for that heat to be coming off all at one space. They can't. They have to redirect the heat in streams to the toroidal fields of the electromagnets, and then they have to process them. But they have to actually use electromagnetic forces to direct the heat exhausts from the plasma in order to maintain the heat so it doesn't get past the electromagnetic forces and to the walls of the container at too high of a heat to burn the container. So it's a crazy device. But I think that shape is too funny, bro. Come on, that shape, dude. You already know. That's fucking hilarious.
So let me ask you a question, D-Town. Do you actually believe this is true or no?
True. True. I mean, they're citing all this stuff. I think it's possible with what I've been learning about magnetic forces and controlling them and stuff. I think this is very, very, very possible to do. So we live in an electromagnetic thing right now. I'm standing outside on the grass with my bare feet, and if I hold a, you know, what do they call it, a voltimeter in my hand, and I was wearing shoes and I plugged one into the ground, one in my hand, I get no electromagnetic force, no current. But if I take my shoes off and stand on bare feet, it reads a current running through me. And so I have an I'm literally, a pass through for an electromagnetic field. This place is an electromagnetic place, man. There's great force in that. What is it? 10 to 36 times greater than the force of gravity is the force of electromagnetics. I'm telling you, dude. Powerful stuff.
Yo, D-Town, I'm gonna send a graph here, and then I'll explain exactly what it's about, like a diagram. So I made this diagram, and I want you to explain how this is logically possible.
I'm trying to go back and see what you posted. Where's yours, man? Oh, it's above the orangutan. Okay, okay. Yeah, man, but it's what kind of thermal energy?
So explain this. This is from the globe model here. So explain how does this work?
Sorry, do you think I'm a Glover or something, dude? What is this? So the ground to the Earth's poles, 0 miles per hour, but it's moving at ++ miles per hour at the equator. What is the point of this, bro?
How is the pole moving at 0 miles per hour? Explain.
Well, we don't live on a globe, so why would you think I would think this?
Yeah, no, this is disproving the globe.
Well, yeah, I know, but why? Like, you don't need to disprove the globe to me, dude. That's how I started at Flat Earth, is disproving the globe.
No, this is more or less for guess over here.
Okay. Well, what I was saying is like the source you said that said electromagnetic fields cannot dissipate thermal energy, but there's different types of thermal energy. There's solar thermal. I'm reading this. I looked it up because I needed to know. Main source of thermal energy, solar thermal, heat captured directly from the sun's rays, which would be that electromagnetic energy like plasma puts off. Geothermal, natural heat stored deep inside the earth. Combustion, heat created by burning fuels like gas, coal, or wood. Ways thermal energy moves, heat transfers, conduction, heat moves through direct touch between solid objects, convection, heat moves through the flowing movement of liquids or gases, or in this case with the plasma radiation, heat travels through empty space using light waves, the electromagnetic light waves. So I mean, it's that the quote you had earlier, I don't think it's complete, is what I'm saying, because it said it can't stop thermal
So here's my
energy. Like
question.
electromagnetics
Can
can't
you
stop thermal energy, but what
please
thermal
show
energy?
me something that says that it can convert or move the thermal energy of that electromagnetic, you know, like can you
Well,
find anything saying that
here's what I'm
that
saying.
can happen?
They're rotate. What they're doing is they're forcing the electromagnetic energy of the plasma, which is electromagnetic waves, and they're
If you
diverting
go
it
ahead
into these
and
toroidal
if you go
fields,
down
and the
the
toroidal
citation
fields
right below
cycle.
that.
But the toroidal, I mean, I'm just let me finish explaining what I'm saying real quick. Is that the toroidal fields? It's a cycle. It goes in. It's like a donut itself, and it cycles out. It cycles in a big circle. You
So
know, like ours does here on Earth. It goes down to
so
the center at the
I
north
actually
and tucks in and
already accounted
rolls.
for that.
And yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is the source of the magnet that's creating the toroidal fields are heated to, or heated, they're cooled down to near absolute zero. So as that electromagnetic thermal energy from the plasma is coming out, it's getting shot into the toroidal field, which is pulling it down over a super cooled area, and it cycles that. It's circling it in that vacuum and in the toroidal field, and it's cooling it enough to keep it from hitting get outside of the container with enough energy that it's only 300 degrees. So they're super cooling the magnet that the toroidal field is on top
Yeah,
of being
Toby,
created
bro,
by.
you're funny.
So they're just passing the thermal energy over a super cooled magnet. But it's never touching the magnet because the magnet is creating the toroidal field. So the thermal energy never gets to the magnet. It never touches the magnet. It's going right over top of it. It never touches the magnet. But
So D-Town.
the air around the magnet is cooled. The field is creating is cooled. And so it's super cooling it in like a circle, like a donut circle by the toroidal fields. So
Okay,
that it's
D-Town,
just sitting
D-Town.
there.
Read the citation right below that.
Yeah, which one? Which one?
The one right below the one you just read. So they're right above each other. Magnetic fields do not transport thermal energy away. Callan H.B. Thermodynamics, an Introduction to Thermodynamics, Wiley, 1985.
Missed something? Maybe the way I'm saying it is wrong. I'm trying to read the paper here again. But like I said, that irritates me so much that the inside of his reference, the reference to the mechanism is fucking won't load. So maybe I'm misunderstanding a part of it because I can't see the mechanism that the magnet itself isn't actually creating the cooling. It's just looping the plasma field long enough for it to dissipate. Because like you said, at the core, it's 100 million degrees Celsius, but by the outer edge of that 6 feet, it was already down to 100,000. So it only needs to dissipate that much heat. And so it's just looping it in that field so that it's dissipating enough that inside of that extra room, and they had to use 18 toroidal magnets to do it to even make that happen. But it just directed and dissipated the heat enough that it got down to 300 degrees. That's what they're saying they did. I wish I could access the mechanism better, but that's what they're saying they did. And so, yeah, if it can dissipate from 100 million to 100,000 in 6 feet, I think it's pretty plausible to say that the toroidal field can spin it around in that vacuum long enough for it to dissipate enough to not heat the outer shield. Apparently, they've been working on this for a long time. And again, the reference is your excuse me, not your reference, your citation.
So,
It is a
D-Town,
citation. Your
I want
citation
to point
is
out
older, and
flaw with
the
what you're saying.
tokamaks came around in like 2017. So the tokamaks, the thing they're using came about 10 years after this citation. So I mean, a lot can change in our knowledge of electromagnetic stuff in 10 years, bro. And if it was like a new thing, like
I want
after
to point
this,
out
I
one
would say
flaw
something
with your
different, but that could
argument.
have changed.
So one of the flaws with your arguments is so you know how you said it dissipates from 100 million to whatever? It doesn't. That's just the heat of the actual outer radius of it.
But doesn't that come from the center outwards? Like from the center of the plasma outwards?
What do you mean?
I mean, does if the center of this field is 100 million Celsius and it's moving outwards from the center and it's 100,000 degrees at the edge, does that not mean that is losing that much over that space from the center to the edge? That's a dissipation. There's a loss. So after that, if it's 100,000 degrees at the edge, and then they start redirecting it
Well,
from there to
let's
the
talk
toroidal
about
magnets and cooling
let's
it,
talk about the
then
sun,
that
for
makes
instance, right?
sense.
That's just the actual temperature, right? Because let's talk about our sun, right? The core of the sun is 27 million, and if you want to look up and tell me how much the outer radius of the sun is, it's about 1 million. So by that same logic, you know,
It's like 830,000 miles away, but yeah, but I know, but the sun is they say it is fucking doesn't exist, so they don't even know all that dumb shit.
that's what I'm saying. Like by that logic, then that's just the outer, like the actual heat of the outer radius.
What do you mean by the sun?
Yeah, like the fake, you know, whatever you want to call it, the China sun.
Yeah, but this is an experiment done here, like, on Earth where they can measure everything. That's something we can't do is measure the sun, the whole distance, everything, heat, blah, 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 they wanna talk about is total horseshit anyway. But here, this is a measurable experiment, like, here on Earth, and from the center to the outside, it's going from
So
100,000,000 to
explain me,
100,000.
how are they measuring 100 million degrees?
That they did not cite in the article that I saw. I saw the one tokamak picture they had there, and it was like this weird looking like canoe thing on the wall that they were, you know, in the donut shape and showing the energy going, the plasma going through it. It looked really weird. I've never seen anything like that before. It looked pretty cool. But but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they're measuring that. Like I said,
Have you seen
they could use
have you
thermal
seen,
imaging, I guess. I don't know.
let me ask you something. Have you ever seen Space Cadets 2006?
It's a movie from back.
Essentially tricked them into thinking that they actually went to space.
Am I here? Can you hear me? Okay, yeah, yeah. I disconnected there. I used asked if I had seen Space Cadets back in 2006, and I said I know I have not, but I was trying to ask which one that is, and you just explained it's the
I'll
one where
send
they
you
trick people.
a video.
He tricked this.
A
Yeah,
very
you just said it. Reminded me. You said this the movie where they tricked people and think they're going into space. Yeah, I know. Why are you telling me about that though?
I was asking if you've seen anything on it.
And I've seen like what people have said about it and posted a couple clips and stuff like that and pictures, but like I've never spent my time watching that movie. No. I mean, it's
Oh, it's not
100%
a movie.
believable that they could
It's
do
like
that.
a show.
Yeah, I know.
It's a show where
Like a
they
reality
fight
show.
someone.
They have like 2 plants in it or whatever, and they know what's going on, but nobody else does, but they actually think they went to space and shit, and they reveal it at the end. They, like, fuck some people up. They were like, "What the fuck?" And even, like, the astronauts say they can't tell the difference between simulation and going up there type shit. So, yeah, that's, I'm 100%, believe that people are that gullible. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, but what you think of this the diagram I made though? Like it took me a second to look this stuff up, but I mean it was like the easiest debunk ever, like for the globe.
My favorite ones are the fact that the constellations have never changed. That's the one that really ticked my logic off. I was like, "That's fucking bullshit. What the hell? Why did I not even think of that?" And then, probably my second favorite is right now in the middle of our summer here in the East Coast US, It is, we are supposedly in the globe model 3 million miles farther away from the sun than we are in winter. And their explanation is the Earth is tilted at a 3% difference in distance, tilted towards the sun's thermal energy directly, which is hilarious. And then in winter, we're 3 million miles closer to the sun. So that's not how it works. Stuff like that. None of this shit makes sense. See too far, everything's measured flat. Even spheres come off of a fucking XYZ axis. That's the only way you can make one. The planar 3D axis. So well, none of the fucking globe model makes sense. None of it. It's all fucking stupid. Not a bit. I wouldn't say I believed it for a long time. It's just what I was taught and I never thought about it. The last time I saw anything about flat Earth before this year was like 10 years ago on Reddit. They had this, whatever, I'm just gonna say, it's not my thing, but 10 years ago on Reddit, they had this subreddit called Space Dicks, and it was just realistic pictures of penises all over space. And the last image I remember of flat Earth was the whole disc in space with a bubble on it with a penis going through the Earth. That's the last time I saw flat Earth at all. And then I heard about it during the NBA playoffs when Kyrie Irving thing happened. Never looked into it. Didn't think it was thought it was silly, and didn't look into it until this year. And then boom, there I am. I did my first flat Earth observation like 30 years ago. We used to use a telescope to zoom in on thunderstorms, and sometimes the thunderstorms were the bottoms of the clouds were below the horizon because they were so far away. And we could zoom in on them. We got a telescope so we could zoom in on them. We also had great stars out there because there's no light pollution. We were like 15 minutes from anything possible with considered civilization. So we got that for the stars, but we also started using it to look at the thunderstorms. You could zoom in on them and see all kinds of awesome lightning, even though they're really far away. And you could see ball lightning, and you could also see the bottoms of the clouds come into view when they were invisible before. And I was like, whoa, that's cool. And never thought about it until Flat Earth came along. And I was like, well, damn it, I already did this 30 years ago. So, you know, it was a lot about my stuff in my life when I saw all these different creatures and stuff I'd seen. The plane flight seeing too far. Flat out of Vegas, dry ass day, and you can see for forever, all the way out into the desert out there and shit. A billion ocean sunsets and a billion times looking at those Polaris pictures with all the stars going in arcs, not circles, but in arcs. Stuff like that. Ooh, Al, you want to see something cool? Yeah, check this one out. This is a video I found the other day on Twitter, and I saw this video like 20 years ago, and it's from a shuttle mission in 1996. And I'll post that. That's just I've downloaded the video so I can have it because X post keeps getting taken down. But that's a screenshot from the thing. So it's 1996 NASA shuttle mission STS-80, UV and IR video from the same mission, and that electromagnetic tether they're using there is 12 miles long, and all these guys are going behind it and around it and stuff like that. You know what's interesting about that video? Look at that video. Look at these quote unquote UFOs, and then tell me that those don't look like stars when you zoom in on them with a camera. Because that's exactly what they fucking look like. Exactly. I've been looking at this video everywhere, and it just popped up on me. I didn't even I couldn't find it in searches for the life of me because I saw it 20 years ago in like Newgrounds or something like that. E-Bombs World. And just popped up. Second video down in my feed the other day. I mean, those look just like stars when you zoom in on them. Even shows at the end like them moving time lapse arcs. But they're in infrared. You can't see them with a normal camera. This is infrared imaging. Okay.
Why is everyone silent?
Yeah, the end of that video, he's all goes off on UFOs and shows some UFO footage and talks about it being ultraviolet, but the initial 3/4 of that video is all the IR video from that shuttle mission, and this to me speculation, but to me those look like the stars when you zoom in on them with all those videos we see. Exactly what those look like, even the little notches in the little discs and stuff like that. And then you see the ray tracing and they're moving in all these just move like deliberate arcs, kind of like the stars do when you do the time lapse photography on them. So pretty cool video. I was glad to find it because I hadn't seen it in 20 years.
Hello. Listen.
Yeah, I'm headed over to the politics server. Love you guys. Oh man, you should definitely keep looking at this electromagnetic stuff. It's my jam right now, and it's a lot of fun talking to Get Baguette and Yoder and stuff like that. It's fucking cool. I'll talk to you.
Hello.
Hmm?
Hello. Yeah, Abdullah.
Hey, hello, how are you?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Whatever do you, brother?
Wait, pardon?
Where from?
I'm from Yemen.
Yeah, man. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
went to
It's a good,
Yemen.
good.
Yeah, where you from?
Uh, I'm from, yes, where can I from?
Where? Where you from?
Can I guess it? Can I guess it?
Can you what?
Can you guess? Can you guess it?
Oh, guess. From Pakistan.
Why? Why say I'm from Pakistan?
Yeah, but because your accent, you have Pakistani accent.
Is this a Pakistani accent?
Yeah, man.
Oh my. No, I'm not from Pakistan.
Oh, Indian.
Hey, brother, what did you say? I'm from India. But how is it possible? Indian people don't like to talk like me. Don't like me. They use the different pronouns and different voice. It's not an Indian voice.
Okay, all right. So where you from then?
I'm from Bangladesh.
Oh, okay. That was my next guess. I was just about to say Bangladesh.
Okay. So Indian accent is totally different. It's not Indian accent. Have you ever
Yeah.
talked to Indian guy? Have you ever talked with the Indian guy?
Oh, I can't really tell the difference. Indian accent, yeah, Bangladesh, yeah, I can't tell, man.
Yeah, Indian accent is totally different, but I'm not talking like the Indian. It's my boys. My boys is like the another country and other my own voice. It's our it's Bangladeshi accent. Okay.
Okay, anyways, hey Lily, what's going on, Lily? How you doing, Lily? Lily, say something, Lily.
Hey Mosa, what do you do? Are you a student?
Yo, Yega, what's going on,
Hey
dude?
Mosa, I'm asking
Yega
you something.
Bruno. Yo, is anybody else going to talk in the BC or no?
Hey,
Yeah,
hey Musa, listen. Okay, can you hear me?
yeah.
Okay. So I got a question. Okay, but a student?
yeah. Okay, bro. Yeah, why are you asking me personal
I said
questions? Why are you
I
asking
got a
where I'm
question
from?
that are you a student or not?
FLX, what's going on, dude? Yo, FLX, man.
Yo, guys, hello.
How you doing, man?
Doing good, doing good. What about you guys?
I'm alright. I like the profile picture. What is that
Thank
from
you.
Bleach?
Yes, sir. Thank you. This is Kyurako.
All right. So yeah. So what happened to that? Yeah, because like I heard like the author he got sick, and then what happened was like yeah they had to stop making like the TV show for a little bit, and then well when he got better like he started making it again, but I think he rushed it.
No, the show like last week they have released the last part of the season 2. There is the
Okay.
first
Yeah. But
episode. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But I remember they had a break or something because like the author he got sick maybe.
I don't know to be honest about that, but like, but I know they have released the last part. You know. Do you watch the episode?
Oh, it's been a long time.
Oh, so
Yeah.
where the last
Okay. Okay. So last week, yeah, the last episode just came out.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I have to start watching it. Yeah, so how many episodes they have? Like 200, 300, 500?
Where did you stop? Like,
Bro, I don't remember. Yeah, like Ichigo, like, uh, yeah, well, yeah, he was fighting. Yeah, yeah.
like
Do you
he's
remember, like,
in.
yeah,
Yeah.
he had to go fight number 6, and then he had to fight number 5,
Oh,
and then number 3,
you are
right?
in commando. Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I see.
yeah.
So you, yeah, I don't know, but that I think in 200. I don't know to be honest about that, but you know, the second part it's so good. You should watch it because it's explaining the many things in the show. You know,
Okay.
but yeah, you should watch it. It's good. It's good. So now let's move on to the most important thing. Is the Earth flat or no?
Oh, well, bro, how am I supposed to know?
I don't know. You are in the room, in this room. I think you.
Yeah, yeah. Same thing with you. Like, you're in this room too.
Yeah, but I thought you are like answering the people they are joining this room or something. But you are asking like me. So yeah, who is? So like there is another anyone here he can explain to us or something like this or because
Hey,
you
can
know in the
anybody
in the in
explain?
the in the room in the above like ask Christian there is people they answer your question you know like that but here there is no one.
Yeah, but nobody would answer questions about Christianity. You go in there, and then they start talking to you about Islam, and then they ask you questions about Islam.
Yeah. You go there.
Yeah, yeah. You know it. Yeah, you know.
What the fuck? He asked about Islam. What the fuck? I'm here to ask you. Why you asking me?
Okay, all right. Yeah, let me ask you. Like, well, why is the Earth a ball?
So, in Islam, what the oh my god.
Okay, all right. So why do you believe that the Earth is a ball?
Well, do you think it's the ball or flat? So, before we start.
Bro, well, yeah. To be honest, like I do believe it's a globe. Yeah.
Also me, because you know there is I have make conversation with my friends about that, and one of them he believe it's flat, and you know it's a lot of talking about it. Where are you from, by the way?
I'm from Yemen.
No way.
Yeah.
I'm from Saudi.
Oh, حيا وسهلا.
هلا بالشيخ. Your accent is good, to be honest.
Oh, thanks, man. No, you
والله
can't
ما
tell,
شاء
eh?
الله. Yeah, I thought you are from like I don't know Europe or somewhere like this.
Well, the thing is, I do live in Canada, right? But yes, ethnicity, yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's good. So you
Uh,
moved to Canada like when you was a kid or what?
yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Okay. Anyways, you have a friend. Yeah, he's a flat earther.
Yeah, and you know يعني يجيب لك مثلا الدلائل وزي كذا من القرآن يعني زي كذا يعني وما يؤمن يعني يقول لك هذه نظرية you know
Yeah, but the thing is, we also have evidence from the Quran that the Earth is round. بيكور النهار على الليل والليل عن النهار. So it's the way they translate it is like God wraps the night around the day and the day around the night. So that's proof it's round, right?
yeah. So like I have مشكلة ما راح أقدر أقول المصطلحات دي بالإنجليزي بس المهم إن جبت له ذيك المرة شيء حشرت له فيه قلت له كيف الستلايت او الاقمار الصناعيه تشتغل عندكم في الارض المسطحه؟ قال يرسلونها في الفضاء وتصير كذا ثابته فوق. قلت له كيف احنا في الكرويه قاعد تدور حول الارض انت في المسطح كيف تطلع فوق تقعد ثابته فوق كيف تقعد ثابته؟ يعني تنزل المفروض فيها تضيع بسبب الجاذبيه. قال والله ما عندي اي دليل. كان هذه الضربه اللي انهت شو اسمه ذا حقه.
Okay.
What do you think about it?
Okay, so basically it's an عقيدة issue.
Not in the عقيدة but you know يعني هزمته بالدليل هذا يعني. وايضا also اللي هو سالفة الخسوف والكسوف. انا قلت له نقدر العلماء يقدرون يتنبؤون يعني بعد مشيت لا متى يجي الخسوف والكسوف وزي كذا. قلت له انت عندك كيف تشتغل في الارض المسطحة؟ قال ان هذه مخلوقات اسمها الخناس والمدري ايش موجوده في القران يعني. يقول هذه المخلوقات يعني وتجي تسوي الخسوف والكسوف. يا رجل وش حتى في القران الظاهر منها ما هي كذا ولا. فيعني صراحه صداع لما تقعد تسولف معهم عن الموضوع.
Yeah.
فانا بس لما دخلت الروم هذا ابغى اعرف I just want to know like the other people's like the people they are not Muslims why do they think about it like flat? Because you know in the Muslim people okay I know they say that because like of something about from the Quran and Hadith something like this but not people not Muslim people. Why would they say that, you know? So I want to know their point of view.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they have one server. Yeah,
Okay.
one server in here. One VC in here, and then they have another VC and another server. But like, it's not active right now.
Okay.
What's happening, guys?
Hello. What's up?
Yeah, maybe this guy's a flat earther.
What?
Correct. We're all
Hey,
flat earthers. We're all flat earthers.
Okay.
We want to know about that. Like, can you just explain to us because we want to know about that, you know?
Yeah, sure. Well, when you hear the term flat Earth,
Okay.
what are you picturing in your head?
Like, I know some pictures they are send it like in the internet like flat Earth, and they have around it like ice, and this is the wall of I don't know, but you know, is it like that?
Yeah. So the mainstream depict it as like a disk Earth flying through space, right?
Okay.
You think that's what people are talking about?
I don't know if you can share to us like screen. You can do that.
No. See, this is why people get confused because it's not a position of seeing the Earth from outside of Earth. That does not exist, right? That view is not achievable by any human being. That God's eye view. So all you've been shown is art, media, CGI.
Okay, how
right?
could we know the real footage or real how can I say that?
You can only do you know what empiricism is? Do you know what empirical evidence is?
No.
It's evidence that can be derived, obtained through the senses, right? The physical and natural world, measurement and observation, right? So flat Earth is not a disk Earth in space flying around or not flying around.
Okay.
It's a measurement of the surface that we live on, right? And that measurement has no curvature, right? The surface, specifically large bodies of water, because the earth, the ground, obviously has topography, so hills and valleys. That's not flat. But the water, large bodies of water at rest, by their physical nature, seek a horizontal level surface. And they've been used. Water is used as horizontal datum, a reference, and has been for all human history, right? So it's the physical nature of water dictates that the Earth's surface is majority horizontal level, and then all the land is sticking up out of it. Now, what that means for what the Earth is in totality, its size, its shape, what it looks like if you could leave it, unknown. Nobody knows that. But it's not that big spinning ball that the United States government and a handful of other governments have propagandized the world into believing through cartoons and videos. It's not that, because the lakes don't curve, the oceans don't curve. You understand?
All right. Yeah. Yeah. You know.
So that's it.
So, what is your evidence or your proof thing like to prove it? Like, how do you know that it's flat? From where?
Well, you can go out and do things like long distance observations, laser tests over large bodies of water. The first thing you need to do is understand the globe. Do you think you understand the globe?
No.
Okay, well, how could you hope to disprove it if you don't understand it?
The globe.
The globe.
The globe. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I know.
You know, or you think you know?
You mean, what do you mean by globe? Like,
Well, what do you mean by globe when you say globe Earth? What does that mean?
um, it's like,
You think the Earth's a big
how?
ball?
No, the whole thing, like the whole Earth, like that.
Yeah, the whole Earth is a big ball. That's what you think, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And do you understand that? Do you understand that in some detail?
Like how?
Right, what size is it claimed to be?
Well, they measure it. I don't know
No,
about
they don't measure it.
specific.
No one measures it. But what size do they claim that it is? See, this is what I mean.
The,
You ask, how do you know what the Earth isn't a globe? You need to know these details to know what you're trying to prove or disprove. Not knowing what they claim the globe is in detail means you're just believing a vague story about the ground being some kind of spinning ball. So
all
what
right.
size is the so what size is the spinning ball claimed to be?
Okay, let me Google it. Let's see what the scientists they say about it.
Please.
Okay, they say here it's 1.08 trillion kilometer, cubic kilometer.
What's the radius? What's the circumference? Those are the useful ones.
You know, if you Google it, you can find this
Yeah, I
information.
already
Like
know it.
what
Dude.
the science.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
already know
So
it. This is an
so
exercise for you. This is
I
for
have a
you to understand.
question, but
Well, hold on. Your question
okay.
was, how do you know that the Earth is not a globe? I am teaching you how to understand that the Earth is not a globe. And in order to do that, you need to learn about the globe. Don't resist that. Learn about it. What radius do they claim? What circumference do they claim of this ball? Because we're going to start using geometry. We're going to start saying, okay, if it's this big, that necessitates a curvature of this much over this distance. Is that measurable? Does that exist in reality? If it does, fine. The Earth's that ball. If it doesn't exist in reality, how could it be that ball? You understand?
Yes, yes.
So figure that out. What's the radius? What's the circumference?
Um, they wrote because you know my English is not that good, but the radius, you mean the okay, let me translate it because you know.
The radius would be from the center of this imaginary ball to the surface.
Yeah.
Yeah. So somehow they've got people believing that they've measured down from the center of this giant ball to where you're standing.
Hmm.
And of course, you've never heard of anyone who's ever measured that. You wouldn't even be able to conceive of how someone could measure that. But that's what they're telling people. So what's that supposed to be?
I don't know.
Right. Well, that would be worthwhile for you to find out if you think you believe it, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so let me know when you find out. Or I'll just tell you to save
Yeah,
time.
yeah,
So
yeah. That's good.
they claim that it's about 3,959 miles in radius. So from where we're standing down to the center of this imaginary ball, 3,959 miles, just under 4,000 miles. Yeah?
Okay.
Do you believe that?
I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah.
Nothing of
Well,
nothing of
good.
that. It's important for me. Like
You've never heard that? They never taught you that in school?
yeah, they say that. They say that a lot of that. But my
You don't
question
remember?
is like I have a question like if you have an answer for that question, okay, I will really think about the flat Earth and anything else. Okay, do you believe in gravity in flat Earth?
Define gravity.
Like yeah, the gravity, like the thing coming down. You know the gravity, right?
Well, no. Well, this is where you need to be specific because
Mm,
gravity can mean different things to different people. Okay?
all right.
So if when you say gravity, you just mean when you drop a pen, it falls. Is that what you mean?
Okay, let me be specific for you.
Please.
Okay. The gravity is because my English is bad. You can be
Oh, that's
patient.
okay. Your English is good. Your English is good.
Thank you, appreciate that. It's the power that move the things to uh to each other. This is the gravity, but the gravity of
The
Earth.
power that
This
moves the things to each other. Is that what you said?
yeah, but the gravity of Earth, it's uh it's making us. Oh my God, what the fuck?
Yeah,
You
see,
know,
when you
you know.
think about this, when you actually start thinking about it, you start to realize, oh my God, this is all bullshit.
No, it's not bullshit. It makes
Yeah, yeah,
sense, to be
yeah.
honest,
No,
because
no. When we start picking it apart, you're going to realize this is all nonsense. So obviously things fall to the ground, yeah,
Mhm,
on
okay.
Earth. That's the reality.
It's not
But
to
that's
the ground, but
Archimedes' principle. Yes, it is to the
the
ground. If you drop a rock, it falls to the ground.
yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean like it's coming to the center of Earth. That's what I
No,
mean.
no,
Not
no,
always down,
no.
not
You don't
always.
know. No. Because when you say that, you're already assuming a globe. You don't know that it's a globe. You're assuming everything's being pulled into the center of a ball. You have no experience of living on a ball. Let's just reset for a second. Think about how you experience life on Earth. You do not
Okay.
experience life on Earth as living on the surface of a spinning ball. To every human being's experience, you live on a motionless topographical plane, right? You see a horizon, which is a horizontal line. If you go to a beach and you look out over the ocean, you see a horizontal horizon, no curvature to it. When you're outside, you have no
Yeah, but they
detection
said
of,
you
hold on,
cannot see it by
hold on.
the. Sorry.
Yes,
Okay, go
yeah.
ahead. Go ahead.
When you are living your life, you have no experience of the ground being in motion unless you're in an earthquake, which just tells you that when the ground is in motion, you feel it. So everything you've ever experienced is a motionless topographical plane. And yes, they tell you it's just so big, you just can't see it, right? But
Okay.
that doesn't mean that it is the opposite of what you see. I mean, it would equally be the case that you experience a flat, motionless surface because that's what it is. You understand?
Okay. Yeah.
So when people start presuming that they're living on a big spinning ball and then start saying, and when I drop my pen, it means it's being sucked to the center of this big spinning ball, you've you've totally skipped the part where you actually prove that the ground is a big spinning ball. And this is where the whole globe falls apart. This is why they've got away with it for so long, because they've managed to get people to accept the concept without actually proving it. So then they just assume that everything else is working on that basis. Things fall on a globe. The sun, moon, and stars are operating in this globe paradigm. But when we ask people, prove that the ground actually is a spinning ball, they can't do it. All that can be proven, measured, observed, detected, tested since the beginning of recorded history is that the surface is a motionless topographical plane. There's nothing else. The only
Okay.
thing that you can appeal to as a globe believer are images and videos from a handful of government agencies. Now, if you want to trust your entire worldview to the US military, NASA, or the Russian military, Roscosmos, be my guest. That's your prerogative. But I wouldn't do that. Sounds very silly to me.
But okay, I have another. But okay. Let's. But how do you explain the gravity on flat Earth? Like,
Well, I don't need to
what's
explain why things go up and down, why
not
things fall,
explain,
right?
but what is your definition
Well,
of the?
Archimedes kind of explained it, quote unquote, thousands of years ago. It's just relative density. I mean, it's basically objects will rise or fall depending on their density in relation to the density of the medium that they're in. So if an object is more dense than the medium it's in, it will go down like a rock in air. If it's less dense than the medium it's in, it will rise like helium in air or like a ping pong ball underwater. That explains it. So
What's the name
I'm
of this
satisfied with that.
concept? Can I Google it? What's
You
the
can
name?
Google Archimedes principle or
Archimedes.
specific
Yeah.
gravity Essentially the same thing. Relative density. That explains it. They only had to add the whole gravity pseudoscience on because they had to come up with a way to convince people that they could possibly be stuck to the outside of a giant spinning ball and that a giant body of water could be stuck to the outside of a spinning ball, which just logically doesn't work.
Okay. Let's get back to my first question. Is okay. This is what is your definition of gravity? Okay, that's all right. Okay, how do you explain the satellite they are sent it to the space and they are going around the
They're
Earth
not sending
in the
any
flat?
satellite into space.
Sorry.
They're not sending any satellites into space.
Okay, where they send it?
Well, we have high altitude communications technologies. Those come in many platforms. You've got aerial drones, manned, unmanned. You've actually got satelloons, which are high altitude balloons that carry
Yeah,
communications
like the
equipment.
China, they have one.
Like China,
Yeah,
right? Remember a few
yeah,
months, or 2 years
yeah,
ago or whatever? So they've been
yeah.
doing that since the 50s, probably earlier. So
Okay,
there's plenty of terrestrial, if you want to call it that, ways of having what you would consider to be communications technologies, satellite in the air. But they're not sending little metal boxes that float around in a vacuum around a ball Earth. That doesn't exist.
okay.
That's
What
another that's
about it?
another point. So it's the system that we are in, the Earth, it's not a ball in a vacuum adjacent to a low pressure vacuum, right? You can't have high pressure gas like we breathe here on Earth, 14.7 psi on average, sitting within a vacuum, right? You don't get balls of air in vacuums. In a vacuum, gas will expand in all directions to fill the available space. Yeah. So
Yeah, yeah.
if we were actually in a vacuum of space, everyone would be dead. There would be no air that we're breathing. Do you know how you have gas pressure? Do you know how gas pressure is achieved?
No, not really.
You do. You just haven't thought about it this way. It's with a container, yeah? Like a bike tire or a car tire. To have that pressure, you need the tire, yeah? If you
Yeah,
want
yeah.
oxygen. You want to transport some oxygen, you put it in a canister. Yeah?
Okay.
So if you want air pressure, you need to pressurize it. You need physical containment. Yeah?
Okay.
Right. So the Earth is a physically contained system. So we're not open to a vacuum, spinning around, flying around, tilting, wobbling millions of miles an hour. We are in a contained system. It's closed.
Okay. Okay. But let me just get back to the same question. You said that about the satellite and balloon and that else. What about International Space Station? Like how it's
What about the Starship Enterprise? What else have you
what?
seen on TV? Yeah, this is the thing. You need to think about what is real, what you can know to be real, not just what you've seen on the internet, not just what you've been shown on TV,
Wait,
right?
you said it's not real?
Yeah, there's no floating metal space station flying around with a bunch of Americans and Russians playing guitar,
What do you think
flying around in
if I
monkey
can
suits.
prove it to you? What do you think?
You can't even prove it to yourself.
Okay, okay. There is a lot of people. Okay, they have a telescope, their own
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
telescope. Okay,
Okay, so
around the world.
they can see a small little object moving through the sky, yeah?
Yes, yes.
Do they see the little Americans' faces pointing out of it?
What? Sorry, I don't get it.
How do they know what's inside that? How do they know how far away it is? How do they know what it is that they're seeing?
But there is an object. They can see it
There is an object.
every
Yeah,
couple
we can see
days.
an object. We can see an object. Yeah, there's object. There are
Yeah.
craft in the sky.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, okay. We can see an object. We can see it every
Yeah.
couple days. And
Yeah.
how can you explain that in a flat Earth? Why is not coming
I've
down
just told you. I
or
mean,
whatever?
there's loads of objects flying around in the air, in the atmo. Doesn't have
But
to be. But
they
anyway,
can they
it's not
can
on me to explain. If you're claiming it's a floating metal structure with Americans and Russians playing guitar, flying around and floating in a vacuum, that would be on you to prove. But remember, you can't have air pressure sitting next to a vacuum, so how could that possibly be a vacuum above us? How could you even possibly claim to know what is going on with that object? You don't know what it is. You don't know how far away it is. You don't know what it's made of. You don't know who put it there. You don't know how it's moving. All you know is, at best, you've seen some people on the internet who've maybe seen an object through a telescope, and they're claiming that it's the same thing that the United States military are telling them. That's all you know. Is that proof?
Well, for me, it's proof, to be honest, because they can
Well, you've got a
record that
very low standard of
every
proof
couple
then, my
day.
friend. You've got a very low standard of proof then.
I don't know, to be honest, but
Well, yeah, because how would you tell? How can you look at a video and you see some guy saying, "Look, I've seen the ISS," and you see a little blurry gray object moving through the sky. How do you know how far away that is?
it doesn't matter how far is it.
It
But
does matter. It does matter because it needs to be the exact distance that the ISS is claimed to be. It needs to be doing the exact things that the ISS is claiming to be, and you can't prove that. You can't even know it.
but they can record that every couple days. It's not only once.
Yeah, yeah, you could. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can have objects moving around in cycles in the sky. That doesn't prove anything. Come on, dude. So again, you're doing what I warned you about in the beginning. You are already assuming a globe despite having less than zero evidence for it. And then you're trying to explain stuff in the sky that you've got no clue about based on your assumption that the ground is a spinning ball that, remember, you have no evidence for and is actually contradicted by your very lived reality. So don't do
Okay,
that. What you need to start with, and we'll go back to it, because remember, my first question was, what's the radius? Less than 4,000 miles. Yeah? Who measured
mm-hmm,
that? Who
mm-hmm.
measured that?
I don't know. The scientist.
Which one?
I don't know.
Well, find out. This is supposed to be true, isn't it?
Because I don't really.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not expecting you to prove it, but
Yeah.
someone must have measured it, right? Or wrong?
Okay.
Has it
Yeah.
never
Right.
been measured?
Yeah, they can and they do.
No,
I
no,
don't
it's
know.
never been measured. How's that?
Like I told you, I didn't really make a good search about that thing, to be honest.
Well,
But
that
I'm
doesn't
here to
matter. That
ask
doesn't
you.
matter. I'm telling you
Yeah.
that radius has never been measured.
Okay.
Okay, so how can we
So,
accept that we live on a ball with that radius if it's never been measured?
well, like I told you, I don't know about that thing, but I have a question like the
Well, that's
satellite
it.
and
That's
the
it. None of your other
ISS
questions. No, you can't. You have no ISS because you have no
because
radius.
because
Your
I want to
ISS
know.
point means your ISS belief
Mm.
depends on that radius, which you don't have.
Yeah, yeah, I know, and I can make a good search about that and give you the numbers and everything else.
No, no,
But
no,
I
you
my,
can't.
que-
You can't.
my
No, you can't. Look, let's test that. Let's test that because it wouldn't take long. Go on Google and find out who measured what is the radius of the globe. One Google, one answer, 20 seconds. Who measured it? 30 seconds. Do it. Let's find out. Because
okay,
this is the
fine.
only way you're going to figure this out. Because otherwise, I get
Mm.
the impression that you're actually going to avoid this. Because
Okay,
maybe on
they
some
said
level, you
6,000
don't actually want to know.
6,371 kilometers.
Okay, that's a very specific number, isn't it? So who measured that?
Yeah, let's see who measured it.
Yeah, let's find out.
Mm, 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 mm. They said the first one who trying to figure it, it's the Greece guy. His name is Artur.
Eratosthenes.
Yes, yes.
Nah, he didn't
And
measure a radius, though, did he? Read what it's saying.
yeah,
Read what it's saying.
he tried and but it's so close.
He
It's
tried
not
what? He tried what?
he tried to measure the shadow of the sun from
Measure
two
the shadow of the
cities.
sun. But I thought we were
Yeah.
talking about a radius of a ball.
Well, that's how can I, you
So
know,
how can he measure from the surface to the center of this imaginary ball by looking at the shadow cast by the sun?
well, I can see how they can explain it because I know how they explain it, but in my
No, no, no. You just
my
said
native
he sees the
language is not
shadow
in
of the
English.
sun. No, no, no. It's not a
What?
question of English. It's not a question
Mm.
of English.
Yeah, yeah.
It's that he's measuring a shadow, not a
Mm.
radius of a ball.
Mm.
Earth. So he didn't measure the radius. How
Wait,
would
give me a
he
second.
even have known? How would he have even known that the Earth was a ball to begin with? When he just experiences a flat Earth like you do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now
That's
I
a
will.
problem.
Yeah, yeah. I know that. But wait.
Yeah. So he didn't measure a radius. So who did?
Okay, he said, Alexandria. Okay. Well, that's a lot of calculation. Do you want to hear
A lot
that?
of
All of that?
calculation. Please, you don't even need to go into the calculation. Let's just think about his method and see if it makes sense for what it's presenting to you that it's doing. So you asked who measured the radius of the globe. So you're asking who measured from the surface of the Earth to the center of this imaginary ball Earth. That's what you're asking, right? And what does it tell you this guy did?
He see the shadow of the sun from two cities,
He looks at the
something like this.
shadow of the sun from two sticks.
He
So how
measured it.
so how would that
Yeah.
so he's already assuming that the Earth is a ball in that example. He's not measuring any curvature. He's not measuring any radius of a ball, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not a measurement of a radius. That's an assumption of a globe. So why is Google telling you that he's measured a ball when he hasn't?
I don't know.
Right. So could you find someone who actually did measure it? Because at the moment, that's not looking good.
Okay, let's see. Let's see who. Well, here they figure it by using GPS, and I don't know, but they find the radius. It's 6,371, and how they measure it. They say they're using the GPS.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
GPS from the surface of the Earth to the center of the imaginary ball? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I don't know, but let's get back to
Right.
my
This is the
question.
point. No, this is the point. This is the point.
But
This is the
sorry.
point, right? You do not
Okay,
know
okay.
that you live on a ball. You do not know how anyone proved that they live on a ball.
Okay.
So
Okay, right.
any statement or question that you make
Mhm.
cannot rely on assuming the Earth is a ball.
Okay, that's right. Just imagine I am not believing anything. It's flat or ball or whatever. All right. I'm here to asking just a small question. Like, if the metal you said ISS, they are flying around the Earth like every couple day. Okay, it is not ISIS, but it's
You
just a
can't.
metal that fly around the Earth, right?
You should, well,
How?
an object. You can observe an object
Yeah, but
in
the
the
same
sky.
object. You can see that in the photos and the record. It's the same.
Be an
The same
object.
thing.
Same thing as what?
The same thing of the same shape of the same thing. It's
Nah,
not
I
something
don't give
else.
you that, but doesn't really
You can see
matter. Doesn't really
because
matter.
how it's not really matter because you know
Because what does that tell you? You see a little gray object, arguably. You've never seen this, but you've watched videos online that you believe is showing this, right? That's what it is. So you believe you see an object through some other random guy's telescope who's trying to convince you the Earth is a ball. But
not
all
only
you're
one.
seeing is a
There is
grainy
a lot
little
of people,
image,
and I know someone who
a grainy
really
little
do
image
that.
of a
Okay,
moving metal object through the sky.
so
Okay. So
my
what?
question is, how do you explain that in flat Earth? Like
Don't
how
need to
this
explain it. Well, I
how
can
this
explain it by the fact that all measurements of the large bodies of water on the surface are flat. So whatever that object is above the measurably flat surface, it's still above a measurably flat surface. So whatever it is, it's moving above a flat surface. You understand? That's as far as I need to
so
go.
okay.
I don't need to explain what some object in the sky is to know that the lakes are flat. You understand?
No, because in the
Let me reverse it. Let me reverse it. You tell me what that object is, since the surface of Earth doesn't have any curvature and is overall flat. What is that object?
uh, well, I don't know,
There you go.
but
Where does that get us? Where does that get us? What does that do for us? There's an object in the sky. We don't know what it is.
yeah,
Now what?
but they can record this object, and
Yeah. We see
that
the
object
object
it's
in
coming
repeated
again and
cycles.
again,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Like the sun, like the
that's
moon,
explained
like
to
the
me
stars. Yeah.
in the ball
Yeah, the
in
sun,
the
the
earth
moon, and
ball.
stars as well. They move in repeated cycles. So what?
Hmm. So
So what?
that mean that they are flying around the earth. How in the
Yeah,
flat earth
in a repeated
that
cycle.
working?
That's just what they do. The luminaries, the sun, moon, and stars, they move in repeated cycles above the Earth, just like we observe and reset every year, exactly as you've always experienced. That makes sense. That's what you
Okay,
see.
okay,
Understand?
okay. I have another question, if you can. Excuse me. My question. Wait a second. The I don't know in English what is that they call it, but solar eclipse or something like this. The moon they get,
Yeah,
you
the
know it.
solar and lunar eclipse.
Yeah, and
Which
the
one do you
sun.
mean?
How do you explain that in the flat Earth?
Would I need to explain it? Why would I need to explain it?
No. I want to know how it's working in your in the flat Earth. How
No, well,
how
it's
it's
not
working.
something. Well, how would you? confirm how that works.
In the pole Earth, the moon, it's going between Earth and the sun, and the shadow. You
Yeah,
know that.
that's the story. That's the story that they would give. But remember, the lakes are flat, so that ball story doesn't make any sense. And also, even if you believed in the globe and you believe the story that they're telling you about what's passing in front of the sun or the moon, how
Mhm.
could you actually verify that that is the case? You don't. You just
Well,
take their word for it, right?
well, how can I believe that? Because they are measuring. Like when they said like in the
They're
next
not
year they
measuring.
will.
They're not measuring anything. What are you talking about?
But how they said like in the next year there will be a moon black or.
Because, like I said, the luminaries move in repeated cycles. They're doing the same thing. They are repeating like a clock.
Yeah,
Same with the eclipses.
but they
The
not showing
eclipses do
like
the
every
same thing.
year. Like
But yes, listen, the Babylonians, thousands of years ago, recorded the cycles of the eclipses. They knew this long ago, long before the ball was even a figment of some incel's imagination. They knew the eclipses were coming because they happen on a cycle. So predicting that an eclipse is coming is not really that impressive once you know the cycle, and it certainly isn't proof that the Earth is a giant spinning retarded space ball. Okay?
okay. But okay, let's say if it's a flat Earth, why would they lie to us to saying like it's ball
Why
Earth? Or,
would the
yeah, like
governments lie?
yeah,
Do governments lie?
yes. You
Why?
said because they are teaching us it's a ball Earth
No,
and
no, 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 no. I'm asking you the question. In your opinion, do governments lie to their people?
all the government.
Any government,
Yeah, maybe some government they lie
maybe. Why? Why do they lie?
because if the people know about something, that will
Mhm,
be
mhm, mhm.
you know
So
uh,
you
that's
understand why governments lie?
okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, there you go then. You don't need to ask me the question. You already
But
know why governments lie. Money,
why
power,
why why all
influence,
of them? Why
control.
all the world they saying that?
I guess maybe like those people who lie for control, power, domination,
How is that making
advantage.
them having the power? How?
Well, because here you are defending a story that you have no evidence for, no experience of, no reason to defend. No one in your
because
family ever helped come up
because
with the globe.
it doesn't
Wait a
matter
minute,
to
dude.
me.
So
Okay,
that is control. You are here projecting a defense for an idea that's
I'm
been
not
given to
defending. I'm
you.
here to asking some question because it doesn't matter
Yeah,
for
yeah, yeah,
me.
but you
Like
are kind of
if the Earth is
it's
flat
not.
or
This isn't an
ball.
insult, dude. That's not an insult. I understand why you would defend it because you believe it, because you were taught it, just like all of us, just like everyone else was taught it.
Okay,
But that's
yeah.
control because it gives you a reference or an idea about reality, what reality is, how you should think about it. Actually, everything you think about physical reality boils back down to the globe in space
But
and the
until now, I
origin
can't
stories
see
of it.
anything that's making them powerful or something. It doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, it does. It does. It does. Because NASA and these organizations claim to know the origins of the universe. They know how old it is. They know how it got there because they can send little objects to places where no one else can go. They can see things that no one else can see. They can travel to places no one else can travel to. And that gives them knowledge, right? You ever heard the
Okay.
phrase knowledge is power?
Yes, of course.
Why is knowledge power?
Because I can't say that in English because my English is bad. But I know that.
Yeah, you know why knowledge is power, and you would
Yeah.
understand that the projection of knowledge is equally power, as is
Okay.
the projection of technology, right? So NASA and everyone back in the day making these rockets go into space, that's just technological propaganda. They were basically It's basically Cold War technological propaganda. They're basically making the point that, hey, now we've developed intercontinental ballistic missiles after World War II, but our missiles are so good, we can make missiles that are so accurate, we can stick some guys in it and blast them off to the moon, make it land, they can get out and have a little party and drive around in a buggy, and then blast off all the way back to Earth and we can land it here. So if you don't think we can land a missile directly in your house if we want to, then you've got another thing coming. So it's
Can
just
I ask
basic
you where are you from?
technological propaganda.
Hmm. Can I
It's
ask
just
you where you're
basic
from?
propaganda. Why does that matter?
Because when you say that, like the NASA and they are related to US, and like if for example, if you are from US and you know all of that, why will you defend the what are you saying the earth is flat? Because this is advantage for your country. Why you are saying that and want to people know
Well, I'm not
that
from the
thing?
US for starters, but that would be
I say
irrelevant
like an
either way.
example.
But the
Yeah.
answer to your question is because I don't have some interest in propagandizing on behalf of my country. I have an interest in truth.
Okay,
That's it.
that's good. That's fair enough.
I'm interested in truth, which is why I would do this regardless. And
Okay,
I wish more
okay.
people did, because I mean, the idea of simping for the government for Jeffrey Epstein's made in 2026 is so pathetic. I can't imagine or really stand anyone who would think to do it.
Okay, that's good.
You're going to go and listen to the governments hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, all these
Oh, holy shit.
sick people?
Yeah. Okay, okay. Then what's about what's about China and you and Russia? Are they
Same
all
thing. Yeah,
lying
same thing.
about that
Yeah,
thing?
same thing. Same thing. Yeah.
Even they are enemies to each other.
They might project that they're enemies to each other, but do you really know what's said behind closed doors between these people? Do you really know what the upper strata of power is and how it operates? No. You
No.
know what the media tells you. That's it.
Okay,
So
okay.
you could get stuck in convincing yourself there's no way all these people could lie. How could Donald Trump and Putin and all these people lie, which obviously they could. People lie all the time, but you can bog yourself down in debating that in your head. Or you could just go and see what people are doing in the ways of measurements of the
Of
surface.
course,
And it puts all
I'm
of
not
this to bed. The
I'm
surface,
not believe everything they
the
saying,
surface,
but
of course, you shouldn't. Good for you. But I'm making the point. You could spend your life going, what about satellites? What about gravity? What about Donald Trump and Putin in China? But really, all you need to do is go out somewhere where there's a big lake and test the surface. You don't even need a massive lake. 10 miles, 15 miles will do it. And you just need to see, hey, can I see from one side of this lake to the other? And if you can, guess what? Earth can't be a ball. That's it. And that's been done thousands of times. People are
well,
doing it all
thank
across
you
the earth.
so much for that conversation. Sorry for that, but I have to leave right now. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. And
Yeah, no worries. We'll come back anytime. Listen on YouTube. We're on
yeah,
24/7. Check
thank you,
out the home
appreciate that.
server. No, well, you're
Yeah.
welcome. Have a good
See you
day.
soon. See you soon. Have a good day.
Peace. Alrighty. Good times. Another satisfied customer.
Actually, no, it's really bad times.
No, he enjoyed it. He said thank you. He was quite polite. He
He wasn't
appreciated
lying.
getting
He didn't
some
have to go
truth.
anywhere.
He appreciated hearing some truth for once in his life. He's sick of the
Truth.
TV.
Right.
He's sick of the YouTube. He's sick of the bullshit talking heads. He was like, wow, what a breath of fresh air. You're right. I don't actually know I live on a giant spinning, tilting, wobbling space ball for no reason. There's no evidence
Whatever
of it
you
whatsoever.
say.
People appreciate that kind of honesty. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
glad that resonated. Good stuff. Anyway, I'm going to go on
Not
mute
good
for a little
stuff.
bit as well now. Someone else pick it up.
Hey, good to see you, Cyclone.
Hey, DJ, what's up?
What's going on, man? Oh, look, Jedi just rocked up as well. Good to see
Oh,
you, brother.
Jedi as well? My God.
Oh no! What's up, gang?
Yeah, all
What's
good, all
going
good.
on?
Yeah, I've just been on a break for a bit, man. I'm depressed about India. I just cannot believe it. It's just not the
It's
same.
crazy, man. Such a
Honestly.
shock.
Honestly, it's
It's
horrible.
messing with a few of our heads, mate. Don't worry.
Really, honestly. I just very, very sad. Anyway, I won't dwell on that too much. But yeah, that's no good. Anyway, I'm gonna go on mute for a little bit, but I'll chime back in soon.
All right, man. Good to hear your voice. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, man. Good to hear you.
Look at all that shit in the side chat, DJ. What did you do?
That guy was coping hard. I think he was
He was
Indian.
actually in the channel. But yeah, looking at the way he types, I'm gonna say 14, 15.
Yeah. You are big stupid.
Why you did it in the Indian accent?
Because
he does
that's
it really
something
well.
that generally an Indian would say as a broken English insult. And because it's fun to do Indian accents as well.
I guess.
Can you do an Indian accent, Ippo?
No, sadly.
Why not?
I just can't do the accent.
Thank you. Come again.
Why are you not doing India accent? Are you hate India? Are you a racist?
That's what I was gonna say. She sounds racist.
Just kidding.
I guess.
All right,
That joke.
yeah, we have who do we have in here? We have Kims. Hello, Kims. Do you talk? I guess not. Well, welcome to the channel. Pleasure to have you here. All right, well, I guess I'll start an event. Ippo, what's a good title for an event that will get people to click it?
Let's see. Wait, I'm trying to get like a good one because like your title has to be like rage bait a little bit.
Right.
There's a difference between rage bait and clickbait. What we had in the side chat was rage bait.
No, like I'm like okay, like because you're okay, like clickbait. If you were to do clickbait, and then you're like kind of promoting the other side, so people are gonna be confused. You got to do rage bait. Be like, oh, your scientists are stupid, and like the Earth is like flat, something like that. Like you have to like draw people in. That's how people get drawn in.
Right, right. So,
So something like Ippo has become a flat earther.
Oh
Prove us
hell
otherwise.
no,
Oh, I thought
no,
that sounded right.
no.
Holy, that's a drinking game and a half. Like, yeah.
Low key, like people know me on here, but like not like everybody knows me on here. Like I'm cool with some of the
Or
other
You can't say anymore.
things. Other there's it
you
voice
sound
on.
pretty chill today, Ippo.
Do I?
Yeah,
Period.
you sound more chill than normal.
I'm waiting for my cart to get
Ippo, have you
here.
been doing naughty things again in the background?
No. I'm happy because my cart is gonna get here. Hopefully.
Right.
All right. What's this title gonna be?
Let me ask my chat.
Yeah, ChatGPT is not very good at coming up with stuff like that. I noticed.
Yeah.
Maybe she means her chat that's watching her on YouTube right now or something.
No, chat means like it's like a slang word for like chat GPT, you know? Uh, uh,
Well, we could just do that. I mean, the DJ could just do that.
well
No,
then do it.
we
But
have to
my
ask
chat GPT is cooler.
Hippo has to ask the robot overlords.
Okay, the earth is a globe. I mean shit. Oh wait. The earth is flat. Cope. There you go. That's a good one.
They do that
Uh,
anyways when we tell them. Earth is flat and
okay.
cope.
That's
Okay.
not too bad, actually. I like that.
What about
Your AI came up with that? That's kind of funny.
yeah. What about globe globe earth arguments versus reality?
Yeah. All right. I like it.
How to
Not bad.
trigger every glober. Debunking globe earth in 5 minutes. Um Who is watching some old ass show?
Oh, that's Kim's.
All right, we're gonna do
That was good
globe
to.
earth arguments versus reality.
There you go. Yeah, not bad.
That's a pretty good one. Thank you, Ippo.
See, period. My chat is the best.
Is it your own personal one?
Mm-hmm. You can like personalize your
You say,
chat GPT.
I'm going to think you're lying from now on, just so you know.
What? You can personalize your chat GPT? What the hell are you talking about?
So it is personalising.
Yeah.
It's
Wow.
just like a
Okay.
second more intelligent you.
Yeah, basically.
That's fucked up.
Like sometimes my chat GPT be getting me wrong on test answers and I just kinda gotta be mad. So I put it on punishment and I delete the app. Cause like, why are you getting me wrong for? Like, oh my god.
What?
Don't worry. You don't understand slang. You're too old.
I don't understand your slang.
No, everybody use it. What the hell are you talking about?
No, it's your slang.
No, everybody uses
I don't
my
understand
slang.
slang. Like, period.
Period means like
He doesn't
good. It's like
understand
a
any
good
slang at
thing.
all, guy.
Like
I
if
don't know
somebody
any
roasts you,
slang
right?
whatsoever at all. Historic slang, local slang, no, none of that. It's just your slang that's appropriate, right?
No, it's people have different slangs like depending
Oh,
like
really?
where they're from. Like Americans, like my slang is like the correct slang that Americans use. Like, but like
Yeah,
British or UK
exactly.
people, they use different slang.
Exactly. Exactly. So me and you being from different parts of the world, the UK and America, you just understood that there are different slangs. Then you would understand why I wouldn't necessarily understand your slang because I'm not from that part of the world. I'm glad we agree. I'm glad you got there by yourself. Good.
Mhm. But anyways, okay, let me educate y'all real quick. Period means okay, like let's say if y'all were to like clock a glober, right? Y'all know what clock means? Like clock
Look,
somebody's knee.
me. Yeah.
Okay. So let's say like if you were to like clock a glober, if somebody in the background would be like period, cause like they like you ate that up. Like ate that up means like you did like you I don't know. Like you ate like you did something good. Basically ate that up. That's what that means. And period means the same thing. Like period. You ate that up. That's it's like, it means the same thing, but we just use it more like period. You ate that up. Like some shit like that. And then on my soul means like let me see. On my soul is like, I don't know how
Um,
to explain it, but basically it's like you put something on your soul, basically. And then what else? No shade, no tea. It's like when you about to clock somebody, but it's like you say no shade, no tea. Like calling that big, fat, and nasty, and I would say no shade, no tea, but it's like true, you know?
No, at first get on, I hear you talking about eating. Oh my goodness gracious.
What the fuck are you talking about? I said,
I'm
what are
talking
you
about
talking
eating it
about?
up.
No, I said, you ate that up. That means it's good. That means like you did something good.
You giving Jedi lessons on
Mm-hmm.
slang. Nice. Good luck, Jedi.
cheers,
It's
man.
not that hard to understand slang.
I'm learning.
And then also, when you type, like, use the crying emoji instead of the laughing emoji because the crying emoji means like funny. Okay, we don't use the skull emoji no more. We use the crying emoji or use the rose like this. I'll put in chat.
When you say we, is that like local to you in America, or everybody must now across the world?
Yeah, it's like everybody in the world uses this.
Oh, okay. Who decides this shit?
Where is the rose? Okay, and then you use this emoji for like if somebody's like stupid or cringy, like you will use that, or you'll use this.
This is not universal, by the way.
Yes, it is. Or you'll use this to like look at something like if somebody like did something crazy or said something
Very
crazy, you would
young.
do that. Like, let me show you an example. You would do this. Or like if somebody said something crazy, also you would do this.
That went a lot for you.
Or like if you were like saying something like that was like shocking, you would do that.
Stop the cap.
And you would use this to like it's like a side eye. So like when somebody says like something crazy again or like says something that you don't like, you'll use that.
Yeah, when you talk about globe proof, that's the one that I post a lot.
We don't use this. This is like boomer activity.
Not a boomer.
Or a millennial. Yeah, millennial.
Millennial either.
Well, some people are. I was talking to this other boomer
yeah.
in the other chat.
Some people are. I
Earth,
think we were trying to
not the
figure
Earth Hub. I was about to say Earth Hub. The English Hub thing. I wasn't even talking like that, mind you.
I'm bored already.
My lessons are interesting. What the hell are you talking about?
Wait, Ipa, did you ever send Jedi your lunar eclipse proof? You should send it to him. Let
Oh
him see that
yeah, he got really mad.
masterpiece.
Still trying to figure out where the true shape of the shadow being cast on the object was.
Oh shit. I don't know.
No
I think I have a new
shit.
one. Let me show you a new one.
I mean, show him your orange with the knife in it.
Or I don't have that one. I gotta go ask 20K up.
Still
Oh
waiting.
man.
I remember. I'm still waiting for observed and measured bath water. Have you not had a bath in the last 72 hours?
I had a shower, not a bath.
Well, come on, dude. Go and fill a bath.
No, I'm too lazy.
I think that might be a problem.
No, it's not a problem. I take showers. I literally took a shower before this.
No. You're too lazy.
What's wrong
This
with
was
being lazy?
this was your proof. You were going to be able to jump up and down on our fucking graves when you gave us this proof, but now you're too lazy to give the thing that proves your claim.
Oh, like,
Yeah.
oh, ooh, shit.
So why is it every single time we ask for the evidence of somebody's claim, they're like, what, too lazy to get it now? Or the dog ate it, or got to go and get
No,
my
like,
dinner?
I'm like literally lazy.
So why is that? Why are you too lazy to prove the thing that would stop our chat even existing?
Cause like I don't care about it.
can't deal with this.
Don't do that noise.
But you're
Anyone?
here every single day,
Mm-hmm.
more than me and Jedi combined. I think she's honestly clocked more hours than I did in this past month. But now, sadly, there are no other Globers in here.
Okay, well, you can talk to her then.
Oh no, I'm good. I gotta go to work, bro. I'm almost there, actually. I just wanted to hang out a little bit on my way there. Hope you're doing good, by the way. Everybody else in the room.
Driving while on the phone. Reckless driving. Crazy work.
Brother, what? You don't ever listen
Reckless
to music or
driving.
anything while you're driving?
Yeah, but like you have to like have one of those cars that got like the Bluetooth thing.
Brother, it's the same thing. You're vocalizing it, you're singing, you're listening to music.
There's no way there's an auto mute, bro. That's crazy work.
Anyway, oh, we got somebody new that just joined us. Go ahead, go. Let's see. Monkey there, brother.
Lights are on, but no one's home.
Huh? What?
Oh, yeah, expert on slang, idioms. Hasn't heard that one before?
No. Mark, are you trying to talk? Cause like your thing is lighting up, but we don't hear you.
You've never heard lights are on, but nobody's home.
Oh, the lights are on, but nobody's home. Yeah. It's like you have a brain, but like you don't use it. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't inferring that necessarily. I was just like, he unmuted to speak and he was lighting up, but nothing was coming out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you were trying to talk, Monk, but we could not hear you. Something came through, but it wasn't very loud. Oh yeah, you're super quiet. You need to work on your audio. Maybe get close to your mic, mess around with your settings or something, because you're barely audible.
Hello.
Hello. We can hear that, but it's not very loud. It's not very clear.
Okay, hello. Anybody?
You might want to just, if you're on a phone, you might want to just try using the phone's microphone and speaker with no Bluetooth or headphones or something, because it sounds like you're underwater.
I'm busy in US. Oh,
Hold up, y'all. The queen will be back. I'm gonna transfer to my iPad so I can watch.
It was good to jump on YouTube and hear on Cyclone going for it and hear
Yeah, man. Yep.
all like
That's why.
like
That's why I
the Lone
joined. I
Star.
saw. I looked at the channel. I was like, ah, Cyclone. Awesome. I'll join.
Yeah, it was good listening while I was cooking dinner. It was good.
Yeah, I like how he keeps them on point. Doesn't let stray away. He's polite with them, but also firm and keeps it on track and just sticks to the sticks to the obvious things that they need to validate, and they just keep trying to do whatever they can to try to like weasel their way out of the direct question of who measured the Earth curvature. See, we've got Jin has joined the chat. Good to see you, Jin, as always.
Hey.
Appreciate the warm welcome. Yeah, sorry, I got a bit of background music. Let me just turn off. Like the 80s new wave stuff. Just come back for me
Nice, man.
jogging and that.
Awesome.
Hey, what's up, Timbo? Good to hear you, bro. Hope you're doing well.
It's T-Dub.
T-Dub, that's what I meant. Sorry.
That's
T-Dub and Timbo always get confused.
It was actually T-Dub that I was meaning as well. I don't know why I went back to see. I've been out of the game too long.
Yeah, slacking.
But T-Dub, it was you that I was waiting to hear from for a while. So, because I heard Timbo on YouTube not too long ago, but good to hear you back, man.
Is that the marvelous
Cheers, man. You too.
Wolfganger?
You too.
Is that the marvelous Wolfganger I'm hearing there? Well, well, well. Cyclone, is that you?
It is I.
Wow. Well, glad to have you back. Where have you been?
Yeah,
Hey?
thank you. No, just busy with life and stuff with India. It's hard, man. Like honestly, it's so gutting, and yeah, it's hard even just listening, man. Like even just listening to his replays, it's like too gutting, man. So rest in peace, India. Oh man, yeah, it's hard. But anyway, yeah, I'm kind of in and out because I'm still working, but so I'd say it's good to hear you guys, and yeah, I got a little flat smack in there, first time in a while.
Yeah, I missed it. The last one you did was just tremendous. Right, yeah. So
I appreciate
keep
that,
it up.
boys.
Keep it
Yeah, I
up.
hope you're well too, Jen. Good to hear you.
Yes,
Jedi
I'm
and
very well.
Matrix.
Very well. Just done what? What was it? 15 miles. I've got to be
Oof.
well.
Good
In the
lad.
hottest day in Japan. There you go.
Good lad. We'll keep that up. Anyway, I'm going to nip into the shops, so I'll see you in a few bits.
Okay. Yes, I was just bombing along with my 80s new wave music, Spandau Ballet and the like. Duran Duran and all that. Yeah, good stuff, man. Girls on film. Do me a favor. There you go. Oh, yeah. So what did I miss, DJ? What did I miss? I missed it. What happened? Quick rundown.
Oh, you haven't missed much today. Just Cyclone flat smacking, and then just Ippo, right? Just Ippo saying like a million times in between words.
Oh, yeah.
Which has, yeah. And yeah, look, there's an event I just started called Globe Earth Arguments versus Reality. So hopefully some people join in.
Yeah, let's go for it. Yeah. Love that.
That was actually Ippo's
suggestion
idea. Yeah.
Ooh. Maybe there's some hope there.
If you want to have a laugh, at lunchtime today I popped on to have a listen like I do during my lunch break. And Raiden was on there asking his usual twisted, broken, backdoor, slimy questions. And after a while, AI Overlord got sick of listening to his stupid, so he grabbed the reins. and it come down to questions of 2D versus 3D. Apparently, ladies and gentlemen, a piece of paper laying flat on a table is two-dimensional, and it becomes 3D when it's stood up on its edge.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're desperate, you see. They're desperate, man. That's what it is now. You know, they've lost all the debates for the last 11 years straight. Okay, and the elusive thing is that curvature. They just can't seem to teach us how to actually measure it.
Well, it took
Help
him
us.
probably, I don't know, half an hour, pretty close to half an hour, just to understand the word flat, level. What's your definition of flat and level? No point higher than another.
Yeah.
No, that sounds really vague. I don't like that. Okay, what's your definition of level? And then he just ramble off about other shit. Typical Raiden style, nothing out of the ordinary. But yeah, when he said that a piece of paper on a table is two-dimensional, and when you stand it up on its edge, it becomes three-dimensional, even AI paused for a second.
Yeah.
Mind you, we did call out for Clipcord to catch that, and I also sent a message to Clipcord, hopefully to timestamp it. But yeah, that was about probably about 1:45 Australian Eastern Standard Time, Australia.
Yeah.
So yeah, crazy.
Well, whilst it was quiet here yesterday, I popped into the Earth Awakenings, and there's a whole heap of Globers in there, and I just
Did you
called them
wash
out.
your hands when you come out?
I had my hazmat suit on, but I called them out. I just called the Globers out. I said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm in CBO1. I'm calling them out. Or are they going to be yellow like that? You know, like the old Western style, calling them out. Just teach us how to do the curvature, how to measure it, because we're hitting targets 28 miles away, and if you claim refraction, then you're going to have to do the math. So I don't have to do that. I'm hitting the target. So what you've got to do is calculate.
Jen,
Yeah, go
can I
ahead.
pull you up? With the whole refraction thing, now they're making two claims, and this is something that a lot of people have missed. Claim number one, lasers are bending downwards. So that's claim number one. Claim number two, the causational mechanism of that downward bending laser is refraction. So how about we get rid of claim number two? I'm not after the causational mechanism. I would just like a demonstration of one of these lasers bending down via 10, 15, 20 mile laser test.
Yeah. Yeah.
If they want to attribute the causational mechanism to it after the demonstration, then that's fair enough. We can use the scientific method and adjudicate the cause and effect relationship of said laser bending down, but I would like to see the laser bending down first.
First, exactly.
Just to add to that, just to
Go
add
ahead.
something to that, right? We don't even have to make the claim, right, that it can't happen, because it can happen, right? But we don't have any footage of it ever happening, which is crazy considering it would have to happen every single time we go out and do a laser test. So it would have to be the normal. So even if they were to find a one-off, right, where they manipulated it in some way that they could make that happen, right, they would have to validate that it's actually the normal, right? So I mean, saying, like, we're not saying it can't happen, we're saying it doesn't seem to happen with these long distance laser test propagations. And we've got hundreds and hundreds of hours of footage, right, and none of them show a laser bending downward.
That's right. That's right. We
Although
agree that
a laser could bend downward, but it doesn't seem to be doing that. So it goes against their standard atmospheric refraction model.
Absolutely.
Just that alone. So yeah.
Thank you very much, DJ. I destroyed their standard refraction model. Me and Ixley, we totally destroyed their standard refraction. I just said, look, what you've got to do, you've got to account for every molecule over the 28 miles. Okay, go ahead, try and do that whilst it's changing by the nanosecond. Go ahead and go ahead, please prove it. It's impossible.
Yeah, good one. It is. It's their worst nightmare.
Yeah. Yeah. hit them hard yesterday. You know, I hit them so hard they were attacking me rather than their problem. And I said, ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how they're trying to attack me? I'm indestructible. So they're bludgeoning themselves on a bollard. That's what they're doing now. So they're wasting their time doing that. But ladies and gentlemen, please note how they're not teaching you how to measure the curvature of the earth. And as an engineer, I can home in on that weakness that they've got there and bring it to your attention. Because remember, when you hear the flat earthers open their mouths, they're giving you times, distances, location, right? And they show you the methodology. And then you can go off and do it for yourself. Here, not for the last hour, they have not told you how to measure the curvature of the. I've called them out. Called them out. Yeah, really hammered them home, man. They were sick yesterday. Sick. Believe you me. Yes. I really enjoy it. That's why I like going around to the other servers, you know. I can get my energy out. And the way I deliver it, I know people are listening. Because how can he be saying what he's saying and no one can stop him? You can't stop the truth. That's the problem. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, you haven't even gone out to check yet. So you can't even begin to say I'm wrong. Don't do that, please. Go check first, yeah? All right. See, when you talk like that, they're motivated. They either get instantly angry or they think, bloody hell, he's very confident. Let me go and check. Yeah, you better. So that's what it's like out there. Sometimes, you know, you got to get them riled up, and I do that very well. And again, thanks to you, and I'll have to say QE as well for the refraction discussions that we've had over the last 3 months, and then your little video as well, and then your videos as well. You know, with the is that the smokestack? Yeah, very good. Okay, all that material has just strengthened my game, if you know what I mean. So I appreciate that.
Nice, man.
Are you still in Poland? Or have you moved now? You were talking about moving.
Yeah, we're still in Poland for 19 more days, and then we'll be off to Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka, yep.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, that's good news. Yeah. Sri Lankan tea, very delicious. Food is good there as well. Weather's good. A lot of humidity, so you're going to be very sweaty, I'm afraid.
Oh yeah, last time we were there, I was just, I would go for a walk, and 5 minutes later, I would just be drenched in sweat. But I think it's very healthy for you.
Absolutely, of course. That's what I'm going through now. Absolutely,
Yeah.
I love all that stuff because that's your body detoxing. You're losing weight.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're cleaning out. Come on,
And we're right next to the beach. We're right next to a beautiful beach as well.
So you can rinse off.
You can get hot, but you can just go jump in the water. So
yeah, you can rinse off. You can just rinse off, and you know that sensation when your body, what I do is I go out for a run. Yeah, right? I'm running, jogging, sweating up, and then I head to that beach, right? And you dive in, and that sensation of being hot, and then as you get deeper and deeper, you're cooling off. Isn't that amazing? Yeah,
it's awesome.
Have you done that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
It's fantastic, and all that salty water is good for your skin and everything anyway. See?
Yeah, where we're staying, there's a tropical reef right off the beach. So you just chuck your snorkel on and just 5 meters out into the water. There's just the biggest tropical reef you could ever imagine, with all the fish and those big giant turtles and stuff like that. So it's a pretty cool location where we're going to.
Yeah, you're lucky, man. Well, you're enjoying it. So you've been in Poland, in the city. Now you're going out to the beach area.
Yeah,
Wicked.
we're in the country here, so it's really nice at the moment. Fruit trees everywhere and nice weather. But the winters here are brutal. Yeah, the winters get brutal, right? It gets down to like negative 20 degrees Celsius. So it's not pleasant. So we're looking forward to living in a place where it's hot all year round.
Yeah. Tropical. So you had the bone shattering experience. Okay. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Your hands get so numb you can chop bricks. You can bite. I've done that where I bit my own fingers because I can't feel them. They're so numb.
Yep.
But yeah, all the best with that when that happens. 19 days time. Have you got a lot of gear to move? Are you packing as we speak?
No,
kind of
no,
thing?
we're gonna keep it super light. Yeah, because the place we're moving to is all fully furnished and that kind of thing. So we just need to take our electronic equipment,
Mhm.
cameras, and clothes, and just a few, basics. And
Okay.
yeah, and that's it. And we can leave everything here.
Yeah. So it's like a holiday lifestyle. That's what that looks like there.
Yeah, yeah, because my wife works as an illustrator, so she just needs the internet connection and her iPad Pro. And
Yeah.
yeah, I work online too, so I just need my laptop, and yeah, we can keep working, so it's good.
Yeah. Yeah. Sounds good, man. And then the prices are so reasonable there when it comes to like food and things like that. Yeah. It's really
Yeah,
inexpensive
it's really good. Yeah, like you can go out to a nice Italian restaurant, like a pizza
yeah.
restaurant, and it'll be like $5, for a
Yeah.
beautiful big
Yeah. Yeah. I
wood
didn't really
fried
go to the
pizza.
Italian. I like the Sri Lankan food themselves that they serve on the streets. Right.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
food
it's
I'm talking
awesome.
about. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. There's the local restaurants. I'd like to go to the places where the locals eat, even though
That's right.
everything's pretty spicy. I like
Mm.
spicy, but not too spicy. But yeah, it's really cheap, like a couple of bucks. $3 or $4. You can go get a really good meal. And then there's
Yeah.
a fish market, a fresh fish market
That's
just
right.
near the house as
Yes.
well. So every
Yeah.
day it's just all of the fish coming in off the boats, and it's every fish you can imagine right out of the ocean, and it's a good price as well. Like you can get it for $5-6 a kilo for beautiful
Yeah.
fresh reef fish and
Sounds
and
good.
things like that. So yeah.
Yeah. Sounds really good. Yeah. Yeah. Eating where the locals eat is the best way to go for me. And because I got children at the time we went, obviously they can't have fire hot. So I said, look, children, can you cut the spice to 80% off? So I only want 20% of it. That's it. Because the children have to eat it. And we had a great time, because
Awesome.
if you don't say that, well, your mouth is up. You need a new mouth when you're finished. Okay? You're probably going to need a new mouth hole as
Exactly.
well.
Yep. So true.
It's that hot, you see. It's that bloody hot, you know what I mean? So when you say 20%, 80% off, all right, that means when they deliver it to you, it's perfect. You
Hmm.
understand? Perfect spice.
Oh
So your
yeah.
mouth's not on fire completely, All right, it's there, but it's there and it disappears slowly. But when you've got it natural, the way they cook it, it's on full on, full on, full on, and it doesn't cease. So you will be sweating.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It probably tastes like 20% to the locals,
Yeah.
having
Like I said, you need a new mouth when you're finished. Your mouth doesn't stop; it's just fire. And of course, you've got to pass it through the body to go to the toilet. That's the other end. Burns the other end as well.
Yeah, that's
So
the
it's
rough
really,
part.
you really. I always say, I don't know why they have to have it that hot. It's not necessary now. But understand the preservative and stuff like that. That's not necessary. Come on, that's silly. That hot. Come on.
That's right.
You know. See, that's what I'm like, man. I do that. I actually go in the kitchen. I'm that guy that will walk into the kitchen, just say hello, and have a look around and see what they're doing. I'm that guy. I'm in your kitchen having a look and I say, yeah, oh, yeah, let me try it. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, not too bad. Yeah, fantastic. Okay. I know if I went to Sri Lanka, Singapore, Philippines, I'd be a good chef. I think I could succeed and survive there quite easily with the cooking, you know, because the places I visited, a little bit of a house of a horror in the kitchen area, and you need that to be like spotless, for example, and then management of all your ingredients. I felt that they weren't the places I visited. The food was delicious. Don't get me wrong. They were lacking that extra edge. That's what I noticed, and I thought, yeah,
Yeah, I
shame.
thought the same.
Thank
There's
you.
some good food, but it's not, you don't go out in Western countries and see Sri Lankan restaurants everywhere, right? You
No,
see
you
Thai
don't.
restaurants, you see
Yeah,
Japanese restaurants, but not Sri Lankan restaurants.
right.
It's not really,
You
kind of
see?
like the Philippines as well, right? You don't go
Yeah,
out in New York and find a Filipino restaurant. They're just not
exactly.
known for their really good food. Same with
Yeah,
Sri
you
Lanka,
see?
I think. But there is pretty good ones. I mean, just next door in India, the food is is way better in my opinion than in Sri Lanka, but it's still pretty similar. You can still get good food in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, of course you can. See, when I went there and Philippines, I rated them as like 8 out of 10. That was when the food was really good. 8 out of 10. All right. So and I managed to sustain that level. So I didn't have any. I had no nightmares with the food. Only we controlled the spiciness. Okay, as if we dropped it down, like I said, knock off 80%. So we don't want that much power. We don't need it. And yeah, the food was just chickens were beautiful. The fish, tilapia, and all that, fantastic. Yeah. And then when you go out to swim with the whale sharks, now this is they have the restaurant there. It's outdoor. Again, they were just lacking that extra edge of, well, I'd have to say hygiene there. Everything was a bit old, and they could have. I don't know, maybe not making enough money to tidy it up, but that's all it needed, a little bit tidying up, and I could definitely be making a killing there. I know I could. Right where we swam were the whale sharks. Yeah, the stuff they had was old. They just needed revamping a little bit. But the food's excellent. I'm not going to knock the food. I didn't have any bad nightmares. I've got a strong constitution anyway, you know what I mean? So wherever I go, I can eat the food and that. But yeah, you're going to have a good time, and I wish you all the best, you and your wife. Yep.
Thank you.
You don't have any children, do you?
Nope.
No, not yet. Okay, yeah. So well, then you have a good time, man. All that luggage you got to take with you, check in, check out, airports.
Yeah, I hate
Can you put your
airports.
mask on, please? Have you got your injection done? Yeah, let me have a look. You vaccinated? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, that was, I'm glad they don't do that anymore. That was a nightmare when I was leaving Australia to come to Poland in 2022.
Right.
I had to stop through different airports. One of them was Japan, actually, where the staff was freaking amazingly helpful. But in all the airports, they were like, because I didn't get the injections. So every airport was like, have you got your certificate for your injections? I'm like, no, but I have my doctor's certificate showing that I've been tested before I left and blah blah blah. And then they're like, oh, you got to get another test right now, and I had to like run to some testing facility. It was a freaking nightmare getting through all the airports.
Yeah, exactly.
And then when I finally, like 30 something hours later, I arrived in Poland, and I'm at the security gate with all my luggage, and there's this like personalityless like security guy checking my thing, and he's looking at me and he's like, have you got your vaccination? And I'm like, no. And he's just shaking his head. He's like, nope. Right. I thought he wasn't going to let me in. And I had to go through and explain to him that, look, I don't have to have that done. I have certificates here showing that I got tested right before I came. And it's not a law. And eventually he was like, oh, all right then, and just stamped it and let me through. But I thought after all that, I was going to get turned around and sent back.
Yeah, no,
because
at
it
least
was
you
hard,
put the case
man.
down. Yeah, you put
Yeah,
the
it
case
was
down.
hard to even leave Australia, right? The Australian government wouldn't let Australians leave the country
Stupid, isn't it?
at
Isn't
all.
it?
Yeah, I had to apply to the government to be able to leave the country. It was like this crazy in-depth form I had to fill out just to be able to leave the country. It's freaking insane. Like a
Stupid.
prison.
Yeah, well, that's what it is. Well, that's what I said. At least I'm more free in Japan than I would be in the UK or in America. The freedom is a lot more freedom here. Really. We didn't have the lockdown. We didn't get lockdown. Japan was not locked down. There you go. No lockdowns.
That's awesome.
Not one. Yeah. No lockdown. Abe said that the law, we don't have the law in place to lock down anybody. What we're asking is for your cooperation during this period. Okay? That's all he said.
That's awesome.
Which is fair enough.
That's good. That's how it should have been.
Yeah. That's it. And then he said, make sure that the kids, because we're going to close the schools, make sure the kids go out and get their exercise, because we don't want them stressing up inside the house. Okay. Then I'm thinking, well, if it's out there, why would you want the kids to go? This is when I was explaining to my students, can you see the double talk there? Okay. No school, but you can go out and play in that and open all your windows and
What?
let it all in. Yeah, go ahead anyway. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Chabby?
Okay, no. Yeah. Welcome. Do you have anything to say? Nothing to say then. All
No,
right, never mind.
just complete your story. We are
Oh
enjoying.
no, well, yeah, I was just saying that Abe, did the right thing by not. They didn't have the law in place, so he just advised that if you have children when they're not at school, give them the opportunity to go and play in the park, for example. And I said, and then he also advised us to open our windows. I said, well, if the thing is so fucking dangerous, why would you want them outside? And why would you want me to open my windows and get this thing in? You may as well leave them at school then. See what I mean? Yeah, that's all. So that was the oddity there, right there. And then go ahead.
Meanwhile, in Australia, I had detectives and police officers knocking on my door every day or every second day and telling me that if you're not here when we come and knock on your door, you get a $10,000 fine.
Wow.
You can't even go to the store to get food. Right? We had to ring up the Salvation Army and get like food packs delivered
Oh,
because we weren't
no.
even allowed to go to the store. Yep. And it was detectives rocking up and then uniformed police officers rocking up. It was crazy, right? This was in Brisbane, in Queensland.
Wow. What about in China? At the same time you had that, they were locking them in their own apartments. You see the security locking them in.
And people were dying. People were dying inside the apartments.
They were jumping out
like
the windows.
barricading. Yeah, man. It was freaking insane. It's like a movie. It's like a movie. It's like you think back to how it was.
Yeah.
Not only was it insane like that, but people went insane as well. They turned into these like evil things that were saying if you didn't get the injections, you should be locked up. You should have your kids taken away. You should not be able to see your dying relatives. You should, and they were telling everyone, this is the new normal. This is how it's going to be forever. It was freaking crazy, dude.
That's exactly what was going on. And I thought, blood, this is stupid. That's what I just kept saying. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
God.
It was like
then,
a movie,
you know what?
man. When you think back to it, it's like a freaking weird movie, like some outbreak movie.
Yeah, yeah. I never in my whole life ever thought I would see the West wearing masks like we see the Asians wear. Now, the reason why the Asians wear the mask is one, because of the what they call papoon like in Japan. That's the pollen in the air that causes hay fever. So they wear the mask for that. And then out of their own kindness, when they've got a cold and they're sneezing, they like to put the mask on. That's generally the Asian, and maybe China. It could be bad air quality in China, but I never ever thought I'd ever see the West ever wear the mask ever, and I could not believe my eyes when I'm seeing everybody wearing masks in the shops.
It was insane.
I'm looking at Americans and British and Australians, New Zealanders, Europeans with masks on their faces. Wow, how
it was such a weird. It was such a weird, eerie feeling walking through giant supermarkets in Australia, being the only person in the entire supermarket that didn't have a
me
mask
too.
on.
Yeah, I had that same thing.
Following them fucking arrows down the
Following
shopping
the
centre,
arrows,
and those
dude.
stupid guards standing at the end, pointing, telling you got to follow arrows. It's like, hang on a minute, I'm no rocket surgeon, but anyways, I'm pretty sure a fucking virus doesn't give a shit about an arrow on the ground. You idiot.
Yeah, that's right. And then you have the special, when you're at the register, they space it out. And in Japan, they got the two footprints where you have to stand on those footprints. Yeah.
I'll tell you a funny episode, Jed.
We had that.
Yeah, we had them stupid footprints everywhere. But I'll tell you something funny. I went up to one of the local shops one day, and there's a lady in front of me standing there, feet perfectly aligned in those little footprint things, and I'm standing up. I had my heels at the front of the footprint, so I wasn't in the footprint. I was standing in front of it, and this bird behind me taps me on the shoulder. You've got to stand on that. And I'm like, listen, love, I've seen too many fucking Roadrunner cartoons. I am not standing on that shit. And that was it. About 8 people have just busted out laughing because they've realised the stupidity of what they were actually doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you say that again?
That was some funny shit, man.
Yeah.
Oh, it was
Yeah,
it was just Comedy Central. Like we were actually getting people arrested, not getting them arrested. They were getting arrested and fined for being in their motor vehicles driving to the shops to purchase food.
Yeah, it was stupid, wasn't it? Yeah, we didn't have any of that here in Japan. In fact, in all the 3 years heavy concentration of having to wear the mask for that 2020, 21, 22, and 23, yeah, all the way through that, only 2 people came up to me. When I say 2 people, one husband and wife, and then a group of Japanese women, 2 separate occasions, and they came up to me and said, well, they spoke to me as if I didn't know what was going on, right? And they said, you know, when you come to the supermarket, you have to wear the mask. I said, you know what? When you see me, you must think, what is it I know that you may not know? Okay, because I showed them how the mask was ineffective on my smartphone quickly. One was 1 minute and the other one was 30 seconds, 2 separate videos. I showed them how the mask does not work. Okay, and then I said, so when you see me doing something that everybody else is doing and I'm going the opposite, think, what is it that I know that you may not know? Because I've been in Japan many, many, many years. Okay, I'm not a newcomer. Okay, I might be a foreigner, but I carry some experience. But I thank you for your concern, and I bowed to them and said thank you very much. I wasn't rude to them. I just said, whenever you see me doing something that is opposite to what everybody else is doing, think maybe he knows something. Okay, that's what I said. I'm not. I have studied very well this situation. We're not in any danger. And I said that to the other couple. You know, a year or so later on, another group of women were concerned, and I said the same thing, showed them the same video. Do you know what I mean? And I said to them, if you ever see me doing something opposite, check what I'm doing and then do some research, because it could be that you're doing something wrong and it's going to be harmful to your health. Aha. You know? And she said, "Tamagai," which means you're very clever. I said, thank you very much. And then I walked off. That was only two occasions that anyone bothered me for not wearing a mask. But outside of that, I would be in there, everyone would be masked up. I'd be the only one not wearing a mask. Yeah. And the funny thing is this, they're coming with their kids. The kids have got no masks on. Mummy's wearing it, but the child isn't wearing it, or vice versa. Everybody had it all wrong. Driving in your car, you're on your own, you're going somewhere. You get to Tokyo airport and you've got the mask on and you're on your own. There was some really odd behavior going on out there. Really weird. Comedy of errors all over the place. But at least we didn't have the lockdown, so we were very lucky there. People were going fishing, right? I went mountaineering. I did my regular stuff. So I was very lucky. Real freedom.
Well, yeah, when they were having, like, because everyone was in just stupid mode, it's like all their brains got turned off for some reason. Anyways, my neighbours across the road were having flip outs. Oh, they can't do this and they can't do that. And I said, look, I'll tell you how it's going to work. If I've got coughs or colds or sneezing or whatever, I'm not going to come over and see you. Simple as that. You know, I'm not into all this rest of this bullshit. If I'm feeling ill, I won't come and see you. But anyways, because I managed to acquire a few days off work, I sat across the road drinking beers, copious amounts of beers, with old mate. So I wasn't allowed to go to the pub and have them, because if you went to the pub, you had to be sitting down, because apparently the virus operated at above 5'3", because you couldn't stand up. But if you were standing up, if you had a beer in your hand, they wouldn't come near you. But you had to be jabbed. So the stupidity of the stuff that they were spitting out. So, anyways, I just went to the bottle shop, bought quite a few cartons, and I sat across the road drinking beers with the old fella, and that's what he said to me one day. What are you going to do if you get busted? And I said, seriously, if I'm sitting over here out in the open and I get busted with you having a beer, I'm probably going to say something rude.
Yeah, of course you would. Yeah, exactly. Of course you would. Of course you would, you know.
Well, the silly part is they're telling you you've got to be locked up in your house. You know, no one's coughing, sneezing, farting, or carrying on. What's the problem?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know whether the last couple of years was an IQ test or what, but fuck it, we failed.
Yeah.
As a collective, we failed.
Yep, we failed miserably. Yeah, exactly. There was a guy called Dr. Erickson with his partner, okay, another doctor, together, right? And he was telling us that, you know, because he was from, I think it may be Scandinavia. He was Scandinavia, okay, from there. But he's working out of Los Angeles, right? And he was, you know, on the CNN news telling everybody that you shouldn't be locking down anyone. We're not doing it in the Scandinavian area. We're not doing any lockdowns at all, because when you do that, you weaken the immune system. They said, he said, right? Why do you think babies go around putting things in their mouths? He said, they're mapping their environment. They need to do that, right? Okay, that's part of how the immune system comes strong. But if you lock everybody in the house and they can't get out and get fresh air, and you're keeping everyone isolated, that's not good. That's what Dr. And then they try to shut him off, but he went on to other platforms to get his message out anyway. Okay, I don't even remember him, Dr. Erickson, right at the very beginning, 2020, right at the beginning, man. It was already warning that you can't be locking down people because that's the wrong thing to do.
Yeah,
Detrimental
great
to
point.
health. Mm.
They were telling people in Australia, don't even keep your windows open. You have to keep your windows closed.
Right. And then in Japan, they say, open your windows and let the kids go out and play. Can you see the missed message there, right there? Complete opposite. Stupid.
Like some champion, absolute bloody legend, set up a mannequin with an esky at the beach holding a fishing rod up, just so the local law enforcement had to go down and check it out. So the local coppers went down there with their face diapers on and checked it out, and it was actually a bloody mannequin. That shit was funny, eh? Landed on the news. I nearly fell off my seat laughing. That was great. That was like a big FU to the local law enforcement for upholding stupidity. That's what it was.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the worst news I saw from Australia was when that 70-year-old woman was slammed down by one of them stormtrooper looking guys, you know, with the shield and everything, and they slammed down that old lady because she didn't have a mask on. I thought, wow, man, this is what it's come to. You're slamming down old ladies. And then the second one that from Australia was the show of strength, because the men were attacking the women, and then after a couple of weeks went by, there was a show of strength where the women were in front of their men, okay, and they were they were 1 millimeter away from them stormtroopers, poking and smashing those shields, telling them off, and then the men are there with their arms folded, waiting for the attack, and they did not attack. Okay, they did not attack, and I thought, yeah, well done, Aussies, well done. They need to get that, and it was the women that were banging the shields. Yeah, that for me, that gave me an emotional uplift after seeing the old lady get pushed down to the floor.
Did
a couple
you
of
see
weeks
on
later,
the news, Jen,
yeah,
where
go
they
on.
had a small collection of people down in Canberra? Did you see that?
Okay. Yeah, I think I did see that.
Now,
yeah.
what was interesting when it popped up on the news, it was about 10,000 conspiracy theorists marching Canberra. Now, what was interesting about the actual event, and I didn't get to go because I was broke at the time, but if I was not so broke, I would have driven down there. What was interesting is one of the contacts that we have works for local law enforcement, and he said the local cameras, like the road cameras, picked up an extra on top of the normal volume, picked up an extra 1.3 million vehicles in Canberra.
Wow.
Now, the news told us 10,000 conspiracy theorists march Canberra. Now, I'm no expert on numbers and shit, but I'm going to assume that every single one of those vehicles had one single person in it.
Yeah.
Now, what was also interesting is I knew quite a few people that went down there, and they said there's all different campsites down there. So when they run Summer Nats, which is our annual car petrol head get together, there's a couple of different campsites that get used. Now, number one campsite was chock-a-block full, and they had 73 coaches full of people in there, and it was locked down because they couldn't put any more people in there.
Bloody meat market like situation.
Each coach holding what 38? I think it's 38 people to a coach. And there was 70 of those in there.
Can you imagine that?
So, yeah, when the roads fellas say that there's an extra 1.3 million vehicles on the road, and you go, okay, let's just assume one person per vehicle. It doesn't take much to realise how much of a lying pack of bastards the news really is when they turn around and say, "Oh yeah, there are 10,000 conspiracy theorists." Like someone put a drone up, and they actually flew the drone across the crowd, and one of the lads grabbed it and he used a computer program to count the people, and they said there was something like 20,000 people just in a something like a 30-second drone shot where this drone was flying forward, and that was just the bridge that they were walking across. There was phenomenal amounts of people down there, but I just loved how it was fobbed off by the news. Oh yeah, 10,000 conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, you could never trust the media at all. I mean, I never did. I knew
The
they
other
were lying
one,
from the
they
word
did
go.
they did a like a memorial thing where they got all these people's names, anyone that had issues, whether they'd passed away or from whatever other complications, and they had them on little sticks with these little like cardboard placard things. They're only probably, I don't know, 8 inches by 6 inches, just a little rectangle, a little write up, who they were, how many shots of Kool-Aid they had, and whatever other componentry and things that did or didn't happen. But anyways, they had this shrine set up, and to give you an idea of how broken in the head people were, there was these arrogant clowns that were running along, actually plucking these things out of the ground and throwing them down, screaming and carrying on that it's all bullshit, that this is all lies, that all these people that have passed away are just a joke, and you're having a laugh, taking a piss. They didn't, because I don't know if they were having a cog dis moment, realizing that these things have actually happened and they didn't want to admit to it, or if they were just that fucked in the head that they just lost true comprehension of reality. I don't know what the deal was, but you had people out there fair dinkum were setting up these shrines, these memorial walk things for all the people that have had complications, and there was these other dickheads running around just ripping these little signs out of the ground, throwing them down, stomping on them, just being right clowns. Oh, mate.
Yeah, that was the worst. You see, that's when you say as a collective we failed. I mean, there's the example right there. You know, it's terrible, man.
I lost one of my friends.
Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the blokes in Western, when I was living in Western Australia, he's one of my housemates.
Right. Shame. And then the odyssey. Another odyssey was in Britain on a Thursday. They'd all be tapping their pots and pans in a gesture of thank you and appreciate the nurses and that. Okay, on a Thursday, tap your pots and pans on a Thursday. I said, what the hell is going on in that country? So now you're tapping for thank you for what?
I'll tell you what was messed up, Jen. All of these nurses and doctors were screaming and yelling about how busy they were because of all these sick people, but yet they still had time to do choreographed dances. Like,
yeah,
what the?
I saw that. Yeah, I saw
like
that.
If you're so busy and the hospitals are so overrun, I can assure you now, you ain't got time to do some little dance routine.
Right. You might remember, right, that like every day in the news, there was like 900 people dying daily in Italy, right? Okay. And then what happened? Some guys in Italy went around to the hospitals and showed us that there was no pandemonium, no ambulances watching around. Look at it. It's empty. And then the same thing happened in Hawaii. They showed us what was going on. And then they showed us in England as well. All right. And maybe even in Australia as well. They're showing us how it wasn't as pandemonium as they were making out. There was no such thing as so many people dying daily and the ambulances were rushed off their wheels. That was not true, right? They actually went to the hospitals and you could see it was just quiet. Yeah.
The same thing happened in Australia as well. They did the same thing.
Yeah.
They set up, it looked like that was overloaded all the hospitals, and then people went back the next couple of days and it was like a ghost town.
Yeah.
Multiple countries, that same thing happened. It was so weird.
Yes, it was. It was just, you see what it was is that clearly they were exposing the lies. That's what it was. You had to, because everybody knew that they were lying. That's what it was. Those who were out there knew 900 people dying daily, and now you can't go and now you can't do in Chicago. They came out with their pickup trucks and guns right out to the town hall, right? A show of strength, right? And they said to the people in the town hall, let us open our businesses so we can make some money and get some food. Yeah, we've got no food. Yeah, they drove out in force. The Chicagonites, they were out there in their force, in their trucks, shouting at their mayor in the town hall, right up to the steps. I thought that was good. You know, they should have gone in there. They said they'll be back. They showed their strength, and then they said we'll be back tomorrow. Until you let us get open our businesses and, you know, at least and get some food. Silly, yeah, you know, lockdown. Oh, anyway, in Japan, no lockdown. That's the one thing I always speak to those Americans here. No, shut up about your freedom. You got locked down, okay? In fact, that Statue of Liberty, it's a liberty being where it should be here in Japan. They didn't have a lockdown. Winded them up.
Actually, if all the flat earthers were smart back then when they were saying, when it first kicked off and they said they were going to flatten the curve, that's what all the flat earthers should have jacked up and just went, yeah, you're just proven flat earth, you dickheads. And that would have riled them right up, because now they've been caught with this this double up where it's like, yeah, we're going to flatten the curve, or yeah, proven flat earth.
that was in fact, that was a message to the flat earthers, because in England, yeah, the flat earthers were out on the streets warning people not to wear the mask and everything else. They didn't want to do the flat earth. They put that on the back burner. But when they started talking about flattening the curve, they said, yeah, welcome to flat earth. And you know what happened? The guy who said that, right, flatten the curve, went on to say, he gave a message. We're going to flatten the curve because the earth's not flat. That's what he said. Okay? He said that. You know, when they're on the plinth, you know, when they got the American, that circle with the American flags, and the flags are there. He's on that plinth there with the platform and that. He spoke and he said, we're going to flatten the curve because the earth's not flat. And they posted that on the YouTube. Gaslighting the flat earthers.
If you are unvaccinated,
all right.
Sorry.
Sorry. Okay, I just wanted to play this. Right, this is how crazy it was back then. Right, so this is a compilation of clips from the Australian media about how the virus will find and track down the unvaccinated people. So this is freaking hilarious. Listen to this.
I appreciate it. Go ahead.
I'll play it through my microphone, and if it doesn't work properly, just write in the side chat that it's not working.
It sounded great.
If you are unvaccinated and the virus comes into your community, the virus will hunt you out. The virus hunts down the unvaccinated.
The virus will find the unvaccinated. That's what they all say. And it's a virus that will find you if you're not vaccinated.
If you're unvaccinated, it will find you.
The virus is literally finding unvaccinated people.
It will find the unvaccinated.
We're seeing COVID-19 tracking down unvaccinated people. You know, if you're unvaccinated and you're in circulation, you're going to get it.
The Delta variant of COVID-19 has the potential to spread through an unvaccinated community like wildfire.
The Delta variant is so aggressive that if you're unvaccinated, it's going to find you.
Delta is finding the unvaccinated.
The Delta variant will find you. If you're not vaccinated, it will find you.
The virus tends to find places that are under-vaccinated.
It does not just move to city centres. It finds the unvaccinated wherever they are.
So you might live in the middle of the desert, but it can still find you.
But if you're unvaccinated, this virus is looking for you.
You know, this virus, this infection, will seek out the people who are either unvaccinated or have only had one jab and are not fully protected.
The virus does seem to be finding older people who have not received that third dose.
We'll ultimately find just about everybody.
But these three people, two of them weren't vaccinated. One had just had the first dose. The virus has found them.
Wow.
How insane is that?
Yep, that's the propaganda and bullshit that we were getting blasted at us on a regular basis. Every single freaking channel, every 15 minutes was blasting that as propaganda.
Listening to it now, it's like cringe, isn't it? Cringe-worthy, this stuff. Terrible.
It's
terrible.
yeah, it's like it's almost like satire or something, right? Like you can't even take it seriously. It's that ridiculous.
It's that ridiculous and cringe, man. Every single one of those little sound bites, that was terrible. Just got to laugh, man. And Matrix got it right. You know, we failed as a collective. We failed. Fucking hell, man. It's terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, I lost so much faith in humanity as a whole during that time.
Yeah, it brought home how much of an uphill struggle trying to deliver the flat Earth's going to be. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that's what it meant to me, man.
Yeah, it shows that you can't trust your fellow humans and that they will just turn on you in a second if the TV tells them to. It's like zombies. It's like controlling
really
zombies.
Cool, DJ? You're gonna love this. I was working at the jail at the time, and as you know, I lost my job because of all this bullshit. And just before I went out, there was some of the inmates there, and they coerced the inmates into getting jabs. And the way they did it was one of the jails of many. There's heaps of jails around, so pick your poison. The inmates are in sections, in pods or cells or wings, however they want to do it. So in each wing there'll be so many cells. And some of the cells have one in them, some have two, some have up to three. Anyways, the jail I worked, the wing had 25 inmates in each wing, and what they did was they coerced them into getting their Kool-Aid, and the way they did that was by offering a barbecue once everyone in the wing had partaken in the drinking of said Kool-Aid. So, what would happen is you'd get 23 out of 25 would do it, and the last two would go, yeah, nah, fuck this. And so they would basically sort themselves out in the wing. So those two guys would probably, if they weren't good on the knuckle, they'd be learning to be, because when the rest of them were getting a free barbecue, these guys were hindering their free barbecue. So that's how they were coerced into doing it. I had a few of them in my section where I was, and I thought, you know what? Since I've already found out that I'm getting marched out of here, I told all the inmates that I had access to go and ring up the hotline and tell them that they were coerced into doing it. And the reason that I told them to do that was because if something happens in the future, you at least have a leg to stand on. Whereas if you just cop it sweet, you've got absolutely nothing to stand on. And there was probably about 20 of them that rung the hotline up and did the right thing. But yeah, that was my sort of last stand as I walked out. There was one young Muslim fella who asked me, what should he do? He only had about 3 or 4 weeks to go before he got out. And he asked me, what should he do? And I said, look, mate, it's up to you. I can't advise you either way. You're over 18. You're here to make your own choices. But considering the information you've given me, that you've only got, say, 3 weeks to go, if you can tough it out for 3 weeks. But he said, yeah, but they're stopping us from talking to our families. We can't have visitors. So basically, everyone was doing phone link-ups. That's the only way they could see their families. Families weren't allowed to come and visit. He said, yeah, I can't see me missus. I've got all this other stuff going on. And I said, well, look, from what you've told me, you've got 3 weeks to go. I'd tough it out if you don't want to do it. If you do want to do it, hey, go and do it. But if you don't, then yeah, just tough it out for 3 weeks, mate. And he said, he was telling me about all the pod stuff, about what was going on. I said, well, that's just something you'll have to come to grips with. That's up to you. And then he goes, well, what are you going to do? And I said, you'll find out my answer tomorrow. And that was my last day there.
Right.
And they found out that I got stood down due to failure to comply with directions. So I was
Well,
actually
well done
directed
anyway.
to
Well
do it.
done. Yeah, 'cause you had to stand up. You know, you stood up because you knew that you did the right thing. That's why you had to you had to follow the truth. That's it. Even if it meant you lost your job, because
Well,
why
what
would
was
you?
really cool, Jen, is
Yeah.
when I got another job, one day there, one of the guys I used to work with at the jail popped in, and he was like, "Oh shit, you're here," and he walked in, shook my hand, and said, "Thank you."
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Thank
He
you.
said, and
Yeah.
just said it downright, "You were right."
Well done. Well done, man.
So, winner, chicken
When
dinner.
I heard that Australia's lead virologist wouldn't even take it, and they
Yeah.
banned him from his lab, that's when I went. My ears
Yeah,
pricked up, and I went, "Oh,
I heard
that
that.
South
oh, what's
Australian
going
fella.
on here?"
Yeah. Yes, I heard that news
There was
reports.
the South Australian fella. He was actually trying to create his own um, vaccine, basically, and
Yeah.
they wouldn't let him continue his work until he was vaccinated.
Yeah,
So,
because he was working on a protein based one. I
Yep.
probably grew up on his vaccinations and some of my kids and grandkids, right?
Yeah.
Like on ones that he'd specifically developed himself
Wow.
and his team, right?
I
And
remember
he
it on
said,
Sky.
no, he said,
Sky
it's a
News.
chance. He was screaming at our government, give me a chance. I'll make us a protein based one. There's no need to go messing around with this mRNA shit. Like,
Yeah.
just give me time. He ended up developing one, which they couldn't take it off him or they couldn't stop him from making it, but he couldn't give it to anybody. But he could give it to himself, so he gave it to himself.
Yeah, well done. I remember watching the reports on Sky News. That's where I was getting my news from. The Australian, all the Australian news was coming through Sky News at that time. So that one, when you said the virologist was locked out of his own lab, I thought, wow, what is going on, man? This is just a mad world we live in. Australia is turning out to be like Germany in the Second World War. You know, that's what we were saying, and we've seen all the fighting on the streets. Wow, what's happening in Australia? It looks rough. Okay.
Well, funny you should say that, Jen, because one of the episodes we had a little march through our town, so everyone put on white shirts because you put on white shirts, so if anyone attacks you or does anything stupid, blood shows up really easy. Anyways, everyone's got their white shirts on. We're all marching through, waving, saying good day to everyone. There's all these face diaper wearers everywhere, which is an absolute crack up. And that's what one of the guys said. Oh, all that's missing now is a little yellow dot to put on our collar.
Right, exactly. You know what's funny is that what were they called? Were they called the liberal nationalists or like something like that? Like it was like, and then I see this correlation with our national liberals, right? Like it was something like that. Like that it was really close, but it was just like swapped around. The words were swapped around. Like the Nazi Party called themselves like it's pretty much what our government was calling themselves at the time.
Yeah, it's pretty corrupt. Like I said, as a collective, I'm sorry, we failed. If it was an IQ test, I'm sorry, we failed.
Yeah, it was pretty sad. I got pulled up in the supermarket, you know, because like this fella, like this worker said, "Hey mate, where's your mask?" You know, and I went, "Oh well, I don't have to wear one." And he's like, "Oh, what? Have you got some sort of doctor's thing or something?" You know, and I was like, "No, according to the Constitution." And he goes, "I don't care about any of that, right?" And he goes, "I just care about the health of my fellow workers, my staff." You know, I was like, relax, buddy. You know, like nobody's rolling around having fits and blood coming out of their eyeballs or anything. It's fine. You know, like. And he
I'll
just
tell you what I did love at the
stormed
shops,
away.
up, and you'll appreciate this. You know those stupid little glass plastic panels that they put up at every freaking cashier? They're only about 2 foot high and about 1.5 foot wide, so that the cashiers can stand behind them. One day there,
Yeah,
I've gone into the shops,
plexiglass
and
thing.
there's a cashier, face diaper on. Excuse me? Oh, look, for fuck's sake, I can't hear what you're saying. And I've stood to the left of this stupid plastic shield, and all of a sudden she stood to the level off with me, took a mask down. Oh, that'll be $22, thanks.
Yeah, I know.
And then to add insult to injury, got this, to add insult to injury, I handed cash and she had to hand me change. And I'm just sitting there going, yous have got no idea. Yous are so stupid.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I tell you a story of my student, right? I used to go to her house on a Friday, yeah, when all this kicked off now, right? She wanted me to sit at the other end of the table while she was at one end. I goes, look, just because you're scared, don't project that on me, okay? I'm going to sit where I regularly sit, or we don't have the lesson, okay? We can stop it now, okay? Oh, okay, right. So we had that lesson. The next week, her husband had put up a plexiglass on the table. Can you believe that? Exactly what you would see in the supermarkets, the same thing, because you can get them online. And her husband fashioned up a plexiglass so that when I was in the room, I said, if the virus is in this room, it can travel around your plexiglass. Do you understand that? That's not going to stop it. You know? She goes, yeah, I'm not scared. I goes, you are scared. I'm the one that's not scared because I'm not wearing the mask. You're scared. You've got the mask. You've got the plexiglass. You're scared, not me. Cheek. You know what I mean? She's trying to make it, I'm scared. I goes, no, I'm the one that's telling you not to wear the mask. So clearly I cannot be scared then. Right. You've got the glass, you've got the mask on. So you're the one that's scared. But I'm not worried at all. I told you that already. I've done all this studying from 2006. I knew this was a nonsense from 2006 with the SARS virus and the swine flu and all the other nonsense that was going on. So I said, no, I've learned a long time ago, man. This is nonsense what you're doing. Can you imagine that? Plexiglass in your own house, in your living room.
Yeah, it took them, I think 2 years, maybe 3, to take them down in our supermarkets here. Yeah.
They're still up.
Yeah.
They're still up here in Japan.
Took them a fair while. There's some that are still up, but it took them a fair while to get the majority of them down.
No, they're still up here in Japan, man. Still up. In the supermarket I go to, it's still there. They're still using it.
Wow. You know the Berejiklian
and they're wearing masks.
Matrix?
And they're still wearing masks.
They were doing that before, though, weren't they? Like, every time I see the news, like even decades ago, like I'd be watching Asian, like there'd be a scene of an Asian subway or something, and everybody's wearing masks. And I ask like people, why are they wearing masks? And they're like, they're scared of bird flu or something, you know? Like I'm like, what? I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? It did surprise me as well because in 1999, when I arrived in Japan, 1999, and I'd be out on my bike with my wife on the back, you know, going out to restaurants. I'm picking her up from work, and I see people with masks on, yeah, even in our neighborhood. So in the end, I had to ask, why are they? I thought it was bad air, right? I said, why are they wearing masks? Is it because of the bad air quality? Is there something wrong with the air? She says, no. They're wearing it because of the allergy from the pollen, the hay fever. I said, oh, right. And then some of them may have a cold and they're sneezing, so they don't want to sneeze on people, so they wear a mask. I said, you know what? Now, that is really nice, good manners. Because in England, those masks are available in the chemists, in the pharmacy. I've never seen anybody buy one. They're there on the rack, right? All throughout the 50s, 60s, when I was born in the 60s, okay? So the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, 90s, 2000, I came to Japan. So through that period, those masks were on the shelves. I never saw anyone buying them. And yet, here they are in Japan in regular use. And I thought it was due to the bad air quality, perhaps. Started to get, because I noticed that when I wore my T-shirt, either a yellow one or a white one, when I've been riding around, okay, I've noticed that the car exhaust fumes deposited themselves on the T-shirt, and the T-shirt would go dull off. Wouldn't be so bright white. It'd be a dull grayish color on my T-shirts. All right, so I started to worry. I wore a mask then. It's called a Respro, a motorcycle one. I've been wearing those for like 20 odd, 30 odd years. So it was just a shock to see the people wearing masks, and I put it down to the bad air quality, but it wasn't. It was down to the pollen, hay fever season. And they don't want to because they won't stop sneezing and blocked nose. It's like having a cold. I thought, wow, man, I'm glad I don't have any of those allergies. My wife has it.
That's like it's like when that Matrix. Do you remember Berejiklian?
Yeah.
Yeah. She went on TV and she said, like, when you go out into public, I want you to act like you have it. I want you to act like your neighbor has it. I want you to act like your taxi driver has it. I want you to act like everybody has it. And I just pictured myself like you getting down, come down to the main street and go, get away from me, and then coughing and spluttering and like blowing my nose, right?
Yeah.
Because that's acting like you've got it, right?
Yeah. You remember the very beginning?
I would have loved to have seen like a skit done of that, because like that just made me feel like going and actually acting like I do have it, you know.
The whole government telling us to dob in your neighbours, dob in your mates, bullshit.
Yeah.
That done it for me. That was just like, seriously? And my neighbours I was having beers with, so it was pretty cool. And that's what they said something about, oh, what are you going to do if I dob you in? And I said, look, I'll dob you in for dobbing me in. Like, seriously, that is the most un-Australian shit going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, well, I knew one neighbour wouldn't dob me in because I had a veggie garden going, and he liked African tomatoes. So
right. Well done. Well done. You know. I'm glad you brought that
so
up.
One side was covered. That was good.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought that up, right? Because that was where you couldn't trust. You can't trust humanity now because they'd grass you up. They'd grass you up, wouldn't they? They'd dob you. Terrible. You know what I mean? So I'm glad
it
you
was
brought that
unreal.
up.
Like when it was on the TV that to dob in your neighbours and that, I just looked at that and went, "You lot have got to be joking. That is the most un-Australian thing. Ragging on your mates, like seriously."
Yeah, even
you look out for
members.
your neighbours. You don't stitch them up.
Yeah, you stitch up your own family members as well. If Daddy hasn't wearing a mask, let us know. Blah blah. If he didn't get that that Kool-Aid, let us know, right? There's a number, you know, which is, what do they call that number? It's where you have your anonymity. What is it called? The number is there, and you know it's I've forgotten the terminology they use for that. You can ring up and you know anonymously, basically, right? And you can give us all the information. Yeah, terrible. You grass up your own family members.
But anyway, we got a few people here, Jin. Yeah, people did. It was so. Let's have a look down the list. We got Albanese. Bro, you're gonna have to change that name. Being that I'm an Australian, that name sort of makes some of us a bit like want to throw up. But anyways, we'll go down the list. We got we got Firehawk. We got Ippo, still believing in the globe. Who else we got? Down the list.
You have the audacity to tell me that I can't speak English when you speak like that, really, Matrix?
He speaks okay. What's up?
No, he doesn't.
That sounds like a bucket full of coke there. That just charged me up a little bit more. Right, let's go. We've got Red Naxella. Ooh. And we've got a Swiggy Dozer.
Okay, welcome.
And all those people, welcome. Please tell us how you think you live on a ball. Maybe you're a flat earther. I don't know. I don't have mind reading capabilities, but I am in learning. So, please, if you think you're a hardcore glober, tell us about your globe measurements. Yeah. Maybe not.
Yeah, don't hesitate.
Don't be scared. We're going to bite you. I'm just loud like this all the time. Doesn't mean I'm going to jump through the screen and attack you.
No, he is going to bite you. He's going to bite you really hard. Don't believe that.
Yeah, no, he's not going to bite you. You're welcome to present your case as to why you believe, or maybe you know that you're living on a globe. What would that proof be looking like? Because we're measuring flat Earth where we've gone. We're not able to measure that curvature. So if you've got that proof, we'd be very interested to hear where we may have gone wrong. Go ahead. Welcome to all of you. Please go ahead.
So, like, basically, like, the globe is too big, basically.
Okay, look, let me give you something.
Too big for what?
Hang on, Matrix. Let me
Measure.
just say something, right? Let me just say something, okay? Now, when you want to buy a new car or some new clothing or whatever, and you're looking online, back in the old days, it would be the catalog. You're looking at the dimensions and the size and the numbers, and then you go to the shop to confirm, yeah? Okay? So if they're giving us the numbers, which you don't even know, to the globe, and they're giving us the numbers, by logic, we should be able to verify that. It doesn't matter how ginormous you think the Earth is, it should be able to be confirmed because they've given us the numbers. We have the numbers, okay? This is how stupid you are. You don't think before you open your mouth, okay?
Yeah, I
It doesn't
do.
matter how big the Earth is. If we have the numbers, it means we can check it,
What if
okay?
the numbers are wrong?
Aha, and that's what we're finding out now. Can you go and check for yourself? I said that to you yesterday or the
Can
day before
you?
yesterday. Go. I've already checked. You haven't. That's why we're here.
Okay,
Go and
so
check.
show me what you checked.
Go and check. What happened the other day? We gave you some videos. Yeah. We gave
Oh
you some.
God.
We gave you the curve chart, calculator charts. Yeah. And what did DJ do? DJ even helped you out with the laser beam as well. Yeah. Do you remember? And then you were supposed to go and check for yourself because that's all that's left for you. You must go and check. That's what you
Look,
must
look,
do.
look, 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 look. I'll
Yes,
buy
there you
a
go. There you go,
laser.
ladies and
Wait,
gentlemen.
no,
There
I'm
you
gonna
go,
agree
ladies
with
and
you.
gentlemen. Yeah.
Wait, I'm going to
No,
agree
you're
with you.
interrupting me when I'm talking. Ladies and gentlemen, the young lady by the name of Ippo
Oh
has
my
been
God,
given
she
all
do
the
the same thing.
information. You're interrupting. Given all the information that is required to learn how to measure this curvature. She must go and do that to check. Like you said, what if the numbers are wrong? Well, you won't know that until you go and check if the numbers are correct or not. Thank you. Shut up now.
What the hell? Whatever.
Let her
Yes.
talk.
No,
Anyways,
you talk shit.
how about I buy you, one of you guys, a laser and then you can
Now,
do
why
the
don't
test
you
for
use
me?
it for yourself? Use it
Because
for
I don't know
yourself.
how to use it for
Oh,
myself.
so you're so backward you don't even know how to use a laser beam. It's
What
that
the?
bad.
No, I know how to use a laser beam, but like I don't know how
Go
to
and
like
use it then. Go and
test
use it
it.
and prove you're on a globe. Go and use it and
But I
prove
don't
you're
know
on a
how to do that.
Oh, there you are. We gave you the video the other day. You were watching it. I can't believe this. Oh, yeah, Matrix gave up as well, didn't he? Because he was trying to help her out. He goes, Jin, you take over. He goes,
No,
this is...
Matrix is
No,
Matrix, and
Matrix
yeah.
tried to help you out. You can't even use a laser beam. You don't even know how to do the laser beam,
No,
even though
I
you've been
know
shown the
how to
video.
like click the laser beam on and off. I'm just
Look, you were
saying.
shown the video. You were shown a video as how they were able to measure this across the earth, across the ocean, across the lake. And you watched that video with DJ, and you still don't know how to do it. You still don't know. I don't understand you. Actually, I do
Maybe I
understand.
just don't know the video. Like,
Yeah,
okay.
you're just out of your.
You should just listen, right? If you don't know anything about the globe, right, and every flat earther in here knows 1,000 times more about the globe than what you know, right? And then when we show you tests, right, you don't, you say, oh, that's too long to watch the video or something like that, right? And then even if you watched it, you still wouldn't understand any of it anyway, right? So
Exactly. So this is like, come
don't
here.
ask us to show you proof, right? When we've
Why?
already showed you proof and you don't understand any of it, because we'll show you other things that have been done and you won't understand those either.
Yeah.
So teach me how to
What's the
understand.
point? Well, I've been over it and I've explained it in a very simple way, right?
Yeah.
Okay, like if I'm standing in one place, okay, and you're standing 20 miles away from me, okay, and there's a giant hill in between us, right? A giant hill. Obviously, I can't see you and you can't see me, right? If you zoom in with a camera or a telescope or you shoot a laser at me, okay, there's a hill in between us. Okay, but, right? That's the claim, right? There's a hill in between us. But in reality, let's say I shoot a laser and I can hit you with the laser and you can hit me with a laser, and I could zoom in and I can see you, right? When there should be a hill in between us. Okay, obviously that means that there isn't a hill in between us. Okay, if it just looks flat, right? And I zoom in and it looks flat and there's no hill there and I can see you just fine and you can see me just fine with a telescope or whatever, right? That means the hill isn't there. There's not a hill there. But people are claiming that there's a hill there. It's like, dude, we just tested it. There isn't a hill there. It's not there.
Well, are you far enough to be
Yeah,
hitting
20
eye?
miles, right? So over 20 miles on a globe, there should be like 130-foot hill in between us of Earth curvature.
266 feet. 266
Well,
feet is the number.
the Sagitta height would be 133 feet or something
Okay,
like that.
all right, yeah, okay, all right.
So the maximum height of the hill in between
Mm.
us, it would be like 130 feet high, like a 13-story building, like a
Right.
giant skyrise building.
Right. Well, there you are.
You know, not a giant one, but you know, like 13, 14 stories high. So
Hmm.
regardless, right? It's not there when we go and test. Okay. If it's a globe, it has to be there. You have to have that hill in between us. If it's not there, then it can't be a globe because it has to be there. And then we go and test it again and again and again. And that hill, right, of Earth curvature that should be between us, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So it's not about the Earth being too big, right? It's about us taking the exact size that they tell us and then working out how big that hill should be between us. And if it's not there, then it can't be a globe.
So Ippo, please don't say the Earth is too big, because if they've given us the numbers, it means we can verify it. That's what it means. If it's too big, then they wouldn't bother giving us the numbers. You understand? Okay. Why? Right. So if they're giving you the numbers, the specifications to the globe, it means you are able to verify that and confirm that those numbers are correct. And when we've tried to do that, DJ just explained to you that curvature is not there. We're looking at a horizontal constantly all the time. Okay? So don't ever say the Earth is too big. That's a stupid statement.
Mm-hmm.
All right, check
Yeah.
this out. Look in the side chat, Ippo. Right, look at this big, whatever the hell it is, right? Monument. Okay, this is, it's like 170 feet tall. Pretty big, right? It's like, if I'm standing on one side of that and you're standing on the other side of that, obviously we can't see each other. There's a physical thing blocking us, right? Just if we back up, right? I back up 10 miles away from it, you back up 10 miles away from it, and it's still in between us. We still won't be able to see each other. That's how much curvature there is over 20 miles. That should be approximately, right? That's how high the hill of water should be. That would be in between me and you. So it shouldn't be possible for me to hit you with a laser, or for me to see you, or for it to look completely flat. I'm trying to simplify it just so you can get an understanding of it.
I
Right?
was absolutely going to say that was very well explained. It should be so simple to understand.
Does it make sense now, Ippo? Does it make sense? Good to see you, Flat Earth Ranger, by the way.
Cool.
Ippo, do you get it?
Yeah.
All right. So when we go and test for that hump of water that should be there, it's not there.
Right. So Ippo, when you buy that laser beam that you got laser that you're going to buy for us, buy it for yourself and go and check, because that's what you've got to do, so that then you can know whether or not you're on a globe. You can listen to us. We give you all the explanations. You fully understand. Then obviously those who want to know the truth will go and check it for themselves, because they need to know the truth. Okay, and that's what you've got to do. Okay, that's it. That's the integrity of your position currently, is that it is upon you now to go and know that you don't know the numbers are correct or not, because you haven't checked yet. So you can't make the claim that you know. You don't know is your position. You don't know you're on a globe. Thank you. No,
Hey,
nobody
Ippo,
knows.
Ippo, check the video I put in the side chat there. Can you see it?
Give me 1 second.
It's a GIF. It's a GIF.
Yeah. What about it?
All right. So this is a big lake in Utah, right? It's called Bear Lake or something like that. Anyway, the name doesn't matter, but it's a very, very still day. You can see how flat the lake is, right? So this is the lake. Now, some people, right? These people went to the lake and they right? So here's a top view of the lake. We can see the distance of the lake, right? So this is the lake that you're looking at in the video here. Okay, so right on one side of the lake, this guy sets up this extremely powerful laser beam right here. Okay, so here's a video, right? Or just a picture from the video. Okay, so this is the laser beam set up on one side of the lake. Now, on the other side of the lake, another guy sets up this camera. Now, when it gets dark, right, he turns on the laser beam, and then the camera directly picks up the laser beam, and we can also see the laser beam reflecting off the water the whole way across the lake as well, right? So the giant monument, right, this is how much curvature should be blocking the laser beam from hitting the target, right? So between the laser beam and that camera, there should be a hill of water this high. And it's just not there. And then we go test it again and again and again in all different locations, and we just can't find that curvature anywhere. And that curvature has to be there. If the Earth's a globe, that curvature has to be there. And if it's not there, then there isn't a globe, right? There isn't a globe the size that they're telling us. And if you wanted to say, oh, maybe their numbers are wrong, right? If the globe's not the exact size they're telling us, the entire heliocentric model is completely wrong. And to have a globe big enough, right, for this observation to work, it would have to be so big that you can't even comprehend how big it would have to be, right? It would the size of the Earth would have to extend out past where the moon is, right? Like it's just ridiculous. You wouldn't be able to travel anywhere, right? From the North Pole to the South Pole would take you a month, right, in a plane or something like that. So look, the curvature's not there. We've tested it over and over again. The globe earthers don't have any tests that show that the curvature is there, other than trust me, bro stuff, right? Pictures from NASA, that kind of thing, right? Things that you can never check. And then, it's faith. It's just faith-based evidence when it comes to NASA pictures.
Yeah, and unbeknownst to some of those who are listening in the live stream, there are softwares out there now, digital analysis software that can actually take a picture from the NASA photographic library, right? The original library, purported to have come from space, these images, and you subject those images to the software, and the software highlights and tells you exactly whether or not it is authentically taken in space or not. Okay, and what we find is every single shot from NASA is fake, every single one. Yeah, sorry. Every single one of the images from NASA are fake. Yeah, sorry, I cut off there, ladies and gentlemen. I was just saying that all images, when subjected to the latest software, digital software analysis package, one is called JPEG Scoop, another one is called Forensically. I repeat that, Forensically, and the other one is JPEG Scoop. You can look at these softwares and use them. And what you do is you download images from the NASA library or the Lunar Reconnaissance Library, for example, and you subject the image to the software, and the software analyzes the image. And what you're looking for across an authentic image is a gray, ash gray color right across the image. That's an authentic image that was taken supposedly from space or wherever. But what you find is it's not ash gray across. It's only on the edges. The main picture is still there. That would be a fake image right there. Okay, thank you. Welcome. Welcome to the server. If there are any globers in the house who have any proof of curvature or proof of their model in reality, please step forward and present your case. Thank you. The Earth can never be too big to be measured because the numbers are there. So that's a fact. And then the other thing is, don't be shy. You know, if you feel that you've got the proof, then try and present it, because maybe we've done something wrong. Yeah, water is always level. Yeah, when it's at rest. So when you pour water on a ball, on a beach ball, tennis ball, basketball, okay, the water tends to roll off of that surface because it's not level, it's curving. So it rolls off and accumulates underneath the ball, level underneath the ball. Okay, right? When you spin a ball and you spin it and you pour the water on, the water is thrown off that ball whilst the ball is spinning. Okay, so there you have it. Right? Now, the Globers like to say, yeah, but gravity is keeping everything on. Well, first and foremost, which gravity are they talking about? Because there are two schools of thought, two proponents that you have to consider. In fact, there's about 80 theories, but the two proponents are the Newtonians, supposed Newtonians, mass attracting mass. I say supposed because Sir Isaac Newton did not agree with the theory. And then it's the one that they're currently teaching now is the bending and the warping of the space-time fabric with special relativity. That's the Einsteinian, right? That's the standard that they teach in universities today. And according to the scientific community, they say gravity is not a force. Okay? Gravity is not a force. So if you're a glober that wants to say the reason why the water is not flying off the ball is due to gravity, that would be the magic force, the mass attracting mass, which Sir Isaac Newton disagreed with. He said it was an absurd idea and he didn't want his name ascribed to that theory. Okay? Don't call me because I'm not going to call you, in other words. And he never proved it. And that theory has been superseded by the Einsteinian bending and the warping of the space-time fabric. So now you have to now work out how the bending of the warping of the space-time fabric keeps water to a spinning ball in the universe in a vacuum without a container. Can you see the problems there, ladies and gentlemen? Right. Wherever you see a ball and you pour water, it naturally rolls off. That's it. Because the surface of the surface of the ball isn't level. It's a continuous curving line. Okay? But we're measuring horizontality. That's why we say the earth is flat. Because wherever we see water, it's level. And the water is not curving. We cannot measure that curvature. It's not there. Laser beam tests are proving it. Long distance observations are proving it. Okay? And it's good. And then if you've ever traveled by ship, by aeroplane, a hot air balloon, yeah, submarine, torpedoes even have been, these instruments are proving. You've got your GPS, long range telescopes, short range telescopes, radar, sonar, radio waves. All these propagate horizontally across the earth. If the earth was curving, these radars and sonars and radio waves wouldn't work because the curvature would be interrupting the signal. It would be getting in the way. You see, so your distance would be dramatically shortened. But yet in Australia, they have a 2,000-mile beautiful radar system. Okay, over the horizon, it's called, but it's actually just propagating across the earth. That's all it's doing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, yeah. So the earth can never be too big for us to measure it. That's silly. Can't give me a number and say it's impossible to measure. What are you doing? Right. So, Globers, if you have any proof of your globe, please stand up, be counted, and speak.
Hello. Hello. Hi.
Hello. What's up?
Sir, could you please say what's mean by Freemason? Can you please say what's the Freemason?
What? A Freemason?
Sorry,
Yeah,
what?
sorry. Yeah, you didn't speak clearly there. Can you take your time, speak in a clear voice, and slow the speed down a little bit? Okay. What are you trying to say? Don't be shy now.
I'm,
The mic is yours.
I'm,
Go ahead.
I'm a slave mason.
Mhm. Okay.
Do you believe that the moon is a rounded ball?
Okay. With the moon, what I see,
Yeah, why not?
when I see it, it's circular. It sometimes appears to be spherical, but I can't say 100% it's a sphere. I see a circle, yes. Is it a spherical ball? I'm not 100% sure. Do you understand me?
Yes, I do. It can also be a rounded disk facing towards Earth.
Sorry?
It can also be a rounded disk facing towards the Earth.
Yeah, it could be. Yes, it could be. Yeah, absolutely. But I can't go there to confirm it. So that's not known knowledge. That's knowledge that I don't know. Could be, doesn't mean it is, does it? It means I still do not know. That's the position that I'm in. I don't know whether or not the moon is spherical. It looks circular. Yes, I can see that clearly. It's a circular looking object. Is it a spherical object? It does look like that at times, but I can't confirm that. So I can't say 100% it is. I cannot make that statement because I don't know. Okay. Right. Good question
Okay,
about the moon. Anything
understood.
else? Anything else?
No.
Hello.
Okay. Hello. Welcome.
Hi,
What do you
how are
have
you?
to say? Yeah, go ahead.
How are you doing? How are you doing?
Oh, we're doing very well here, waiting for people like yourselves to come forward and present your case, whether you're a flat earther or you're the heliocentric model, heliocentrist. So which one are you? And let's go.
Well, I'm the one like you guys hate. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't hate anyone unless they're being silly and they're being rude and being obnoxious and obfuscating. And a little bit of a dislike may come out. But I've given you the mic. What is your position today? It's a live stream. People are listening. They're waiting for you to say something. Please.
Yeah, so I believe the Earth is a globe. So what do you think
Okay.
about it?
Okay. Well, I think you're making a mistake by believing, because it is easy living on a globe by going out into nature and try to measure the curvature of the earth over a given distance, drop over distance. So I think you're making a mistake there, believing when you can actually know if the earth is a globe or not. What do you think about that answer?
Well, what about this? Do you believe in gravity?
You're not answering my question. What do you think about that answer? I said, please answer
Yeah,
my
I mean,
question.
maybe you are not seeing from a right height. That's why you're not seeing the curvature.
So what height do you have to go to see it?
Thank
you. You
Oh, was that everyone or just me?
Yeah, everyone. Did he say
Yeah,
space, though? Is
got
that what he
help
said? You have to go to space to see it?
I don't know. I caught like one letter, and that's when I had me drop out thing. Can you say
Is
again,
that what you
please,
said?
CFA?
The motherfucking queen is back, period.
Nope, he didn't want to give us a height. No curve then.
Yeah, that's a
That
shame.
was close. I thought we were going to get somewhere with that one.
Yeah, that was a shame because I did ask him, what did you think of my answer? And then he said, maybe you're not high enough. Really?
I'm sure I heard him say space. And
Right.
if they say that, that's so funny because they're just shooting themselves in the foot, basically, when they say that, because they haven't been to space. So they just basically admitted that their belief that the Earth's a globe is nothing more than a belief. And they've never been able to check by their own standards of evidence that it's a globe.
Yeah.
When he first said that he believes in a globe, what do you think about that? You should have just went, everyone's entitled to believe whatever they want.
Yeah, but I
Just let him
don't
nail
like that.
himself.
Freddie said something. Say again, Freddie. Go ahead. Hello.
You're lagging.
Hi guys, how are
We
you
can
going?
hear you.
Hello.
What's going on? What's going on? Hello. Hi, what's going on?
Hello, welcome. How can we help you? You've arrived at a Flat Earth server. How can we help you today? Do you have any questions for me?
Okay, pretty good. Sir, okay, can you explain to me, so yeah, sure, I have something for okay, could you, so can you please say, how this word has been working? How this word has been working?
What type of language that is?
Yeah, it's an American, but I don't know where. Is she from the south or the west,
I
the
don't think
east, the
so.
north?
I
Where?
don't think it's. Sounds like a call center. Is he hot micing from a call center or something?
Possibly, yeah.
So, hello. So, hello, okay,
Hello, sir. My name's
can you
Freddie.
please say,
And
how
I'm
this
from
word is
Microsoft,
working?
sir.
How,
You have a problem with your computer.
okay.
It sounds like they're lagging, and they are about
So, okay,
5 seconds behind us.
Sounds like that song that Italian guy wrote that doesn't make any sense, but it sounds like English, kind of.
so okay, could you please say, how Earth is working? Can you please say?
How Earth is working. That's all I got out of that. You have a very poor connection, Freddie, just so you know.
I think that's a female.
Okay? Freddie, you have a very poor connection, just so you know. Yeah, I don't think it really matters.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, if you could throw my text, please in favor. Can you please in favor?
Yeah, that's Miami.
This is the globe champion right here.
Sir, can you please in favor? Sir, can you please in favor? Can you please in favor?
Are you serving like at a drive-through window or something?
Sir, can I please take your
Second
order?
here.
Okay, Freddie, we've got a couple of things going on here.
Don't have a good friend.
Yeah, Freddie, you have a crap connection. Half of the words you're saying are dropping out. The other half are not in English.
Sir, can you please do me a favor? Can you please do me a favor? Actually, I don't have good friends. Can you please be friends? Can you please be friends? I don't have good friends.
You sound like you could make some good friends in the vegan channel. So I'm going to send you there.
Yo, that's fucking frying me. Oh my god. Teaching
It's Brian Info. That's gold. If that's busting you up. Holy shit.
No, I almost feel like joining the vegan channel now so I can listen. But I'm not going to.
The vegans are down there going, that sounds like FE material. Yoink.
Oh, he left. He left. Where did he go? He left the vegan channel.
Back here.
Oh, he came back here. Shit. Like a bad smell.
Freddie, okay, what we're going to have to do for you, before you speak, please just type it in the side chat. because you are
Sir,
roboting. We're
excuse me.
missing what you are saying.
Excuse me. Excuse me, Sergeant Leonard, I'm a good singer. I'm a singer, yeah.
Okay, sing.
So, okay.
Sing.
No, I think they're trolling low key. I'm never gonna lie, because there's a side chat.
Well, this is his last chance, right? Sing us a song, Freddie, or get muted.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Okay, so let me sing. Let me sing a song for you, okay?
Okay.
There must be more left than this. There must be more to life than this. People there searching everywhere. They all look right and fur. The human rights are enough. There must be more.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, then.
So, whole song.
Mm,
Yeah. No.
no.
The old yeah, nah, it's coming out. Yeah, nah.
Bruh. All right, who else we got in here? We got Albanese. I swear I heard Albanese did open a microphone one time.
Yeah, I've seen that one light up before. Freddie, please don't. Your
I know you
connection is
love
shit.
me. I know you love me. I
No,
know you
fail.
care. So now you never love me
Yes, I
there.
do.
You wanna love. You
Wow, there you go. The red flag went on, and it was still singing 3 seconds later. So that's how much lag you got.
Yeah.
Not cool. Anyways, we don't
Not
have
good,
this one.
Freddie. Swiggy Dozer was white knighting for Ippo earlier. Maybe Swiggy
So
Dozer can.
what?
Yeah. She's like, let her talk. Let her talk.
What, like Jesse Path of Lies, squeaky little voice, let her talk?
Somewhat.
What is a white knight? I'm so confused when y'all use that term.
It's
They
like
come in to
when
save the day.
Yeah, like they'll try to like save the Glober that's talking at the time or something like that, right? They'll try to, you know, shout out something from the crowd. It's like, let her talk. You guys are being unfair. Sentence.
Fair me. Thank goodness thou art safe at last.
What the hell?
Well, have you seen the movie Labyrinth? That little dog.
Ah.
Y'all, my package is out for delivery, period. Please be here, bruh. Like, I'm gonna freaking cry if they get my address wrong. Cause, like, I waited almost 2 weeks for this.
Dare I ask what you're waiting for?
I was gonna say, do I want to ask?
I told y'all my car, period. Here.
Car.
My cart. Cart. Look. Wait.
Cart.
Shard.
Cart.
Chart? Cart?
Cart.
Did you say
What,
you're a
like
tart cart?
No. My yacht. Oh, I have no video permission. It's my cart. Cart, bruh.
Like your shopping
What the
cart?
hell? Yeah, like exactly. That's what a cart is.
Yeah, but it's like it starts with a Y. It starts with a yacht. Oh shit, a Y. Yart. Yart cart. Ever heard of it?
No.
Is it some
You
electric
mean
shopping cart?
a wheelbarrow?
Huh?
Is that those
A
little red
yard
carts that the
cart.
paper boy drags behind him when he's delivering papers?
What the hell are y'all talking about?
Well,
No.
that's a cart.
You
It's
talking
like
about a wheelbarrow?
No, it's like an anxiety pin that helps you like relax.
Dude, it's a THC vape.
No, it's an anxiety pin that helps you relax. Period.
All right, don't tell us things like that because we know what age you are.
No, I'm so for real. It's an anxiety pen. I just call it a yard.
Okay.
Oh, welcome. And another welcome. What's with all the Globers tonight? They don't want to talk?
No, they don't want to talk to you, Matrix, specifically.
Specifically. Could we just
Yeah,
say
specifically.
Atlantically?
No, haha, I get your joke. No.
Yeah, right.
Specifically
Burn
you.
yourself. That's good.
Not funny. Such a dad joke.
Иди нахуй, долбоёб!
English, thank you. This is an English
Oh my
speaking
god, you
server.
sound like a caveman. So does anybody wants to eat Barnyard's cheesy tuck? Or no?
No.
Иди нахуй, долбоёб!
I don't know what that was.
What's going on, people? I've got a long drive ahead.
Иди
Hey, what's up,
нахуй,
man?
долбоёб!
Yeah,
Oh, we got a brain rotter in here.
Oh, you want to unmute it? Oh, yeah. If you can get any more than what he just said out of him, you've done well. That's your turn to have another go, David. Oh, it says he's intermediate. I think we might have to put that back down to beginner.
You're not right. I'm not a beginner. And иди нахуй, долбоёб!
Decisions.
I have a question.
Please ask it.
Oh, I thought it was costume. I was going to say,
Yeah,
what?
so like if the Earth is flat, that means all the other planets and objects in the universe are flat?
No.
Why?
How would we know?
How do we know the Earth is flat?
Because we're on it and we can measure it. Unlike the other things in the sky that we're not on and we can't measure. You understand the problem and the difference?
So optical illusions, though, through like a telescope?
Measurements though, with devices that we use to measure.
So logically, it would have to make sense that other objects in the sky are flat if the Earth is flat.
Why would the Earth fit into the category of things in the sky that display curvature upon the surface and move when the Earth doesn't fit into that category because it doesn't share those characteristics? One, the Earth doesn't appear or to measure to have any motion, and two, the Earth doesn't measure to have any curvature. So the Earth can't fit into the category of whatever those things are up in the sky.
Well, every object in space is in motion at some velocity.
Okay, that's nice, but that's in space. Why is the
Yeah, we
Earth
are
in
in
space?
space.
Sorry, we're in space?
Earth is in space
How do you know this?
because we have observed, measure
Sorry,
it.
we have
Measured the
observed and
distance
measured.
to the moon,
Okay,
distance to Mars, and all these other planets, right?
okay. When you say we, do you include yourself in that?
I just mean we, the pejorative, like human species, right?
Okay, so we have also discovered and taken photographs of the Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot.
Okay.
Okay, well, you understand
I'm
the difference
saying,
between fact and fiction, and people say a lot of shit. I mean, for example,
sure.
if we, from your point of view, know that the Earth is a sphere because we have measured that curvature, would you be able to provide me that measurement of curvature that we had done?
I can't remember it on hand. I remember looking it up a while back. But what do you think of the Artemis 2 launch?
It shows pictures of the Earth having a curved surface that should be measured by consequence. Right?
So did you believe the Artemis 2 launch happened?
What, a rocket goes up? Yeah, I can believe that a rocket left the floor because that's what rockets do under propulsion. Yes.
So it went into space, right?
Oh,
And then it
hello.
came back?
It's into space again. What? When it went to space, did you see it go to space, like in space, or
Yeah,
did you
in
have
the
to
live
turn the
stream.
TV
They
on?
were they
And
were live streaming it until it
there we
cut
go. So
out.
live streaming on the TV. So on a TV show.
Yeah.
Do you also understand on a TV
It
show, a
wasn't a
magician
TV
made
show.
a bridge and a statue disappear? Did that also happen on a TV show?
Are
Well, it
you
happened on a
down with
TV
the
show.
syndrome?
Let's put it like this, right? The Statue of Liberty disappeared because it was on a TV show. The magician on the TV show actually made it disappear because it was on a TV show. He live streamed it, right? So it's real then.
Wait, what?
Wait, what? You're talking about live streams and things, dude.
What does the Statue of Liberty have to do with that?
It's about receiving information on a TV screen that was live streamed. I'm asking you how you know it is real, or do you just take everything that you see on the TV screen as true, like when the magician made the Statue of Liberty disappear?
Mhm. I don't take everything to be as true. Like, I don't take
No.
everything I see on the TV as true, if that's what you mean.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
But
But with regards to everything that you're shown on the TV
fabricate,
about
it's pretty
Artemis,
damn hard to fabricate
sorry,
that.
what? On a
It's
TV
pretty damn
screen?
hard to fabricate that.
On a TV screen?
No, like the mechanics of live streaming and going through that effort to do
Mechanics of I'll say it's not hard, it's just effort. You think it's going to take a lot of time and effort, but it's not
Yeah, like
impossible.
researching how
Why are
like
you jumping around,
rockets are
dude?
affected by gravity. Yeah, that takes effort and a lot of precise calculation.
Shit, yeah, we have to remember that shit falls to
I
the
also
floor if
have a
it's
friend
then
who
on top of it.
literally like has watched multiple launches. So
Okay,
like
so let's go
like
through this logical stream of events. You, me, and your friend go to a live because the rocket's right in front of us. Launch. We watch the rocket launch until we can't see it anymore. Then we turn on the well provided live stream to see what's happened because we're not there. Right? We can watch hundreds of the rockets fucking off, but we're still going to have to turn the TV on to see what happens because we can't see it anymore when it goes away, right?
they were in space eventually, yeah.
On the live stream.
hmm
hmm And you know
And
this to be
you
true
can see the
because
horizon. You can see like the horizon of Earth, like you can see it like getting further and further away in the rocket. So
okay. And what else
mhm.
is the horizon doing? Is it horizontal? Is it curved? What's the horizon like?
It was curved.
Cool, awesome stuff. So I and everybody else would measure curvature on the surface of the Earth, then, won't we?
I mean, there's a way you can measure it by
Okay.
satellite data and geodesic data
No, yeah,
specifically.
okay, geodesic, we're almost getting somewhere. So we can measure on the surface of the Earth with tools the curvature then, right?
Yes.
Cool. Have you got that so I can look at it, please?
I'm pretty sure like the first calculations were
No,
under
whoa, stop. Not calculation.
Eratosthenes.
Remember? Calculation. No, measurement. We want measurements.
Are you getting mad?
No, I don't want calculations. I want measurements. Remember?
I feel like you're just getting you mad at me, whatever
No,
evidence I
no, I'm not getting
provide.
mad. No, darling, please. I'm not getting upset with you. I'm just correcting your error on about calculations. I didn't want those, sweetheart. I wanted measurements. Remember, darling? I'm not upset. Do you want a cup of tea?
Hey.
Fucking hell,
Yeah,
these
when you
children.
bend me over
It's
backwards
okay.
after
Don't worry.
something.
You were just mistaken. You probably said calculations when you meant measurements, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so go and get
Or the
those
other way
then.
around.
Sorry, I'm too high for this.
Okay, it's not a problem, but you understand that I wasn't getting upset. That's just you being high and paranoid.
All right, time to call the
Sorry,
cops on this guy. He's
I get
obviously
very
committing an
anxious.
illegal
I get very anxious. I'm sorry.
All right, yeah, you're just kind of annoying at this point, so I need to have someone else to talk to.
You have to file
I
a police
was
report now.
wondering if she was trans, why she had the day in their name. Why do like
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
oh
Hamoudi, welcome to the channel.
well excuse you.
You're excused.
Okay, don't get snappy with me because
Ah, that's better. Anyways, Hamoudi, welcome to the channel.
That was funny as hell, bro.
Thank you.
Oh, welcome me. Yeah, he started squeaking at the end.
Hamoudi, do you think you live on a globe, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through the vacuum of space, allegedly 72% covered in water? Or is it planar with topography, also known as flat?
Sorry, Matrix. Too high.
Why do you
Why do you refuse the globe?
Why do I refuse the globe? Jedi, would you like to have a chat with this gentleman?
I thought you said abuse. I'm glad you corrected that, dude. What?
We gotta enter.
Why did we refuse it? Because the Earth doesn't have any curvature, like a globe would have.
Yeah, how did you know? You don't have the
Because
tools. You don't
you,
have.
you don't know what.
You have a
First of all, you
balloon.
don't know what I do and don't have, so you don't know what I possess or not. But first of all, we measure the surface of the Earth every day with very simple tools, right? Just for leveling some
Yeah, wait.
shelves, for example. But you
How
understand the
did you?
tools do. No, you're going to talk through me. Okay, what did you want to say?
How did you measure something large like the Earth?
Large like the Earth, not the Earth in its entirety. Let's say a section over 20 miles that should show curvature at approximately 266 foot, but shows zero curvature, i.e. it's horizontal. So what we do is we measure short sections of land in the distance of tens of miles that according to the model should show a rate of change of slope, but when we measure them with tools, for example lasers and whatnot, we measure zero curvature, that would be horizontal. So the water is measured horizontal where it should measure curvature. Do you understand?
Uh-huh.
Good. So that's
Yep.
how we know the Earth is flat, because it's measured that way. Also looks that way as well, doesn't it?
But what is the distance can the laser reach to?
Longest laser measurement I know of is 149 kilometers. But we can do in the distance of 10, 20, 30. Those are the ones that I'm more familiar with. So we should have a rate of change of slope or curvature at approximately 8 inches per mile squared. So after 1 mile, there should be 8 inches of descent from point A's horizontal tangent, if it was. So you understand that's an exponential function in the distances of a few short miles. When we measure that, we don't measure the curvature where it should be. Understand?
To be honest, I find it difficult to think that we can measure the Earth.
Really? You think that lasers, for example, range finding equipment and targeting equipment that are used by surveyors and the military in the distance of, like I said, tens of miles or kilometers if you prefer, you think we can't do this even though we do? Early warning systems like radar, right? That require a direct line of sight from the radar to, let's say, the aircraft, and then back from the aircraft because it pings off the surface of the aircraft, and then back to the radar receiver in the distance of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles. We do this all the time, dude. Okay, cool. Any more questions? Let us know.
Do we have any more squeakers in the chat?
I could unlock Ippo and we could listen to that squeak.
I'm sad David got muted because he sounded like the chef from the Muppets that I wanted to converse with him in his language.
I've always we bring the vegan back, bro.
We can't really measure the earth and the bit of earth. And we can't really gonna go in a hurdy-gurdy. You measure with the laser.
Yo, let's bring
Oh,
the
shit.
vegan person back, bro.
You see the inner space is a fake and can't live next to the vacuum. Dirty.
I can't, bro.
Wow. That's bad.
It's so fucking bad, bro.
Who else we got down the list? Vestry. Yeah, I'm gonna mess these names up for sure. Gar. Welcome.
Not how it's pronounced, Matrix.
I told you I'd mess it up.
Gay.
I even scared him off. Shit.
Ah, shit.
Eat baby bok choy. Okay. Two mutual servers. Politics in here. Questions. Eat baby bok choy. Are you a globe believer or are you a flat earther? Or a Nancy that can't answer questions? What a choice. I'm gonna have to say I've been highly disappointed this afternoon with number one, the quality of Globers, and number two, the quantity of them. Normally we get some kind of
I'm not
clown
even
car
sure that
that comes in.
that one earlier was a Glober.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, I don't think they even knew what was going on, honestly.
Oh, you still there, Jedi? Oh, Hamoudi has come back. Was in a call. Oh, fair enough. That happens to us every now and then.
Yep. So where is that guy who just want to convince me he can measure the Earth by laser? How could that happen?
Jedi, are you still there? Our friend has returned. He's probably making himself a nice cup of tea.
I try to explain it to him.
Yeah, go for it, El.
Yep.
So
I'm here to get
basically,
the knowledge.
so a laser is completely straight, right? So
Yep.
if you shine it across a lake and the lake's like 20 miles, there's no curvature, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Just proves it, man.
And then
That's it, man. It's flat.
Yeah. On a globe over a 20-mile lake, there should be about 100 meters of curvature. That means that the laser when it gets to the other side of the lake, should be way, way, way up in the air, like 100 meters up in the air. But when we
Well,
go and do that, yeah.
can a laser reach from a country to another country
No.
by the distance?
Well, it depends how close
So
the
you,
countries are. Yeah, you could shoot a
uh,
laser from England to France.
wow.
Yeah.
So that's enough to. It is in.
It's not
I
that
think
far.
it's enough for.
It's like 20
Let's.
odd miles. I dropped some laser tests in the side chat. Sorry, I've got some background noise, but I can jump in quickly. I dropped some laser tests in the side chat, DJ, if you want to speak about them.
Yeah. So look, basically what they do is they set up the laser above the surface of the water and they make the laser beam level so it goes right across the surface of the water. Right? Then they put a target on the other side of the lake. Okay, and if the laser beam hits the target, right, that's not possible on a globe. And the reason it's not possible is because there should be a certain amount of curvature blocking the laser from hitting the target. And then that
Yeah.
can be,
No. I got
yeah,
the idea now.
right.
Yeah. So if the Earth was a globe, there you can see the laser when. I mean, there should be like a barrier or something.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like a hill of water in between the 2 points, basically. And we can calculate exactly how much should be there based off the size of the globe that they tell us, right? So we can just calculate based off the radius value of the globe that, over 20 miles, there should be a certain amount of obstruction. And then we can just test to see if there's any. And there's actually zero, right? Zero curvature detected every single time we go out and we do these tests. Some of these tests are over like 50 kilometers distance as well, huge distances.
Matrix, you have no idea how glad I was that you can do a Cartman voice. Oh, I miss vacuum, okay? So when I thought of you, I was saying to myself, okay, like, Eric, you sound very mad, you yelling all the time, okay? That increased your cortisol and your blood pressure, okay? And that's bad, okay?
Drugs are bad, okay.
Guys, I believe the Earth is flat as well. Don't worry.
Oh, a believer.
Yes.
Now I'm a believer. Why do you
There is
believe the
no
Earth is flat,
space.
mate?
Like, how, like, when we describe a woman who's got like an ass that's like kind of straight, we say it's flat, even though like, so we're describing it being straight by flat.
Okay. Matrix?
Oh, sorry, something
DJ?
about flat.
Someone?
I zoned out. I heard you singing. I just zoned out. I just thought, yeah, I'll just let the I keep singing here. Now there is no space.
I knew there was no arguments,
And I'm
guys.
a believer.
Another argument's won for me. Bye bye.
Oh, you didn't really win
Yeah.
anything.
If we don't
Okay.
understand your argument, that's you winning. Cool, awesome. I'll remember that in the future.
The standard of Globers today has been horrible.
Some cool names,
well,
though. I like the name Firehawk. That's a great name. I want a Firehawk. They sound awesome.
Borderlands players. There was a Firehawk in Borderlands.
Oh, okay.
Yep. But it does sound badass. And, well, there you go. Lucifer just dropped in, so our day can get worse. Lucifer, are you a globe believer or are you a flat earther?
I don't think we are living on Earth.
You don't think we are living on Earth? Okay. Where do you think we're living?
I think there's no Earth because I have watched Interstellar and it changed my mind.
So let me get this straight. Because of your ability to watch a movie, you now think that we don't live on Earth.
Maybe we can say that, yes.
Interesting. I'm gonna scratch my head.
I can't hear this guy if he's talking.
Yeah,
Bro,
he
what did he
watched.
say?
He watched Interstellar, and now he thinks we don't live on Earth.
Yes. And I also watched Avatar, Airbender one. You know, they are living on a turtle shell.
Right. So what are you saying? We're living on a turtle?
Actually, I don't know exactly, but maybe it's also a probability.
Sorry to interrupt, but that's a good answer. You don't know. I love that answer.
Thanks.
That's probably the most honest thing that's come out of any of the Globers today. I don't know.
You know, I can't prove it. So I'm just saying.
You can prove that you don't know. You already have, bro. You already have.
No.
This is gonna be fun.
I can't prove we are living on Earth. Maybe on a turtle shell. You know, in ancient Greece, they also mentioned this idea, the turtle idea.
Greeks were busy, weren't they? Coming up with all sorts of shit.
So, what was your idea, Emperor? Where are we living?
Yeah,
On
Matrix, where we living?
On Earth, dirt, land.
But I assume your profile photo is egg, right?
It's a broken egg, representing the broken Earth that you believe you live on.
So it's broken?
Well, of course it's broken. How can you not say that it's broken when we've got people telling us that it's a oblate spheroid, and then when you've got other people going out to measure the curvature of this oblate spheroid, there's no curvature. So that's pretty broken, dude.
I liked your opinion. It was very scientific. So what's the white liquid on your egg?
The white, it's probably the table where the egg's sitting. I don't know. It's too small to see. I actually changed it. My old icon was someone flipping the bird, and a lot of people saw that as very aggressive. And I don't really need any more of that.
People are aggressive about what? About the egg?
People get quite upset when we tell them they don't live on a sphere. I don't know why.
Like, where are you from? Are you British?
No.
So
I just felt Jedi laughing then. Oh. No, I'm from Australia, mate.
Australia. Nice. So kangaroos, right?
That's the ones.
So are they really aggressive?
Not all of them, no. Depends which type. The males get a bit aggressive at the right time of year. Or if you are threatening to them, they'll stand up to you. But most of the time they just sort of go look at you and just start bounding away.
So if you explain to them we are not living on sphere, are they going to be aggressive?
No, I'm not fluent in kangaroo. Sorry, I don't have a bit of trouble speaking, or like my name's not Dr. Doolittle. If I could talk to the animals, just imagine it. No, that's not me.
You know, I had a parrot, like I was in my 9th grade, and I was talking to them. Maybe I thought you're also talking to animals.
When I was a kid, I had a galah called America. Does that count?
Yes, of course, we can also count this.
Oh, wow. So, you just believe you live on a ball, or you're just not sure? You never really looked into it?
Can you repeat one more time, please?
Have you actually looked into Earth and the claimed numbers that they give you at school?
Yes, I actually, my, how can I say, I forgot in English. My grades were really good at my school. But you know, I'm always curious about other opinions, not only just movies, but maybe also books and fictional books also.
I wasn't really concerned about your grades at school. It was about what you learned at school. They taught you that you live on a sphere with an approximate radius of 3,959 miles.
Actually, geography and history was my specialty.
Geography
in my
was?
country, it's a little bit different, yeah.
Excellent. So it didn't change what you were taught. You were still taught you live on a ball with a 3959 mile radius. Correct?
Yes.
Excellent. So all that's happened is that quite a few really awesome people have grabbed that number and said, okay, let's go and test it. That's it. They've tested it, and the results didn't equal what we were taught at school.
You know, everybody tell lies, especially in schools. so it can happen.
Well, it seems to be a very consistent lie. It doesn't matter where you live, they all seem to tell the same story. If it was just one school where someone made a mistake and you sort of went, oh, yeah, fair enough. But when everywhere's doing it,
maybe
they just haven't looked into it before and they just don't know. They might be just passing on misinformation. That sounds plausible too, doesn't it?
Of course, there's so much misinformation, especially in history, you know.
Seems to be a bit of that going around.
A little bit what?
History seems to go to the victor, doesn't it?
Of course.
So
There's
it
no
doesn't
wrong
matter
in
if it's right or
history,
wrong, it's just his story.
just winners. So other people are just listening, or they
Yep.
also talk.
They're
Well,
sitting
I
there
want-
listening.
Yo,
I
Emperor.
also want to hear other people's opinion.
Here we go. We've got one. Singularity's trying to talk. Here we go. What's he got for us?
So, Emperor, since you're this smart guy, can you answer me this question?
Can I answer your question? Okay, ask your
Yeah.
question.
Okay, if I go to the Burj Khalifa, basically, right? And if I'm sure you know this. And if I put a person in the first floor and a person on the top floor, why would the person in the first floor experience the sun setting before the one on the last floor?
Because there's obstacles in the way.
Obstacles. Okay, let's say
Yeah,
clear land.
like
Clear
trees and hills and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's say that it's clear. Okay, just grass. Okay, and someone is high, someone is low on ground level. Why would the person on ground level experience the sunset before the one up there?
Because there's still hills and stuff in the way. Those
No,
hills are a couple of 100 kilometers away.
I'm saying if it's flat. Okay. I'm not saying that there's no hills, there are no trees, there are nothing, just flat land, like Minecraft. Okay.
Like Minecraft.
Yeah,
Just recreate it and prove it to yourself. Get on a long, flat floor, put a camera down to the floor, put an object a couple of feet or maybe a couple of feet away from the camera, and then you can see it, and then you move that object back a little further until you can't see it. Then you lift that camera up on that flat floor, and then maybe you can see it. Did you increase your vision a little bit, maybe?
No, my vision is clear.
No, when you have the camera on the floor and the object away from the camera a couple of feet, and then you can see the object, and then you move the object back until you can't see the object, and then you lift the camera up, and now you can see the object.
Yo, chill, bro. Don't speak that fast, bro. Oh yeah, is this object camera?
Dude, the altitude dictates the distance to the horizon, whether you're on a globe or whether you're on a flat Earth.
Okay, but they actually made this. Okay, they actually made this. People, you can tell
We
me.
know.
Oh,
In
hold up,
your
hold up.
mindset, you've got the
Emperor.
idea that because sunset can be seen from high up a building at a later distance than, or a later time frame than at the bottom of the building, thus equals globe. This is incorrect. And
Okay,
we know
Emperor.
this because as soon as we grab infrared cameras, all of a sudden we can magically see further again.
Okay, hold up. Okay, I'm not asking about info cameras. I'm not asking about anything. They actually made this by the Burj Khalifa.
Yeah,
They
but the
put
problem
one.
is it still
Hold up.
exists and we
Hold
can
up.
test
Okay,
it
hold
and
up.
confirm
I'm not
this.
done.
So you
Emperor.
claiming X is the only answer is false because we can show you otherwise.
Okay. But it makes your claim false. If you
It doesn't make
accept,
the
hold
claim
up,
false
hold
because I can grab an infrared camera and
Emperor.
see beyond your claimed distance. So at
Emperor.
ground level, I can see the same distance as you can at the top level.
Oh my god, bro. Can you hold up for a minute, bro? Let me talk.
You're not listening. At the bottom level, you see the sunset early. At the top level, you see the sunset late. Is that what you're saying? Yes or no?
Yes.
Excellent. I grab infrared camera. At bottom level, I see sun setting, same as the top level.
Show me.
So,
Where? Prove.
oh, for fuck's sake, you show me your one.
It's like he doesn't even want to listen to your explanation.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Okay,
He's came here to preach. He's found some shit on YouTube, like every other kid, and they come here to preach his stuff, thinking it's the be-all, end-all answer of, I've proven the globe. You haven't proven the globe. All you've proven is angular view. That's all.
Okay. Angular view, which exists because it's a globe, okay? If it wasn't for a globe,
Incorrect.
an angle wouldn't exist.
Okay, hey kid, stop for a second. What you've got to do is, number one, give us the distance of the thing that's blocking your vision. So when your sun's setting, yeah, that's great. When the sun is setting, you can see the horizon blocking the sun. Okay? So at the bottom level, you've got to, number one, give us your elevation. Number two, the distance to the thing that's blocking the sun. Can you give us those two numbers?
Oh, by the way, hold up.
Yes or no?
Hold up, no,
You
no,
can't,
okay,
because that's what you're going to need to prove your globe.
Look, hold up. You made a claim and
listen carefully.
Hold up,
No,
Emperor, let me
your
please.
claim is simple. The sun is getting blocked by the earth. So, I need to know, number one, shut up and listen. I need to know, number one, your elevation. Number two, I need you to give me the distance to the horizon.
Alright, okay, so listen, basically...
You know the thing that's blocking the sun that you're claiming?
When you're up, you're even further than
I'm not
the
interested in up. I need you to start listening, son. You've made the claim that the sun sets at a very particular time frame in comparison at the top and bottom of a building. So, at the bottom of the building, I need the elevation and the distance to the horizon. That's the thing that's blocking the sun. I need those two numbers in order for you to validate your claims. And then I also need your elevation from the top story and the distance to the horizon to validate your claims. Other than that, you've got nothing.
Oh my god, okay. No, okay, let me talk for a minute. Please, just a minute, don't interrupt me.
1 minute.
Okay, basically, you just muted yourself. Because staying on the bottom is closer to the horizon than staying
So he's going to tell us about the fucking story again. I need your numbers, kid. Stop repeating the story.
Okay, but your entire claim is even false. Your entire claim is false. Leave numbers.
Your claim is false without numbers to back it. You've given us a cool story. What we want now is the mathematics, the measurements. Is this kid still...
Calm down.
Right.
Calm down, please.
What we need from you is no more cool stories. You've given us the story. We all know the story. We've heard it before. What we want from you now is the measurements, the numbers that backs up your story. So that's what you've got to provide us.
Okay, Emperor, before I give you that, I want you just to calm down, okay? I want to have a peaceful debate.
I am calm. You're not listening. We've heard the story. Okay, we've all got the story. You don't have to tell us the story anymore. We've heard it probably 50 fucking times. We're over the story. What we need from you is the numbers. So, number one, your elevation whilst you're on the bottom floor. Okay? Well, number two, the distance to the horizon whilst you're on the bottom floor. Then we repeat that again. At the top floor, your elevation. At the top floor, the distance to the horizon. You need to provide us with 4 sets of numbers in order to validate your claim. Please provide these.
Alright, you gotta give me time then.
Yeah, while he
You got
looks
all
for
the time in the world.
Alright.
he invoked angles. His claim would need that baseline to be straight and flat.
Okay, the flat earther, wait. So basically...
Yeah, you're looking for something. You aren't talking right now.
Okay, hold up. If I provide this number, Emperor, what are you going to do with him?
What am I going to do with it?
Yeah, what are you going to do with it?
Well, number one, I'll be putting it over an earth curve or through an earth curve calculator to see if your numbers match up. to start off with.
No, it will not match up. You know what?
Look, this
Because
is
it's
what's
flat.
going to happen,
That
bro.
was easy.
You're going to
Okay,
get the elevation, and then you're going
hold
to
up.
work out. You're going to
Okay,
work
hold.
out how far away the horizon is. Shut up for a second.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
this is what. Listen,
okay,
you need to listen
okay.
more. Okay,
I'm
right. So
listening.
he's asked you. Don't talk if you're listening.
All right.
Okay, right. So once you work out the elevation, then that will tell you how far away the horizon is on a globe. Right.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
you need to validate that the horizon is actually that distance away.
Okay.
And what you'll find is if you test this in reality is the horizon doesn't match up with a globe. And the thing that you think is a horizon on a globe is actually nothing to do with Earth being a globe at all. Because you're
Okay.
making an extra claim. You're claiming that the sun is setting behind a physical horizon, right? And when the sun goes beyond it, it's being blocked behind the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
You need to prove that the horizon is geometric,
Okay.
physical,
So
geometric location. You don't have any evidence of that.
so hold up. Okay, basically, the numbers that you're dependent on. Okay, first off, before I explain my point, all of y'all be more respectful. Emperor, calm down. I'm a pacifist. I'm not trying to scream.
Gosh, bro, just stop whining.
How about this?
Continue.
If you fucking bitch again and tell me to calm down, I'm just going to yeet you from the conversation. I was calm. I'm trying to get through to your thick skull because you just want to keep yapping that we need 4 sets of numbers. This is how I talk all the time. Deal with it. I'm not interested in your soy boy bullshit. I just want the 4 sets of numbers so I can check them out for myself. The reason I want them, because I know bloody well you won't go and do it. Because you're all lazy. So, provide me with the numbers and I'll be happy.
All right, let's cut off the clap now. Okay.
Still
Even
talking.
the numbers will not match. You know why? Let me explain this. The numbers will not match.
I don't want explanations. I just want the data.
It will not. It will not match. It will not match.
So get the numbers first, and then you can talk to them. Just get those numbers and stop talking, and then you can talk to them once you have those numbers, sir.
What you want to get off the numbers, you want to see if they match or
Yeah,
not.
you brought it up. He wants to evaluate it and have a conversation with you. It seems you don't
Well,
want to
if
do
you're
that.
here telling me that the numbers won't match, you've got a problem then. Because how are you going to validate your claims?
Sure. Can I explain?
With what?
Can I explain?
What are you going to use to back up your claims? You need measurements to validate, verify, and prove your story. So you've given us the cool story at the start multiple times. Now you need to do some measurements to back up the cool story. Now I want the measurement bit.
Okay, that's false. You know why? Because
if your measurements are false, you fucked up from the get-go.
Oh my god.
Go and get the measurements. If you're claiming they're false, you haven't even got measurements to put again and claim. How can you claim they're false when you've got none? I know you've got none.
Never said. Okay. Never said that they,
Silence. This is an English-speaking channel.
I never said that they will match. That's not my claim at
All right,
all. Okay.
I want to hear him
You
explain
claim
why
they would not match.
Hold on a second. I want to hear him explain why they're not going to match.
Okay,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. Since I believe in a sphere, okay, if you are on top of a building, your point of view will be different than a person who's not standing on that building, who's standing in a lower place. If you stand in a lower place, you are closer to the horizon, to the visible horizon to you, than the person who's in the building, on the building, right? So that's my entire point. It will not match because the numbers are different.
No, it's not. All right, you don't understand the problem, right? So, right, let's say you're 6 foot above the surface of the water, right? Just as an example, the horizon should be 3 miles away on a globe. If you go up to 60 feet high, right, the horizon should be about 10 miles away if you're on a globe. Okay, so the horizon would be at a specific distance depending on how high you are. Okay, but in reality, when we're 6 foot tall standing at the beach, the horizon that should be at 3 miles isn't at 3 miles because the Earth's not a globe. In fact, we can see the horizon beyond 10 miles, which is how far away the 60-foot person should see the horizon on the top of the building. Okay, so the horizon doesn't match up with the globe because the horizon isn't Earth curvature. The horizon is an apparent location based off of perspective and the conditions of the weather.
Okay, can you provide authentic sources that give these information?
He did. He gave those numbers that you were supposed to be looking
Yeah,
into. You know, like the distance to the
exactly.
horizon and the elevation change
Okay,
from the bottom to the top floor. In your example, those numbers that you didn't have.
no, he gave different numbers than what the numbers. He asked
Yeah,
me for
because
different
you
numbers.
gave no numbers for your example. You understand?
Yeah, the numbers that he asked me to give are different than what he said. Keep track, okay?
So you
So
don't
It's
understand.
you that's not tracking, kid. Just so everyone
these
knows from the top of the... Shut up! Or I'll fucking mute you. I'm sitting to listen to your shit already. From the top of the Burj Khalifa, it's 2,722 feet, which would give you a horizontal 63-mile horizon.
He sounds like Robert Utah with the voice changer. Just saying.
Yeah, it did actually. Yeah, I just chucked it in the calculator. Then I thought I'd give it a 50-mile distance, and it comes up horizon distance 63.89 mile. I don't think it was Robert Utah. Wherever that one is from is the same place that Leaf is from. Because whenever he said the word you, he's got that you, this real weird ending to it. And it's the same accent style that Leaf has.
Well, I've got a question for you and everybody else. Now that you've found curve, what are you going to do with it? Big baggy shoes, big baggy shoes, big baggy shoes, 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 shoes. Whoa. Now that you found curve, what are you going to do with it? Yeah, because he was asking you what you're going to do with it. And that track came to mind. Sorry. If you didn't get the
Yeah,
joke,
you're right,
sorry
Jim.
about that. It's an old
That's
track
funny.
from the 70s or 80s. Did you get it? Did you get the joke?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, yeah, good, good. Yeah. Big baggy shoes. Your part is excellent. He, you know, voiced it up. He explained, you don't understand the model then. Because DJ explained it same as you did. And then when he responded, he clearly didn't understand the problem. And you started at the very beginning. I just need the numbers. If you give me the numbers, we can check it. Bloody hell. You know what I mean?
But the thing is, because all he's been given, now, quite a while ago, who was it? It was QE, I think, was talking about this, that there's a whole truckload of people that just Control-C, Control-V the arguments, spit the arguments out. They don't understand them. They just spit them out. That kid is a classic example. He's heard some bullshit story on YouTube or somewhere like that, and he's like, right, I'm going to pick this up and drop into the Flat Earth channel and drop it like an atomic bomb. And as soon as we asked for something slightly out of the script, he had to repeat the script. Oh, they don't understand me, so I've got to repeat it again. No, they don't understand me, so I've got to repeat it again. And that's all he was doing.
Yeah. That's exactly what he was doing.
That's why I don't want to hear the stupid story again. We've heard the story. It still sucks. It's not even good.
Yeah. But the numbers won't match. Then how do you know
What
that
numbers? You haven't provided any.
Yeah.
Welcome to whoever just dropped in. I heard the bell go off. Or should I say, Take a look and see what just breezed in the door.
Welcome, Haroon.
Arun, welcome.
Thank you, guys.
There he is. What brings you here today, my friend?
How can we help you today? Do you have any questions for us? Any queries? Anything you're not sure of? You have proof of the globe? Go ahead.
And welcome to the next person that just dropped in. Timus?
Yeah, hello.
Please. Did I say that correctly?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Well, I try to say people's names the right way, but some of them are hard.
It's alright.
So what brings you here today, mate?
I mean, I was curious about the conversation.
Curious about the conversation? Well, let's kick it off then. Are you a globe believer or are you a flat earther?
I'm a globe believer.
Why would you do that to yourself?
Why not?
So why do you believe in a globe?
I don't know. Do I need to have a reason?
You don't know why, you just believe in it, just
Yeah, blindly.
blindly. That's crazy, dude.
Why is that?
Well, normally people have got a reason why they do certain things. You know,
I mean,
like
most people
some
believe they
people,
have a reason, but in reality,
well,
it's
some
just their
people's
beliefs.
reason is that's what they were taught at school.
I guess.
I just find it odd that you just blindly believe something with no reason at all.
I mean, it doesn't affect me, so.
Really?
Yeah.
Everyone says that at the start. And he's laughing.
Yeah.
When you're on the other
Let
side
me
of the
give.
wall,
Let
you'll
me.
understand.
Yeah. Let me
Right.
give you an
Are you
example of.
autistic?
Believe. Hang on. Sorry, I'm trying to get in there. Let me give you an example of blindly believing something, and it resulted in suicide. That would be in India, and the problem was Monsanto and their Roundup Ready corn and pesticides. The harvest failed for these farmers in India for that year, okay, and then they tried again the next year and it failed, okay. So now they're losing money hand over fist. Some of them committed suicide because they couldn't afford to keep the loans that they got going. They couldn't pay the loans, okay, because they blindly believed what Monsanto said would be happening to them. They make lots of money, lots of yield from the corn and whatever, but they failed. So blindly believing something can be very dangerous, can end someone's life. There you go.
Oh, I got your point. I mean, I agree with you. In some situations, blindly believing in something can be harmful for you on the short term or long term, depends on the situation. But tell me, how can this be applicable to flat Earth versus global Earth?
Okay, I'll give you an example. I'm going to give you an example. From the deception of the globe and the flat earth, other industries have spouted out now and have been created, and they've been supported with the taxpayers' money. Okay, now that debt is increasing year on year. So it might be that when you have your children, they're going to be paying that debt because you're not paying it. You're paying it now, but it's increasing, sorry, right? So you have your children, now they're born into the debt that has been created from a deception. For example, that's just one example there, because we are allowing them to get away with the lie. So now my children's children's children is going to be picking up a debt that they had nothing to do with. You see what I mean? You see what I mean?
You got your point. But who is lying?
Certainly not me. Well, I'm not lying.
Well, that's the real question, isn't it? And how do you get around this issue? Is it the guys at school have given misinformation? Is it the people on this panel giving misinformation? The only way to really isolate those two problems is to test it for yourself.
Okay.
Or at least you could do is watch a couple of the laser videos and see how other people do it. And you might just look at that and go, oh wow, that's pretty straightforward.
Laser videos. Why laser videos?
Well, the whole purpose of it is they assume we live on a ball. So if we live on a ball, what we're testing for is the curvature. Okay?
Right.
So the best way to test for curvature is to put the alleged curved item next to something that's straight. So we'd put like a straight edge or a tangent to a curve, if you will, or a tangent to a circle. So that's the best way to test for a curve is by putting something straight next to it. Make sense?
Right. Yeah.
So they shoot lasers over large bodies of water, and then they measure the deviation distance from the laser to the water. Then they go along about 10 miles. Maybe 10 miles, there should be a 66-foot drop. At 20 miles, there should be a 266-foot drop. So, just to give you an idea, a 66-foot drop is a 7-story building. So that's pretty noticeable at 10 mile. 266 at 20. You get to 30 mile, you're looking at about 600 foot, and 40 mile is about 1,066. So yeah, that's some somewhat noticeable difference between the laser and the ground.
Yeah, but isn't like 10 miles or 20 miles a small amount to measure? I mean, shouldn't be like bigger distances?
Well, it doesn't matter. They're doing this over water. If the
What
Earth
do you
is
mean it doesn't
curved,
matter?
if the Earth is curved, it doesn't matter where you do the test, because it should be curving everywhere.
Yeah, but on long distance, I mean, the
You
concept of
don't.
spherical Earth is very big, you know.
Okay, that's awesome. So 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles, 90 miles. The longest test that we know of is 147 or 149 kilometers, which is 92, 93 miles.
I mean, I'm more aware of kilometers, if that's alright. So.
Yeah, so 147 kilometers. So 10 miles, 16 Ks.
So do you consider that's good
Well,
distance to actually
at
prove that
16
Earth is
Ks,
flat?
let's have a look here. 16 Ks. I'll just go to a converter. Length. We don't want inches, we want feet. 2 meters. Where's meters? There it is. So, what are we supposed to have? 66 feet. So that's 20 meters. So at 16 kilometers, there should be a 20-meter drop. At 20. So it's at 1632 kilometers. There should be an 81 meter drop. So if you've got a laser that's shooting dead straight, the Earth is supposed to be bending downwards underneath the laser. So
I
at
mean,
20 miles, that's
have
an
they
80 meter
taken in
drop.
consideration like the light divergence or other problems with?
Beam divergence, yes, they do. They put a columnator on the end of the beam to refocus the beam so it doesn't spread as rapidly.
Yeah, but when it leaves the emitter, it's going to spread.
That's what the columnator's for. Again.
No, once it gets at least 2 inches away from it, it's going to spread.
No, that's not true at all because we have
Yes,
24.
because the atmosphere,
No,
the
Andrew.
atmosphere.
No, Andrew.
You,
Sorry, Robert. Not Andrew. Robert. We have 24 and 28 mile laser beam tests. We have one from the Brazilians, and they had their laser beam specially customized so that the beam would be focused for maximum potency without diverging outwards. Because the ones they sell on the market do diverge outwards. That's why they had their one specially customized. So no, Robert, you're wrong again. Okay. Have you measured the curvature? Are you bringing the ones you've measured? No, you're not. There you go. Still waiting, yeah? Keep me hanging on a string. Yeah.
How convenient that thing should show up. That's very interesting.
That's very good.
Well, anyways, where was my little mate I was talking to?
I have a PhD in optics. Who wants to debate me?
You have a PhD in optics.
Yes, sir. I'm 36 years old, and I'm working in a company related to astronomy, which I'm not going to provide the name of. But I'm here to debate, so whoever wants to debate about flat
Well,
Earth,
there is no
I'm here.
debate. It's measured as flat.
Nope. But I'm here to prove it.
That it's measured as flat. Well, you don't have to try real hard. You just chuck a laser test in the side,
No,
chap.
no. As I said, I think that, I mean, I know the Earth is round, so I
So
cannot
you
prove
know
it's
it's
flat
round.
because I
How
know
do
it's
you
round.
know it's round? Please enlighten
Because
us.
I know.
Yeah, I know stuff too,
I'll
but
prove it.
how are you going to pass this knowledge on to us so that we can confirm your knowledge? What are you going to do
I mean,
for
you
us?
can tell me. I mean, you can ask me questions that because, like you said, that
Yeah, well, I
you
already
prove it
did,
yourself.
and you just said you know. You've given me nothing. You
Yeah,
don't sound
because
like someone with a
you didn't say
PhD.
an agreement,
You
bro.
sound like a debate bro.
Just give me a debate. Like, ask me something. Give me an argument.
Yeah, we're not interested in your debate bro bullshit tactics. I know people with PhDs. You sound like you've picked something out of a